from recent making statements. She does. You can't even tell it's her. Um, and during the whole thing, I'm watching this father, and I can pretty much pick out liars just by how they sound and their answers to things. And this guy was lying his ass off, and he had to do the polygraph, and the examiner came back and said, "Well, you passed. You did. You can be cleared of everything." And that was it. That's how you know that everything on TV is scripted. Because I can tell you he was lying, and I can tell the wife wasn't lying
Mm.
just by how they answer the questions.
Mm.
If you have to look up, or if you have to do something weird to answer a question, yes or no, and you can't just keep your eyes from blinking and all that stuff. You got something else going on. They had to stop the test because he said, "Well, I keep thinking about other things, and it's going to mess the test," or whatever he said. I'm screwing up the test, and he kept wiggling his feet. That's one, and he was an ex-sheriff, so he should know all these tricks.
Mm.
Anybody have any globe evidence out there they want to bring to the table?
How about does anybody have questions about the Earth? And they want to learn, interested in learning something. Yes, no one wants to learn or has evidence of the globe.
I didn't think showing a picture of Mars was going to make two Globers pissed off. One just leave, and the other one say he has to go eat.
Makes me wonder if they thought they were going to Mars someday, and now they realize they can't.
Obviously, you can go there. They've already got hotels up there. I mean, if you've got convenience stores, you've got other places up there too.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you're going to start a business on Mars, you're going to need some business insurance.
I can provide you with it.
Oh yeah, you got space insurance, bro? Cool.
Yeah, I'm specializing in it. It's what my startup do.
Hey, I'm starting to sell real estate on the moon for you guys if you're interested. I parse out small sections. If you're like in the $1,000 range, you can get the size of possibly small home can fit on it. If you want to pay $1 million, I got a couple of acres I can do, but you guys got to let me know.
They're
What are
sounding
we
like
talking about?
hotcakes.
29 minutes past the hour, I posted a screenshot of NASA's space insurance. Apparently, they contract with AXA Insurance.
Oh,
Why
look
do
at
you
this
sound
fucking faggot.
Why do you sound like AI voice?
Who sounds like AI?
You
Oh,
sound
that's
exactly
cool.
like AI.
Oh, he wants to show his camera in
Or
here.
maybe
So we'll get rid of
maybe
him.
it's the microphone. Maybe it's
Maybe
the
we'll get rid
microphone.
of that guy.
What are you talking about?
Turn off your
Is there
camera
Why?
because I said so. You're not going to limit our room.
Okay, bye.
I've never seen the camera used so much before coming to this server. Can't hear you, Radwin. I think he's hot miking.
Yeah.
Just a wild guess. Our
Why do
space insurance salesman left.
Why do people think that we want to see them on camera?
Mm. Maybe he's streaming and he wants to stream to his viewers, like his 3 viewers. He wants to let them know, like.
Oh yeah, he looked like he was going to put on a presentation for us, so
Right.
he can
Right.
do that in the other rooms.
Yeah. It looks like he was probably has fans like, okay, guys, today we're gonna go on a flat Earth server and go talk shit and listen to these guys, and that's probably what he's doing. And
He's
his
probably
viewers
checking out all the time too.
Yeah.
Was it Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody was playing a clip yesterday, it sounded like him, who was saying, hey, you don't want to debate flat earthers, they're going to wreck you, they know more about the globe than any glober does.
I don't know.
Yeah, who was playing that? Somebody had this really long clip. It was actually pretty good.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it was some guy who was saying, I am undefeated when it comes to debating flat earthers, but the rest of you are going to have a bad time if you try.
Um,
Oh, I want to talk to that guy.
Yeah,
I
me
didn't
too.
hear that one.
He sounded like Neil deGrasse Tyson, like I was saying.
Got a few people that sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, that's true. I brought in a friend of mine who's popped in every now and then, and a T-Dub. T-Dub actually did his intake and did his interview. And he comes to me and he's like, I just talked to your friend for like 4 hours. Is he Neil deGrasse Tyson for real? And I'm like, no. But now I get what he means.
He sounds like him that much?
Oh, yeah.
Is he
Oh,
a
for a
flat
while,
earther?
I thought Gregory sounded like Obama for a while. He actually does a pretty good impression too.
yeah. When he says, "We don't have time for flat earthers."
We don't have a time to visit the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. Any of you guys play chess?
I can play. I don't play normally, but it's a great game.
All right. Yeah.
I play
Yesterday.
chess. I play chess in this room every day. I checkmate people all day long.
There's a game? Flat Earth's not a debate.
Yeah, it's called checkmate. That's what I play
It's
in
called checkmate.
Yesterday, I went on a 10-game streak. Win, right? And then I was like, something's wrong. So I opened it up today, and I went on a 10-game losing streak. I was like, fuck. I won 10 in a row, lost 10 in a row. I'm like, your ups or downs. You win some, you lose some.
There's a movie on showing a hockey game. This must have been filmed in the 40s or something like that. And these guys have skates on and hockey sticks and jerseys. That's it. Oh, they got some gloves on. Some of them.
No pads.
No,
Nice.
no, just here. Just start keep hitting each other with everything.
Go play.
Yeah.
The way it used to be. I think about that sometimes. Like, damn, how the hell did they even survive growing up?
I think, why are we not doing what we did with our kids now instead? Like, just letting them go outside and get in trouble. Nope. You got to sit in the living room so I can see you. Make sure you're playing on an iPad.
Yeah, I guess it's just more dangerous these days.
You
Like I
think
used to,
you think
go.
it's more dangerous these days than going outside with your friends and throwing lawn darts up in the air in the dark?
Well, no, definitely. Well, I don't know. There's a lot more crazy, a lot more kidnapping these days. There's back then. I mean, we would. Okay, so I don't know if you know California, but if you ever Google Map, Montebello to Long Beach is quite a distance, and we used to take and Long Beach ports, like all the way down the riverbed from Montebello, all the way down the riverbed, because it goes all the way to the ocean. And we used to take our bikes, and we were 11, 12 years old. We would go that far. At 12 years old, we weren't even teenagers yet. That's how I know I was like 11, 12. Because we weren't even teenagers, and we used to go on our bikes all the way down. Like we'd spend a whole day of riding all the way to the beach and then riding all the way back. And my mom, all she knew was like, I'm gonna go ride around. I'm gonna go on my bike. She didn't know where we went. She just said, "Okay, just be back before it's dark." So we would take off to the beach. There was like four of us: me, Tommy, Little Man, and Giant. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, yeah, and like four of us. We were all neighbors. We were all on the same block. We would ride on the bikes all the way over there, all the way back. Never had fights. Never got in confrontations. Never dealing with police or like the riverbed police or like or whatever you call them, the city workers that patrol and monitor it. Like we never had any problems. Didn't have to worry about like people trying to jack us. It was just a different time back then, I guess. I don't know, man. Nowadays, I wouldn't even let my kids go to the riverbed, let alone take a trip, riding along its path and trail. But that's
So,
totally.
yeah, so I moved where the city that I'm near now. I moved there when I was 10 years old. So the previous 2 years I lived in the city of Cleveland, and the Cleveland Zoo was about probably 3 miles from our house. You had to go through a couple blocks and cross the main street. So 8 years old, we would take our bikes or walk. We'd walk all the way to the zoo, go around the one side of the fence, go underneath the fence, and spend our whole day at the zoo. That's all we would do. Go to the zoo. One
Nice.
time we set a fire in Brookside Park, it's called, and didn't realize that if you light leaves on fire, they burn out in a ring, and they set everything else on fire. Well, we were all dancing around in the woods trying to put the fire out before it caught everything on fire. That was a nice, memorable experience.
Nice. Yeah, we used to be out all day. It would take like
7 a.m. till 8, 9 o'clock at night.
yeah, we left early in the morning. We'd get there before noon. It was like about I would say like 2.5, 3 hours, 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. It
So
would take.
the kids in our neighborhood where I live now, they are always outside doing something. One's going to the other's house. They're always out in the cul-de-sac or in our backyards or somewhere, because we don't care if they play in the backyards by us as long as they leave our house alone.
Right.
And yeah, I've never seen any of them outside with a phone or a pad or anything like that. So at least they might be coming around somewhat. Their parents are a little younger and they don't agree with all that crap either. So
Yeah. Hopefully that there is a shift, like a change, and more people are.
yeah, people are going to get bored with electronics. They're gonna be seeking out natural things. Wow, how does this work? You'll see. It's all going to come back around.
Yeah. Yep. There's faith in humanity. We used to live right over the bridge there. Right across the riverbed was Northrop. Now they're Northrop Grumman, but back then they were Northrop. They were humongous, man. A huge facility. Acres and acres and acres of facility. Now and then they when they sold it, well, they merged for years. They merged, and then they finally, I guess, they closed down that facility. I think on the other side of the riverbed was Pico Rivera, so it would have been, I think, technically the city of Pico. But when they closed it, they like tore most of it down, and they did a whole like huge shopping, like a retail centers and all kinds of like just buildings and warehouses, and they opened it up to the public. But man, that totally turned the city around. That made a Pico Rivera like a really at that time, like they had a influx of money, huge influx. But I remember those days when Northrop was there. That was a long time ago. Fuck, I'm old. One of my cousins worked there. She was just like she got a job just to like clean like she was like a janitor. I don't know what they called them back then. Probably a janitor. But I remember asking like, did you see anything in there? Because we knew it was like a private military contract, type of business. And she was like, I can't talk about anything. People jumping in and out. For the entertainment. Where's Miggy been? You guys still here? Anybody still here?
Kind of here.
Oh, okay. Where's Miggy been?
Other server.
Okay, he's focusing over there more.
and flat titties. How's that supposed to be? It only happens when it gets squished under a fat ass. No,
What the fuck's going on in here? How come everybody's muted? What, Little G, you there? Walter Slither, you there? Fuck. What the fuck do you people even talk about? Ooh. Hello. Anybody there? Yeah, why ain't nobody fucking talking? Hmm. Walter Slither, dude, you a bitch, man. You'll fucking text. You'll be in text chat, but you can't talk. I'm gonna get on fucking cam and just stare at the goddamn camera like a fucking psycho until one of you motherfuckers starts talking.
All right, Johnny, you got me. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I just want to see why the fuck everybody's just in here doing nothing.
Psycho, man.
I don't think any flat Earth people are in here right now. And
Yeah, we're all
I just sit
Why is
here.
everybody just?
I don't know.
But why does everybody come in here and just mute themselves?
I'm here
So
to
we can
listen.
fall asleep to the mindless banter of the flat earthers bantering with the Glober trolls. I love to fall asleep to the arguing nerds.
Why
Damn,
did you
dude,
join,
that's
Johnny?
just to see why everybody's always muted in here all the time. Because there ain't fucking shit going on anyways in the server.
Have you talked to the people in Theist Experience?
Nope.
You're gonna get muted very quickly in there.
Theist Experience.
Right below this one.
I've heard them.
I don't know. What's their whole fucking bit? What's their bit about?
If you don't agree that the Christian faith is true, you are a scumbag, apparently.
Oh, so that's their whole bit.
Yep. I'm gonna hop down there.
All these rooms got some kind of bit going.
And people don't really talk anymore. It's all about debating and getting wins and owns and stuff like that. People don't really talk anymore.
No, you mean about like talking in here?
Well, so a lot of rooms. I mean, a lot of rooms that I go to, they just debate about stuff. But it's not like talking. Hey, how you doing? You know, it's debate, 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 debate. That's what they do, and it's weird.
Where is Darth
Oh yeah,
Dawkins?
Darth Dawkins. Does he come to this server still?
Yeah, I've seen him on here recently.
Really interesting. Last I heard of him, man, like I went to a server that he had like some kind of control over. I went in, I asked a question, and then he fucking muted, and I think he kicked me. I forget what happened, but it's probably something along those lines.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah. Is Fee Batman Mr. Batman, or is that just a different person?
Different person.
Yeah, FG Batman is different from Mr. Batman. Yeah.
Fe Batman is always in this room, but he never speaks.
I see.
Effie Batman's old school. Some of us have talked to him.
Oh, you've talked to him
Oh
before?
shit. That was weird.
Anyone in here want to talk about it? It's the most recent test anyone's done about the Earth. Nobody's talking?
Meow.
Noobs?
Yeah.
I'm here, dude. I was getting coffee.
What's the most recent test you did about the Earth to show its shape?
Done nothing, dude. I ain't no fucking scientist. I just came in here wondering why everybody just fucking muted.
Yeah, I ain't never tested no Earth.
Yeah, dude. Fuck
So
that.
what do you think it is?
That shit's gay. That shit's gay, huh?
I think it's probably flat. I don't freaking know.
Why is that?
Because everybody shows all this evidence saying it measures flat, and it's what I witnessed and experienced.
Who shows it measures flat?
Like a billion YouTubes and websites.
Have you ever seen bottom up obstruction?
No.
Really? Okay, hold on. In the side chat, I'll show someone now.
Can somebody? Here's what I always want to know, like from fucking Backstreet.
Right there, a picture in the side chat.
One, it's really hard to even fucking tell if you're talking to a serious fucking flat earther because it's such a fucking ridiculous concept. Online especially.
Picture in the side chat.
If the Earth was flat, right? If the Earth was flat as flat earthers propose it is, because I always get different answers. Why would a scientist be saying it's not flat? And it's like the vast majority of scientists, it's been said for quite a while. What's the reason not to call it flat?
Well, ultimately,
Or
it's
like
not really a
some
science question; it's a measurement question.
All right, so let's go with your thing. Like water needs a container, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen it contained without a container.
And air pressure needs a container, right?
No.
Same.
No.
Explain tornadoes.
No, I'm trying to go from the flat Earth perspective.
Well, I can't do that because.
Yeah, no. So that's what I'm
Tornadoes
trying to
don't
talk.
form
I'm
in a
trying to talk to
vacuum,
Amish.
bud.
All right, so Amish. So air pressure needs a container, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in order for flat Earth to be true, there has to be a container around Earth, correct?
Yeah.
That there's no other way, right?
Right. Container as in there's containment. There's a boundary.
Is it physical?
At some point, I think it has to be. Just like your universe, right? Your universe doesn't have an edge.
No, I'm not trying to get into that. I just want to stick to the Earth. I'm not trying to go into the skies.
Okay, well,
I'm
hold on.
I'm not trying to prove the Earth's shape by the sky. I know how you guys
But
hate that.
I need you to understand an important concept here. Earth is the universe. This is where we live. So when you're asking about the extant boundaries of Earth, that's the same as asking you, who believes in this grand outer space cosmos, what is the boundary of the outer edge of your cosmos?
I
Well,
don't
that's a
want to go.
deflection, though.
I don't want to go into space. I know how you guys hate space. I don't want to talk about space. Just want to talk about the Earth. That's it. So now you're claiming Earth is the entire universe.
I mean,
right?
This is our world, right?
Yes, I don't want to straw man you, so I just want to be clear. You're saying Earth is the entire universe, correct?
Yeah, colloquially, you know.
Are
I
you
don't
hold on? Are you
believe in
arguing
a
semantics for your
universe.
point? Are you arguing semantics for your point? Really? Is that really how
I'm
you're
just
trying to
trying
get
to
to
No,
get.
your point?
no,
I'm just trying to get ahead of any potential semantics games here that may come up. So
no. That's why I'm trying to be like as clear as possible. I'm not trying to straw man you. I just like I really want like so. Okay, Earth is an entire universe. There has to be some type of physical container to hold the air and the water, right?
I mean, there's a physical boundary.
Okay, which I mean, I always hear
Yeah,
flat
I don't
earthers
know
say
what the nature
I don't
is.
want to take what every other flat earther says. Do you think water needs a physical container to hold it?
Well, in a sense, we are walking on what you could say is at least one part of this containment.
Right, like the land is the container. So there has to be like a ring of land. Like land has to be continuous to hold in all the water, right?
I mean, why not?
I I honestly just want to know what you think. Like
I really don't know what the outer parts of this reality might look like.
no, I'm not
I
saying
mean,
that you know what it
it is
looks like.
rational. It is 100%
I'm not saying you know
rational.
what it looks like.
Okay,
I know you don't know what it looks like. I'm not trying to say you know what it looks like
right.
or ask you like to
Well, as
describe what it
far as
looks
we
like.
know, water has to be contained.
Right, right. So there has to be some type of I would assume if land is the container on the bottom, there has to be a ring of land to hold in all the oceans. Otherwise, they would just fall off the earth. There has to be like a higher elevation than sea level to hold in all the water. Otherwise, it would just fall off the earth.
Well, I mean, there's nowhere for it to fall to.
Right, because Earth is the container.
Yeah, Earth
And
Earth isn't embedded in some outer space.
right, right. I'm just trying to follow along. So when we, like, do you agree that people have circumnavigated the ocean? Like,
I mean, a lot of the claims seem reasonable, like Captain Cook.
all right, and how does that work? Like, why didn't they find any of this surrounding land that's holding in all this water?
I don't know if they sailed out that far.
Oh, I mean, you agree that we do have certain knowledge of the land masses, right? Like of Earth.
I mean, so far, I mean, what we have here may represent that full extent, but it also might not.
And I'm assuming that I don't want to use the word satellites, but there's satelloons, I think is what I've heard other people call them. Is that what you call them, satelloons, not satellites?
I mean, I know balloons make sense, and I know that they are widely used, and there are thousands of them up there, as claimed. Now, as far as anything else that could be more exotic than that, I mean, sure, there could be something exotic up there.
And like we can use those things to like see the imagery of the Earth. Like we have like these pictures from above the ground, and like you agree those are real, not the ones from space, but just the ones that are in the sky. Like you agree with all those photos. You think those photos are real, right?
I don't doubt that something called satellites could be taking pictures of land below. That doesn't seem crazy to me at all.
So how come we haven't seen any pictures of this like surrounding land? Like we have no knowledge of it.
You got to understand, if you're going to think like society, like a state, like governments have throughout history, the idea of a map is something that represents a lot of knowledge. There's a lot that goes into the production of a map, particularly with a new land mass that might be depicted on it. The reason being is there are resources available that can be used and taken over. That's a huge reason. Another reason might be for military purposes, for military maneuvers. Knowing where something is or isn't can provide you a strategic advantage in war. So for defending your realm, having having very good and up-to-date maps that are accurate and suited to purpose is very important. And you
I
may want to
completely
conceal.
agree.
You may even want to conceal certain facts on your
Okay,
map.
so would you agree that like before we had like knowledge of like the current continents as we know it, that there were private explorers that for that specific reason of finding new lands, like finding those resources, they can create vast amounts of wealth. Like that's why there were private explorers.
I mean, like the Dutch East Indies Company and so on.
Yeah, just like any like private explorer, like even just like some random Joe, like they just they explored, they like to find new land so they can find resources. Like while we were currently
Sure, yeah.
finding like
I mean, there definitely were, and private companies would take their new discoveries and turn them into trade secrets, right?
Right. So why aren't there any more private explorers looking for this land surrounding the entire world? Like, I mean, surely there's vast resources. I mean, why aren't there more private explorers? Why aren't like flat earthers private explorers? Because if they think this land is out there, surely there's vast resources. Like, I mean, shouldn't there be private explorers still looking for this? Like, if there's a lot of resources?
Maybe there are, and it's really difficult. And maybe there aren't that many of us.
But like, as a do you think like that it'd be like in your interest to like look for this land, like the other flat earthers too? Like,
I think it'd be cool, but it doesn't prove anything to me.
it doesn't? Like, if you found the ring of land around the world, you don't think that would
Well, I mean,
prove like
specifically regarding the nature of Earth. I'm already convinced and know it's flat. I don't need the discovery of another landmass to provide any further support in that knowledge.
I don't know. I just think there's a lot of resources. It'd be beneficial. Like, you guys could make a lot of money.
I wonder if they had the same conversation, like, before they were coming to America for the New World. There was like people in England, and they were like, "There's no land over there," and they're like, "Nah, no way, man. There's land over there. Yeah, there's like a bunch of resources, dude. You don't believe me?" Then somebody's over there, and they report back, and they're like, "Yeah, there's a bunch of resources."
Well, that's the thing. That's kind of what happened. Like, Columbus came over, he found like all these people, and he sold their gold and resources, and he came back to Spain. And once word traveled around, that's when other private explorers, you know what? Let's go out there. Let's do this. Let's find these resources. So like
We're saying
we know it happens in human history. No, like we know it's a fact for human history that like where there's chances to make money, that's where people are going to go. Like so like if there is this land surrounding the world that's holding in all the water, sure, like that no one knows about, it's unspoiled land. There's vast resources there that could be explored. Like, you would think private companies would be all over this.
Maybe they are.
Yeah, maybe they are. I mean, don't they say the same thing about outer space? Like, oh yeah, there's $1 trillion worth on this one little asteroid alone of diamonds, or
Yeah, but the cost is also way higher going to space.
And yet they're looking into that. These private companies are looking into like that moreover than looking for the Earth, which has this unspoiled land. Like, surely it'd be a lot cheaper just to find this unspoiled land than to like talk about this.
All right. Well, let's think about this. Okay. Let's speculate. Suppose there are companies, if not just one private company, that is doing exactly as you say. They're exploring some uncharted land and they're looking at resources. Why would they make that knowledge public?
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Well, I mean,
yeah, don't come here, guys.
If they're doing this, then there has to be like travel to this land. There has to be like people working for this company. They would have to all know about it. And now you're just talking about like lowly workers. Like, why would they hide it? It just. I mean, that's where it starts growing into like a bigger conspiracy.
On the Manhattan Project, buddy? How many companies and how many people worked on the Manhattan Project, particularly down there in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they built an entire village for Manhattan Project workers to be working on this And most people working had no idea that they were designing and developing a nuclear bomb.
So
So-
let's be fair here. The scope is tremendously different. There are way more people in the flat Earth / globe Earth inclusion than there is the Manhattan Project. That's the first thing. Second of all, the duration.
No, listen, you
is
came in late,
way
buddy, to the
longer.
conversation. You
duration of
came
the
in late to the
Manhattan Project
conversation. Hey,
is
listen,
nowhere
I'm butting
comparable.
in.
Thirdly,
Listen,
wait,
the comparison was to a
Hubble,
company.
are you gonna
The
cut me off?
comparison of Oak Ridge, Tennessee was to a company that's holding a trade secret. You
Why are
came
you
in late
cutting
to
me
the
off?
conversation.
Yeah, so yeah,
He's
but like I
right,
have no
though.
problem. So I have no problem. Like so, like you talk about the Manhattan Project. Like we know about it now.
It
Like
eventually
all those
came
things, we
out,
know
yeah.
about it now. It's only been 70 years, and I'm pretty sure we knew about the Manhattan Project. I don't know when was it declassified. Like because
How much is still
I knew about
classified, right?
I knew about it growing up. So that's in the 90s. So like talk about 40 years later. So like the Earth has been around for a long time, and we've been exploring for like hundreds of years. So I mean, like I said, like we would have known about it by now, like this
It-
other land.
It would have come out already.
So you guys are
You know,
talking
just a
about
couple
maybe
months
not.
ago,
you
they
guys are
found,
talking
what
about
is
other
it,
land
7,000 square miles off of the coast of Japan? They found new
7,000
land, guys.
islands.
7,000 islands. Yeah, that's right. They're still discovering new land, guys. What's up with that?
Did we have pictures of those lands from the satellites?
And they're creating lands,
Hold
too.
on a
They're
second.
creating lands.
Where did satellites go?
Lands are being created.
Jesus
Remember that.
Christ.
Oh, is that
So-
what they told you, Brandon?
I mean,
Right, about
It's
Hawaii.
I was
created.
personally
Yeah.
kind of intrigued by the photo
I'm
of
talking
the
about Japan.
turbines in the water in chat. Can we talk about that photo?
Yeah, let me give you a better image of it so we all can
No,
see it.
no, I don't need a better. I just need
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
I got a better one for you of
Well, I
it.
don't need that. So try to
What?
listen.
What's wrong with it?
It's perfect, so it can't be improved. So just because
So
you say
what's wrong
so.
with my picture? Here, I posted it of the wind turbines. What's wrong with my picture?
So again,
Doesn't
you
work on a
can
globe.
hear what you want to hear, and you can do what you want to do. I'm not your master, but if you're not going to answer the question, can you just refrain from unmuting yourself? Stay on mute.
No, sir. I'm a mod. I have to do my job.
Being annoying and in control, or not in control
Well,
of your
it's not
emotional
in-
session.
I'm not in control of anything. I was just getting you a better
Clearly
picture.
not.
They,
Yeah,
those
that
wind
shows.
turbines are at the horizon. They're not over it.
How hot was it that day you took that picture?
You asking me?
Yeah,
My name is not Brandon.
I was asking you. How hot was it the day you took that picture?
Celsius, it was 21 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. That's like talking Chinese to me. So I'll have to
Well,
look that up.
not my fault. You're uneducated.
Was it 9/5 plus 32?
I can convert it for you, or you could
I think
Google
it's 9. I think it's 9/5 plus 32. Not if I remember correctly.
It's freezing and 100 is boiling. That's all I need to know.
So
Those wind turbines are on the horizon. They are not over the horizon.
Thank you for that contribution.
But it's true.
I'm still just bizarred by the fact that no one has found this other land. Like no private companies, no one's actually like, hey.
Stopping you from going and looking for them.
Well, I'm just curious as to why like none of the flat earthers are looking for this land. If it's so valuable and has so much resources,
I'm
like
writing a
why aren't
huge
you guys like,
SQL query right now?
huh?
Hey, listen, I don't care to find new land. How about that?
Bro, they
I got
think
enough.
they
I
think
got
the edge
enough
of
to
the
take
earth
care of in my
is
own yard.
they think the edge of the
Dude.
earth is on the South Pole, and you can't go because it's military contested area. So they have like no way. They rule them, they rule themselves out completely. It's kind of funny.
Just go. I have things to do. Why don't
But
you
the
go
South
and
Pole doesn't
tell
make
his?
sense either, though. Like, there is no South Pole in the flat Earth.
There's a dual pole flat Earth model that there is a South Pole that fixes that problem, but unfortunately, no one here wants to look at it or cares about it. So
And
you are
also,
right.
like, compasses don't work with that one either, though.
Compasses
No,
don't
but
point to
they would
south,
say
dude.
that a compass is also just made up lie to support make believe of a globe Earth. So same with gravity.
Point
It's like
to
false
north.
equations.
Compasses point to north and south. You realize it's like a needle, like
Yeah, and which way does the needle point,
No,
bro?
they don't.
north
They don't
and
exactly
south.
do that. You can
No,
mess
it points
with it if
north.
you can
It
mess with
points
it
north
if
and
you
south.
No, the other
What
one
is?
points south.
Oh my god, dude.
It
Yeah, I'm
points
gonna go
both
get a
north
south
and south.
compass.
needle has two edges, so sure. I mean, you could say that it points both
Yes,
ways.
there's markings on all of the circle of that compass, but it
Right.
points to, right? It is attracted to the north, not a south.
No, one point is attracted to north, one point is to the south.
Yeah,
That
not
doesn't
attracted
make
to.
any sense at all. No, that's not.
Yeah, so just like I posted, we'll just assume we're looking down on a globe and circumnavigating the North Pole. So it's pointing south, right?
Right. So if you would go opposite of north, it would have to lead you to only one point, not a circular ring
So which
on the
opposite
outside.
of north on the picture I posted? Which
On the
direction
picture
is
you
opposite?
posted, hang on, let me see.
Yeah, what's the opposite of that direction?
That's the thing. It's a ring. Like the compass doesn't work on that. That's why it doesn't make sense.
Looks like it's working on that. So if I took a globe and I put a magnet on top of the globe and I spun a compass around it, what are you going to say then?
Oh, so like, let me like look at your map too. Like, if you walk due east in a straight line, are you walking in a curve?
So do you think straight lines curve?
Well, I mean,
It's a compass.
I'm looking at your map. If I walk due east, is that a curved line? If I walk due east,
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
what's due
if I
east
walk
on
due
there?
east on that map
What
that you
is
just
due
showed,
east?
am I
What is-
walking in a straight line or is it a curved line?
I'm going to mute you if you don't let me talk. Point to due east on that map.
I can't.
Okay.
So when I walk east in your map, is east a straight line?
No, east is a reference off of north. Don't you understand that?
It's a really good demonstration. Using your compass and walking to some like store that you're unaware of, right? Don't use Google Maps. Don't use GPS. Like actually use your compass and get there. It's going to teach you a world of things if you've never done it.
And then try to get home the same way.
So Africa and Australia are the furthest points away from each other?
How would I know?
Well, I'm looking at your map.
Talk to the UN about that. Talk to the military.
Well, you're showing me this is how the compass works, so surely this must be the map of the world, right?
So I think you want me to overlay this image onto this image to make you feel better.
Well, you're saying this is how the
Flat
compass
Earthers,
works,
dude,
right?
Flat Earthers didn't make that map.
Yeah.
That's not a map made by Flat Earthers.
Then
why is he using
bring
this
it
to explain
into
the
the
compass?
conversation?
Why
There
is
you
he
go.
using this to? Why is he using this to describe the compass?
Because that's the only one that has the compass on it. And then if we could put the magnet on the map I just posted, we'll get the same results.
Okay, but here's my thing: like in both of these maps, are Africa and Australia the furthest way apart?
What's the distance say on it?
I'm asking you in reality: is Africa and Australia on opposite sides of the
flight
Earth?
Distance say? Those are flights from the U.S. military. How long? What the mileage is to get from point to point? So you tell me which is farther.
From Africa to Australia?
I don't know because I don't go there. Do you go there?
Well, you're telling me to talk about it. You're asking me.
No, I did not. I never said anything about
You're the one asking, man.
at all.
You're asking about this distance that's honestly kind of just irrelevant. Like, what does it matter?
Yeah, so
you know.
So, like, let me ask you something, because I'm looking at this map, and I'm looking at the one line from Sydney to New Zealand, and it says 1350. And then I look at a line from, from Guam to Wake, and that line's shorter, but it has more of a range. It has 1,500 miles. Why is that?
So one was 13,000.
Why is it
1,500?
Why is a shorter line a longer
miles?
Why is a shorter line a further distance?
You said 1,500 miles versus 13,000 miles.
Yeah, so from Guam to Wake, it's 1,500 miles, and that's a very short line. And then from New Zealand to Sydney, it's 1,350, which is a shorter distance, but the line is longer. Why is that?
Did you read the map yet? I bet you.
Yeah, I'm literally reading the map right now.
You didn't read the legend.
Can't use the map.
I don't need to read the legend. They're telling me the miles on the
right or
the
you
little
use the
line.
legend and figure it out yourself.
So why? Yeah. So like, obviously, this isn't what the world looks like.
Well, no, that's
according to
actually
this
a
military
projection.
map.
Right.
Yeah. So like,
and if you read it, it's all taken by the North Star, right? Polaris, or
yeah,
the center point, right? So everything's measured vertically out, right? So longitudinally, it's if you read it, it actually says you can't use the latitude distance. It's projected, right? That's not an actual size. Like, that's not like, oh man, this is a 1/8 scale model. All right. We don't have a model of our true Earth, right? We just live it. We're living on the 1-to-1.
There's a globe model. Absolutely, there's a globe model.
You have a toy, dude.
Work in reality.
Right. You have a toy, and they showed you the same one as me.
Yeah. The example is eclipses don't work on your globes. In fact, they debunk globes.
Oh, this is new. Can you tell me about this?
Okay, you ready to look at a picture?
Yes, sir.
I'm saving these images.
Finally.
Pressure. I'm saving these messages from you. I want to save these images from you.
Okay, here's a globe. Here's a globe with the sun shining on it. Where's the shadow?
Where is the shadow? Well,
where's the shadow at?
Opposite of the light source.
Opposite of the light source. Thank you, Duncan. You're gonna get muted if you laugh.
I'm sorry, that was hysterical what you just posted.
You don't know what a shadow is?
I know what a shadow is.
Where is it?
What do you mean? Where is it?
Where is that shadow?
It's on the ground in that picture.
Okay, so if we move the ground and make that in outer space, the shadow would be going way down, right? So then we're going to look at this, and we know that sun is in the air and the moon is in the air at the same time, and you're going to tell me how that shadow on the ground jumped up onto the moon. Globes debunked. Thank you, everybody.
What?
This is what's really going to trip you up is
if anything that
how do you know
disproves
that's
your
a shadow?
local sun. If anything that disproves your local sun. What you're talking about.
We don't know what causes the eclipse, man. And it's definitely not because of the same paradigm of the heliocentric model.
That's right. It's not that. We know that much.
Exactly. We know what it's not.
The sun and the moon are in the sky. So if I put the moon on the picture above it with the spinning globe, if I put the moon up in the air to the left, that shadow now needs to jump up in the air to the left to cover the moon.
But if you had a local sun, half of the Earth wouldn't even be able to see the moon because the Earth would be blocking the moon's shadow. Like, if they're on opposite sides.
That's what I just said. It's not the heliocentric model.
So most likely that moon have nothing to do with the sun.
I don't think they have anything to do with each other.
Well, you claim that the moon is lit up by the sun. Obviously, they are directly connected to each other.
No, not directly connected to each other. Like, I mean, the sun lights up everything in our
you won't see the
solar
moon if the
system.
sun. Yes, you won't see the moon if the sun isn't there. How is that not a direct connection? That's your world.
In the
Yeah, but
mainstream
then, like,
rhetoric.
I'm saying, like, they're not like connected to each other. Like the moon, if the moon didn't exist, the sun would still exist.
If the
Straw
sun didn't
man.
exist, you wouldn't see the moon.
I mean, the only way they're connected to each other is that if the
what I
sun didn't
enjoy the
exist,
most?
then our solar system wouldn't exist. I
Yeah,
mean,
so you're
that's
gonna
the only
start
way they're
talking about
connected to each
you're
other.
gonna start talking about shit out in outer space that doesn't even exist. That's beautiful.
Well, you brought up space, not me.
No, I
You
said
brought up you brought up the shadows and the moon. That's what you brought up.
I brought up a spinning Earth with a shadow. Then I brought up an eclipse that cannot happen with that situation I posted.
Yeah, so like I said, you brought up eclipses, which is referencing space.
Okay, it's the topic of the server.
Yeah,
It's
not
all
for
right.
us. Eclipses
anyway,
don't take place in outer space for us.
Yeah, don't say I brought up outer space
All
when
right.
you brought up outer space. You brought up eclipses.
All right, I'm going to say this the right way. We see the eclipse from the ground. We don't see it from outer space.
True story.
So he's going to go and he's going to go ahead and try to limit our stream.
No, I went off as soon as you unmuted me.
Well, if you're going to put your camera on when I mute you so I can talk and you can ignore me, I'm just going to
look at
ban you,
me.
dude. I'm just going to ban you. There's a point I'm trying to make. You're trying to talk over me.
No, I'm not. You can talk. I'll be quiet when you talk.
You said I brought up outer space. No, I didn't. I brought up eclipses. We see them from the ground. How is that related to space?
Because if you want to talk about the globe model, when we talk about eclipses, that involves space.
So now
There
you
you
got to
go.
prove that exists.
I still stick to the point that when you started showing the map of the Earth, I was strictly talking about the Earth, not referencing space at all, and then you brought up eclipses. If you bring up eclipses, I'm going to have to talk about space because that's what I think is part of
Prove
eclipses.
space exists. Because for us, eclipses don't happen in outer space. So go ahead, tell us what space is.
And then you can tell us how the eclipse happens once you get space done.
I mean, it goes...
Yeah, you have to project the shadow up into the air that's down on the ground. In the one picture I posted, they had us go fly up around, and cast a shadow on the moon.
Okay, so does the moon go through cycles? Yeah, start with that.
Of course, man.
Okay.
We experience the same thing with the moon and the sun.
Right. Okay. So eclipses is caused by the Earth's shadow being cast on the moon, blocking
You know
out
that. How do you know that? I was told the same story. We were all told the same story, but how did you verify that for yourself in reality that that phenomenon is a shadow in fact being casted on an object in the sky? Especially if you've never heard of a selenilian eclipse. Do you know what that is?
I mean, yeah, I know what that is. It's when the moon eclipses and the sun's still out.
Right. Coined by NASA as the impossible eclipse. How weird is that, dude?
Yeah, and
Anyway.
now we're going to have to go down the trail of refraction
I'm just pointing
in the
it out.
atmosphere.
I'm just pointing it out.
I know, but then
But
now
you have a heavy burden, right? How do you know that that's a
Now we have to go down
shadow?
the field of refraction in the atmosphere, and that's why we still see the sun
You're
at the same
complaining
time.
there's a lot of points to this topic, but I'm sorry, that's what it is. You know, you guys can't accept that there's no curve, so we have to go into all these tangents of, well, what about this? What about eclipses? What about the sky? Yeah. What about the surface of the earth? You know? But I get it. Your question started with a line and a distance question. How come that doesn't work on this map? Oh, it's because you're not reading the map correctly. There's the answer. But now we don't get to have this awesome conversation. You know what I mean?
No, my point with the map is that that's not the reality of how the world looks. That's my point with the map. And
It's pretty
obvious.
accurate if you read the diagram correctly. It's not even a map;
Right.
it's really a diagram.
Yeah,
Yeah,
read
I
the,
agree.
read
It's
the
a diagram.
legend. Read the legend. If you really wanted to use it, read the legend.
Right. And the
You know
only
what a
way
diagram
that
is?
yes, I know what a
Diagrams are
diagram
never
is.
usually reality. They simplify reality.
I get it. I get what you're saying. But my point is this, is that diagram or that map or whatever you want to call it, it's those shapes on it are not accurate because the scale is off as you go further away from the center.
I agree,
So
man.
obviously that's
So what's the
not
big
what
deal?
it because that obviously that's not what it really looks like.
What does it really look like?
Outside. That's what it really looks like.
So if we go back, if you want to go back to that map again, we can notice that around the equator, the line, that's where the start of the line shift. So that means the further you go north in that equator, the shorter the distances as you go east and west, and the longer at the equator, and shorter south of the equator. And the only way that those distances make sense is on a spherical object. So either those distances are wrong, or the shape of the Earth is in fact a sphere, because that's the only way that those distances make sense. So either that,
So
either
you're
you want
telling me just because this doesn't work, right, for you and your worldview, just because this doesn't
no,
work,
it does work
that
in
if
my
I
real
go
world.
outside,
It does work.
I'm gonna find a curve?
I agree with this map. I think this map does work, but the only way that that map makes sense if you look at it in a 3D image is the fact that the shorter distances north of the equator with the same for that scale, and
Yeah, I know. We heard
and
you.
south of the equator, that
All right.
only works on a sphere. That's the only way that these distances make sense.
Okay.
with
This map only works on a sphere. Great.
Okay. So is this
Great.
map accurate or not?
No, because if I
It's
go
not.
outside, guess what? I don't find a sphere.
So why? So then let me ask.
You played yourself.
He's being called air pressure right now.
You
I know him as
reified
doctor.
a piece of paper instead of looked at reality.
No, but like it was your side that brought up
Do you think
this
I look
map.
at the documents and I just look at the wood and I look at the documents of the building plans and stuff and I look at the wood and I just go, well, I hope those are the same.
But
No,
it was air
I
pressure.
verify it.
It was air pressure that showed me this map. It was him that presented it. This map only works on a sphere.
You wanted to know how magnets worked or how compasses work. And then you started talking about, well, that looks smaller and this is this and this and this. And I said, here's the military measurements for you. And then you want to complain to the military about it through me.
No, I'm not complaining to the military. I think this map works, and this, like, I see what you're saying with the compass on this map. It always points north, so south is always away. However, this map shows a sphere. So, like, you're kind of proving the sphere by, like, trying to show this map, and this is why compasses work. Because we do know compasses work,
If
right?
I were you right now, my best for where you are at right now, you really should not come in here anymore and just accept that you live on a globe.
Oh, I accept that I live on a globe. This is just fun for me.
You can argue for it. It should just.
This is fun. I'm literally using your evidence against you.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I presented all hostile witnesses to you.
You presented this map to defend how a compass works on the Earth. That map shows a sphere.
I showed that compass works on a globe. You could do that on top of a globe, go around the North Pole to do the same thing.
And same thing with the South Pole, if you're in the Southern Hemisphere.
What am I going to attract it to?
The South Pole.
So when I'm at the North Pole, it's really pointing south?
In the Southern Hemisphere?
When I'm at the North Pole, is that other end of the compass pointing south to a specific point?
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Same as when you're at the South Pole, when you're in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, where's east on those maps that I showed you?
East and west are concentric circles from the equator.
They're a reference from north. Say it the right way.
I just did say it the right way.
You can't establish east and west without north
or south.
Wow.
He's never used a compass.
I'm still using. Yeah, I use compasses all the time. I'm a land surveyor, so I do use compasses.
Right. Yeah. Now you're a
When I
land
said-
surveyor.
Yeah, now he's a surveyor. He doesn't just go down the street getting distances
Yeah.
to lay cables.
Land
He
surveyor.
doesn't understand declination or the word until
Land
today,
surveyor.
but land surveyor. Yeah. All right.
Don't want to dox myself, but land
I'm actually
surveyor.
the Prince of Morocco myself. So
Yeah. Don't want
Yeah,
to dox
so
myself, but
That's
land
great.
surveyor.
That's great. It's great.
Land
Turn your
survey.
fucking camera off. So as I was going to say, that eclipse, when you post it with that GIF, you just shut the room down.
I didn't post anything.
Me, I shut the room down. Nobody wants to talk about that eclipse anymore since I started.
You
doing
shut the
that.
room down when you posted a map to explain compasses that show a sphere.
No.
Your military map to explain compasses shows a sphere.
You said
if that
something about
military map
models,
is
you
and
did kind of lose at the Selenilian eclipse. You're like, yeah, I know.
No, I didn't lose at the Selenilian eclipse.
Come on, you're laughing, man. It's cool. It's cool.
I told you the refraction. You know,
we already know you did. Oh,
Dude, trust me, we all lost at this too. We were looking at the globe and we were like, no, it can't be flat. And we're like, oh crap.
Hold on,
Oh,
now
it
we
is.
have to
It's
go
flat.
back. We're going to go back to the spinning globe with the airplane going around it, and look at that shadow. And he thinks that shadow gets refracted up in the air to the moon.
Gotta be. Right?
That's not what I said.
It's
Are you
fine.
saying the moon is actually refracted? So at some point in the night, while the moon's
I
going
said the
across
sun is
sky,
refracted.
while
The sun is refracted. Is what I said.
so
The sun is
sometime
what's
at night-
refracted.
Sometime at night, while the moon's going across the sky, it turns into a refraction, an optical illusion. And as the sun is coming up and we're looking at it, it's also an optical illusion. On those days, don't launch rockets.
Well, when the moon is closer to the horizon, yeah, it does appear slightly different than when it's up in the night sky. That's why it always looks a little bit bigger at the horizon than when it's higher up in the sky.
We might have to name this Eclipse Friday night.
Which also kind of doesn't make sense because as the moon rises and gets in the sky, I'm assuming closer to me, it gets smaller. So why does something that gets closer to me get smaller? And
So how does the moon work again?
well, I'm asking you, like, if
No, why are you
things-
asking me about the same thing I see that you see?
Well, why as something gets closer to me does it get smaller in
How
size?
far away is the moon?
I don't know the exact distance. I don't really care. It's not that important.
You cared that it gets bigger or smaller.
Well, as it appears to get closer to me, it gets smaller. That doesn't make sense in your
It's
worldview.
closer to you. What was
In
the
your
original
worldview, that doesn't make
distance?
sense.
What was the original distance when you said it got closer to you, so we can determine how far?
That's my thing. It just appears to get closer to me, and yet it gets smaller.
Yeah, so that's my point. You can't just say shit like, "Well, the moon is doing this."
Is it? Does it not?
How far away is it?
I'm not asking you that. Does the moon get smaller as it gets closer to you when you're
I don't.
looking
Oh,
at it?
I know. I don't know where the moon's at. Besides up in the
Yeah.
air. Do you know where it's at?
I guess you
Do you know
can't
where
have
the
an
moon
honest
is at?
conversation.
Do you know where the moon is at? Besides,
You can't even talk about basic reality. As the moon,
basic reality is you can go outside and point to the moon. What else do you know about it?
know that it appears to get smaller as it goes from the horizon up in the sky, which is
The
closer to
Earth,
me
the Earth
in
is
your
round,
worldview.
and Quetz is an imposter. He thinks the Earth is round. He's lying to you all. He is not.
I still like. I mean, are you backing away from your military map now, Air Pressure?
That's your military map.
Yeah, but you showed it to explain how a compass works.
And you agreed.
And okay, so that map shows a sphere. So do compasses? The fact that compasses work, it shows that the world is a sphere, or not? Can't have it both ways.
Dude, you still think a compass like points and directs and attracts to south. It doesn't.
North and south.
No, it attracts to
Yes.
north, dude. Are you ridiculous? Do you hear yourself right now?
Yeah, I do hear myself. How do compasses work? Like, when was the last time you saw a compass? Does the needle go both north and south?
Dude, I'm holding one right
Hey,
now.
Dad, I have one right in my hand right now.
I know, I'm holding one right now.
Are you
It is
talking about
attracting to north. It is the
Are
coolest
you
thing.
talking about your phone? Are you talking about your phone?
No, I'm talking about a real fucking compass.
The needle doesn't go
You know?
both north and south.
No, it attracts to the north. I don't get it, man. It's not attracting to
And
the
what
south.
what about if you were in the southern hemisphere? Where would it go? I guess you're
Oh,
in
it'd
the
attract
northern
to the
hemisphere
north.
then.
It would attract to the north too.
No.
Oh shit! I gotta get my Australian compass. Hold up.
Wait, I'm gonna take a picture of this compass. This is it's old. Anyway, not that old, but I have a military compass out in my garage. I would get that one, but I just happen to always have a compass around. Isn't that weird?
Mine's just some $20, camping compass. But
Yeah, I got one of the plastic ones, the clear ones for maps, or no?
too. I've got a couple actually. Let's see. But he's a land surveyor, so he knows all about the different types of compasses.
Yeah, that's the one I had when he said that. I was like, that's funny you mentioned about compasses. I have one in my hand.
Oh man.
Okay, and look at that needle that you just posted.
Yeah.
It goes on opposite directions.
How
So it
come
goes
the
across
south
the
doesn't
whole
have?
compass.
How come the south doesn't have an arrow pointing for it?
Because we made it that way.
Because it only points north.
If that needle is pointed on the north, guess where the other side of that needle is pointed?
Dude, you're cock dissing
Away
hard.
from north.
It's also pointed south. Oh my
Away
god!
from north.
Cool, you're
I'm gonna
laughing
keep this
too, man.
picture too.
You're subconsciously getting it. It's not pointing south.
If that needle's pointed north, then the other side of that needle's pointed south. It might not have
Agree.
an arrow, but it's still
But
pointed
is it
that way.
attracting to the north or is it attracting to the south? You can't answer that question, can you?
It's
Why does
both.
it point-
It
okay, why
goes
does it
along the
point north?
magnetic field
Why does it point? Why does the arrow point north?
because that's how we designed the compass.
Yeah, because it doesn't point south.
We could easily make the same type of compass and have the arrow flip on the other side of it and make the little N black and have the S bigger and make it red. It'd be you couldn't tell the difference.
Be wrong.
Again, all this shows is that you're proving the sphere.
You trying to convince us or yourself, man, when you say that?
I mean, everything you're showing shows that
It shows proof for a sphere, man. Even though I can't measure the curve out in reality, no one's ever measured the spin. I can't show gas pressure without a container, but it's a sphere because of this piece of paper. You betcha.
The maps that you showed show a sphere. The compass you showed has the needle going both to the north and to the south.
The tracks to the north, we've already talked about this, man. You're cognizant hard. I know. Starting to make all this stuff up.
What else?
You know, a land surveyor would definitely understand a compass. You know what I mean? It's not difficult. Especially after the thousandth time of measuring the compass.
Check out that badass compass I posted in there. What do you think that thing does? Looks like you get elevation angles, and you can just go ahead and use that for navigation.
You know, it's really hilarious. We can add more fuel to the fire. The World Magnetic Model shows that there are two south poles, two south magnetic poles.
I see that compass right there, and I see a line going south opposite of the one going north, and then there's a painted arrow. Yep.
Which of the two magnetic south poles do compasses point to, Duncan Darth?
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh. We got
The World Magnetic Model shows two southern dipoles, not one.
Oh, he's gonna go into mode where he's just gonna hot mic.
Actually resetting right now. He had a reboot.
I'm sorry. Hang on.
Yeah, he's going into reset mode. You notice that too, huh?
Yeah.
Reset mode?
This $19 compass, this military one, this is the compass of all compasses. I can just carry this with me and figure out where I'm at if I got the right other book I need or my phone.
Does your compass point at either of the two southern magnetic poles?
It's only got one arrow that points north, and it's highlighted with the phosphorescent green, so you can only see that at night. There's no indication of south on there.
That seems pretty important if the military uses it. What do you think?
See, these guys think when I talk about things that I have and don't have, I'm pretty sure Amish believes every single thing I tell them now, because there's not one thing that I have not shown that I said I have that I didn't show.
So, are you talking about geographic South Pole versus magnetic South Pole? Is that what you're talking about when you say two South Poles?
No, it's in the World Magnetic Model, WMM.
WMF?
Yeah, World Magnetic Model.
I just realized that with just an everyday household item, you can ruin somebody's day like a compass.
Yeah, like you have to tell somebody that you have to lay it flat.
Oh, the big one that has a level to. You have to be flat when you use that, or it's inaccurate. It has a bubble level in the one side. It has to be flat, or you can't use it. Or at least level. I don't recommend holding compasses in your hands if you want accurate readings myself.
So they think when they hold it flat and level, that the needle is pointing into outer space somewhere and not somewhere on Earth.
Sorry, can you post something about this dual South Pole in the World Magnetic Model? Because I'm not finding it. Like, I found World Magnetic thing, but like I'm not seeing anything that shows like the dual South Pole.
I'm looking right at it on Wikipedia.
So can you post it? Like, can you screen grab it and post it or something? Because I'm looking at the official site.
39 minutes past the hour. Look at the bottom right.
Oh yeah, there's two blue South Poles.
Yeah. And they say one of them stays stationary and the other one moves.
Sweet. This is just like you're like the guy who just brought the firewood to the campfire just now.
Sorry, like, that doesn't really describe too much there. Like, got any more context with that?
It's about it today. Yeah, could you provide more homework?
I mean, just Google it.
I'm just. But like, I mean, you're not really giving me any context. That doesn't back up what you're saying. You're showing a picture and then you're saying some things, but you're not really backing it up.
Look, it's called the World Magnetic Model. You can Google that. This picture is from WMM 2010. And this is depicting what they talk about quite openly. This is not a conspiracy theory. Is that there are two magnetic south poles. One of them is stationary at approximately 90 degrees south, they say, and the other one is moving around and right now is somewhere in the Indian Ocean or south of Australia. So the idea that a compass can point to the south, I'm just asking, well, which south does it point to?
Question.
You know, and all of this is just to illustrate just how ugly the quote unquote globe model is. It's not a single interoperable model. There is no single model that represents all phenomena. There are separate models. And some of them seem to fit if Earth is a globe, maybe, but they don't. Not all of them, certainly. And this is just one of many examples. So, like, if you're going to come in and defend Globe Earth, you can at least be honest and acknowledge that not everything about the globe is buttoned up. You know, we think
I
we're
don't
smart,
think this
and maybe we are pretty smart, but we don't know everything.
Is this about like how the declination changes like over the course of 10 years or something? Like, I don't think there's two poles
No.
at the same time.
No,
Yeah,
so
two magnetic
it's not a
areas at the
declination
same
map.
time. Two magnetic areas at the same time. Which one does your south pointing compass point to? And by the way, like I said, the military one is the green phosphorant, so it lights up at night, or just shine a light on it, it'll hold that. There is no south to look at. There's no south pointing needle on that. So at night, you can only go north then, according to that compass.
Or you can just go opposite north or just south. What are you talking about?
Oh, I set it for
That
north.
there's a little green arrow painted on the display. The line still goes north and south.
North is a big red letter, and the south is a small S.
Yes, that's how we like. That's the design of it, though. Like, you can easily make the south the red letter, and the
you cannot.
Yes, you can.
All right, which south?
The one that's opposite the north on that compass that he's talking about.
What happens if my compass picks up the other south?
I'm sorry, but like, you're not
South.
backing up enough information to talk about the two different south poles. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really taking that seriously. I think there's only one magnetic south pole at one time. I don't think there's two different ones.
Yeah,
Incorrect. Do you see the image that's been posted? Right, in the chat where it's got the magnetic.
But there's not enough context to that picture.
Dude, I ain't finished. You understand what magnetic field lines are, right? They don't point straight lines from north to south. You can see that clearly demonstrated in the image, right? So when you get your compass out, it's following a field line. That field line might not be pointing north. That's why we've got a thing called magnetic declination. Did you know? Okay, if you don't understand that, again, I don't know how to help you. It's a fucking simple concept. The picture
I
points
know
it
you
out.
can't have a
Magnetic.
North Pole without a South Pole and a magnet.
What did I just say?
About magnetic declination, so it doesn't necessarily always point north or south.
So why wouldn't a compass face north? What did I tell you? What was that reason?
Magnetic declination.
No, magnetic declination is the calculation you have to do when your compass is following a field line that isn't pointing north. It could, your compass, be facing, following the magnetic field line, so your compass looks like it's facing north, but it's actually 90 degrees from north and facing east. This is why you have to do a magnetic declination calculation depending on your longitude and latitude. You're not just going to pull out a compass willy-nilly and follow that. That would be stupid.
I mean, I'm still going to go back to that military map that Atmosphere Container brought up. Like, I mean, militaries have to be accurate in order to be successful. That military map shows a sphere, so
That's so
that's
some
kind
captain in his office
brutal.
can point to the wall and say, "We're going to need
Pretty brutal.
7,000 gallons of fuel for this team."
Pretty brutal that the map that you
military
presented
used-
shows you
No.
a sphere.
The map that the military use, along with
simple.
Okay, is the UTC Universal Transverse Mercator Square Projection 90-degree longitude and latitude. That's the one that the military use. The ones that the British use is the same Ordnance Survey, which is a square grid system. Square grid.
Jedi, I don't know if you can look in the chat, but if you go scroll up, Air Pressure posted a map from the military showing the distances from countries and places like airports and everything, and the distance traveling, and that map shows a sphere.
And I explained to you what
that's
that's
the map I'm
for.
talking about.
Okay, ready? Let's repeat this again. So when that's hanging on the wall in some office, they say, "Look, we're going to need 55,000 gallons to send this fleet through the air that far." Well, that's about how much we're going to need for that distance. Then they make an estimate. That's what that's for.
Yeah, but it's weird that map shows that the longer lines further from the equator are actually shorter distance than the short lines.
They don't care. They're just looking for the number written down. They're looking for the number written down. They don't give a shit.
What do you mean they're just looking for the number? So then why, as you go from the center of it, are the numbers it just doesn't make sense? What are you saying?
I don't care what
the
makes
lines,
sense and what doesn't make sense to you.
That map only works on a sphere. That's your evidence showing the distances.
Prove you live on a sphere, then.
I mean, according to the evidence you posted, yeah.
So a flat piece of paper is your evidence that you live on a globe?
No, the map that you presented which shows the distances.
That map is hanging on my wall, by the way.
Well, then you should really study it because it shows a sphere.
So did you decide to run away from the two South Poles? Is that why you jumped back on the map? That is meaningless in this conversation?
For that. I just had someone tell me that. I mean, magnets have two poles. Is this what you're talking about? This Wikipedia thing that was just posted? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, so you're looking now, but you wouldn't look before when the actual thing was posted?
It was just posted. What are you talking about? It's the most recent post.
At 39 minutes after the hour, we showed you the South Pole has two poles, and you ignored that.
No, I that's just a picture. I showed it. I was like, that picture doesn't have enough context.
Okay, so this Wikipedia, this has more context?
Well, yeah, I thought, isn't this what you guys posted?
Who posted that? Why don't you look? That wasn't.
I don't know.
That wasn't Amish.
He said he got that from Wikipedia.
I don't know.
My mistake. So that's my point. Yeah, you guys haven't really presented anything about the dual South Pole thing.
Well, you could go there and read it yourself. I posted the image of it for you to look at.
I mean, yeah, but that image doesn't really have too much context. Like, that's why I'm asking for further context.
It all depends what type of pole that you're talking about. Do you think there's only one South Pole?
I mean, magnetically, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Geographically, yeah.
Yeah, magnetically, but it's different from the geographic one. As long as you understand that's fine, I can shut up.
Yep. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
So there's two South Poles then.
Well, I mean, there's a geographic one, which is just, like something that we made up. It's just, and then there's the magnetic one. So yeah, they're not gonna.
Two magnetic ones.
Like, geographic is a stationary point, where the magnetic one, due to the declination, like you guys, know about, that's why it's gonna be slightly different. So yeah, I have no problem with that.
What if you're in the Indian Ocean then?
Atmosphere. And I really appreciate you posting that military map, which you agree militaries need to be accurate. That military map shows the sphere. Thank you for posting that. I appreciate it.
Did you also notice all of the other navigational charts, which for navigation, they're going to have to be accurate, and how all of those navigational charts are flat? Because they've got to be accurate too. I can fucking pull maps out of my backside all day long, and they'd be flat, navigational purpose, ordnance surveys maps, so war maps, yeah, they'll be flat as well. The Ordnance Survey map of Great Britain is a 90-degree square projection map.
Yeah, and that military map that Air Pressure posted shows a sphere. Yes, like all maps are flat because they're on a piece of paper. But that shows the sphere.
I'll give you a military map. It's called an Ordnance Survey map. That's a flat map. Now, because that's a military map and it's a flat map, does that mean the Earth's flat now? Because you're just going to say, I've got a military map and it's a sphere. Now the Earth's a sphere. Well, I can do the fucking same thing. Military map.
How big of an area are you?
Dude.
Oh, now it depends on the size of the area. They flattened out Great Britain. They flattened out that part of the country.
The world is a sphere. Like, I mean, I think we agree that that's what that map shows. The military map.
Then the
military map shows the world as a sphere.
The military map and Ordnance Survey map that I've got is flat. Does that mean it's flat? Same.
Well, I don't know I don't know if that military map that you're talking about is just about a local area.
That's 5 times. Do you know what an Ordnance Survey map is? 5th time of
can
trying
you post it?
Yeah,
Post
sure.
it.
No, now that you finally fucking asked.
I'm assuming that's of a local area in the world.
The entirety of Great Britain.
Entirety of Great Britain.
Yeah.
So a small portion of the world.
Yeah, you can have Ordnance Survey maps. Hold on, Ordnance Survey maps of all of Europe, Australia, India, South America.
Yeah, do the one of all of Europe. That's the one I want to say.
Okay, you can Google shit, right? You know how to spell.
Oh, so you're not going to show it? Oh, you're just going to ask me to Google it?
Fuck me. So I'm going to Google it for you and get it for you. Well, you can do the same thing and look at it at your own leisure. Would you like me to type it into the engine for you?
I mean, this is your argument, so yeah, I kind of want you to present your argument.
I thought you understood what Ordnance Survey map was.
Well, I mean, but this is your argument. I don't want to present your argument.
Surveying was. I thought he understood what surveying is.
Present your argument, man. Like, Air Pressure presented his argument, which showed the fact that the world was a sphere. So, I mean, and there you go, geographic North Pole is not, and then the North Magnetic. I never disagreed with that.
So not two South Magnetic poles then.
But that's the first thing I brought up when you guys said 2 South Poles. I said, are you guys talking about the magnetic and then the geographic one?
Both magnetic. Did we showed you the chart?
Fun. Have to get home though. Get it off. But I got those images saved. Air pressure. I appreciate you giving them up. Military accurate map shows sphere. Really appreciate it. Compasses with the painted arrow.
That's right. They only point north.
It's something that we made, which points so like we can make it so that it points south.
So, we can. Let's make one point south.
Just flip the arrow. What do you mean?
Well, how come they can't do that in Australia? Why do they have to point north?
Tie every time.
Yeah. No answers for that. Let's make them point north the farthest place away.
I mean, I've said it before. He's saying it like he's convincing himself. Like, you can keep saying this map shows a ball all you want, man. But when you go outside, you're not going to find it.
So, Duncan, if you're not going to talk, then you need to mute your mic so we don't hear you doing everything else. Gary, they had a meltdown when I showed him my military compass, which has the basically a sextant built into it that you can just hold in your hand.
No meltdown. I showed that your military compass can
You
be used to point south.
You can't use it at night to go south because that arrow only glows in the dark going north.
No, yeah, you don't know how to go opposite of a direction.
All right, so you have a different word for what we call an ordnance survey map here in the UK. So your maps, I've posted your maps, your US Geological Society maps for you in the live stream. You can look at those if you want. Same premise, 90 degree squares.
So he's a surveyor. He should know this. And if they're wrong, he should argue against the government. Of course, he left.
I left?
Of course. What else? What is your other choice? To face the music or to leave?
I wanted to ask him, what position does a compass have to be in to work? What orientation? What's the only orientation that it works?
And horizontal orientation.
Oh,
And
there you go.
Mine has a level bubble, circle bubble in it that you have to be centered right on that red circle. It has to be right in it, and then you're perfectly level for that compass.
You see Manufactotum post a globe compass? That's pretty funny.
Needs a container to work. That's crazy how every single thing they present also needs a container.
Yeah, like, how do you weigh gas?
This globe compass needed a globe container to hold everything in. And he's trying to present that as you don't need it to be level. That's why, because inside that ball, it levels itself out.
Yeah.
These guys are kind of stupid sometimes.
And then things get really weird, right? They have the special southern hemisphere compasses that require magnetic weights in order to balance the needle. And I think the same thing happens in the extreme north. In the north, they say needles tend to point down, and they call that inclination. So who knows what's going on?
Manufactotum thinks this is going to save him in the woods.
Well, doesn't the N and the S and the W and the E glow in the dark on that?
Who
That's all
knows?
you need.
All I know is in order to contain that water inside that sphere, it's inside a container. What holds the water on the world ball? Since that compass needed a container to hold the water around it.
Well, it's not a vacuum.
I'm gonna put his compass in a vacuum chamber. Maybe I'll order one and see what it does. It won't even last 30 seconds.
I saw somewhere, I think it was might have been YouTube. Somebody invented an oven that cooks using vacuum.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's called like the vacuum oven. You're probably going to see a lot of sous vide machines when you Google that, but there's a machine out there that does this. The guy like put a hamburger inside of it and cooked the hamburger. Might have been actually no, it was noodles. I got it. It was I posted it in under gas pressure in the 24/7 server. They are cooking pasta.
For the cooking facility?
You got it.
Beautiful.
Oh, Jerry, wait till you see this. This was a room stopper. You ready for this?
Uh-huh. Is this the juice box of High C on Mars?
No. Look at this image I posted. Do you see the shadow from the globe Earth that's casting down?
Yeah.
And then I posted the Selenian eclipse. Everybody just shut their mouth.
I don't get it.
That shadow has to jump up onto the moon that's also up in the air on top of that ball.
Oh, yeah. And no one said anything.
No. As soon as I said put the moon above the ball, at the top of the ball so you can see it from standing on top, and the sun up in the air, you have to look up to see them, not down. That's the end of that. That's the end of the conversation.
Yeah, you got a bunch of things. You got like 3 of Radwin's Black Swans or Radwin's proofs or...
Yeah, I got a few. I like bringing in the showstoppers. This is a new one. Those go hand in hand now.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Because now I'm going to take that picture, I'm going to draw a moon up in the air on it, and then we're going to see how we can cast that shadow up in the air. If you notice, nobody's chiming in.
What do we got in the chat here? Manufactotum. He's a stick in the mud. Yui. He's a goofball.
Yeah, they got nothing left.
Manufactotum wants to regale us with stories about his idea of how the Selenelian is reproduced within his globe Earth model.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, tonight. He don't want to do it now. He's got to get his homework done on this.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
whenever he does,
Yes.
£50 says refraction.
Yes. So take that picture I posted and use that in your example, casting that shadow up onto the moon. You're going to stand on top of the ball like everybody is. You're going to hit the sun, obviously, is in the air because we see the shadow. And then you're going to put a moon up to the left on that picture, and you're going to cast that shadow up onto the moon. Upside down, Don't forget about that.
Yeah, don't explain. Demonstrate. Demonstrate how you think it works.
And let's make sure we're streaming to YouTube.
It's Friday. It's going to be a good night. I can feel it already.
Low proof. Yes, finally. Tonight's the night we can shut down the main server and all leave and disperse.
I don't know if anybody's read Yui's top 5 worst flat Earth arguments. He's put in there that gas pressure requires a container as a bad argument. Sounds like Yui's got a problem with physics and PV equals nRT. Pressure and volume. Volume, the container. You can't have pressure and volume without your container, mate. So you're going to have to demonstrate PV equals nRT without the volume in it. Good luck with that.
There you go.
That volume provides the force. That thing that the gas is pressing against is providing the force. If you'd like to take that out of the equation and demonstrate that, good luck. Fuck me. Yeah, this weekend's going to be interested if Yui, after his fucking 4 months here, thinks that gas pressure without a container is one of the top 5 worst arguments. Yeah, PV equals nRT, my friend. Checkmate.
To help him out, I posted from NASA how rocket engines work with that, and they have the formula in there, and it doesn't work. They're showing you that it really doesn't work.
Oh yeah, you got a little P0. That gets them every time. That 0.
Yeah, it hurts.
It's right there on the far edge of the PowerPoint slide, so they're hoping people will just like, oops, nope, ignore it.
And they didn't make the 0 to look... They made it... Yeah, P0, they made it so small that it's hard to see, like you said.
So yeah, you could replace P with, we could give them 10 to the negative 17 torr. Or how about just 10 to the negative 6?
That would be fine. But that number cannot change when the exhaust is released. Like if you use a regular vacuum chamber, the number will change when you put an engine in it.
Like I tell people to take a shop vac, put their mouth on the end of the hose, turn it on, and breathe out as hard as you can. Try to push that shop vac across the floor.
You know, you can't take a garden hose and sit on the bottom of your pool and breathe air. No takers on that, huh? Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've tried it. I've had swimming pools my whole life.
There was a time you could drink from that garden hose and it'd be all right.
Well, if you sit on the bottom, you try to suck that air down. The water's forcing that air, whether it's in the hose or not, out. Your eyes will pop out of your head before you'll get air out of that hose. That's why they use air compressors to force air down into divers' suits. That's why they don't just leave a hose sticking up at the top of the surface, or you wouldn't even need those compressors.
I think with the right amount of contortion and the right amount of water that's sitting still in the hose, you could probably bend it in such a way to make a vacuum and suck your guts out.
You probably could. If it was stuck on your mouth and you plugged your nose. That's what would happen. All you'd have to do is just, get water in it and get enough water in the one end sticking out of the pool and just kind of do the siphon thing. Put your thumb over it, point it way down real fast and let go. And see what happens to the guy in the pool.
And before siphons require gravity.
It's going to be a rough time in here for Globers because I'm done for the day.
So you're at the end of a 16-hour shift, or you had one?
No, I just worked yesterday like 16 hours from home.
Oh, okay. That's what you were saying. Gotcha.
I worked this morning. I got shit going on in the background, but I don't have any more meetings that I don't have to report to anybody or make an appearance or make a call or talk to anybody or even read an email if I don't want to.
Maybe you can report to some of the Globers, some of the anti-flats that squat in here.
Maybe we should make a server that looks like that's an anti-flat server, right? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like the website flatearth.ws.
Yeah, we'll make one that's like anti-flat Earth, and we'll go in there and we'll be anti-flat Earthers, and at the same time we'll just be flat smacking the crap out of them because they won't know what's hitting them. We'll just be dumb Globers flat smacking ourselves, and these guys won't know the difference. I just won't go on voice.
Yeah, it's like creating the most terrible Glober memes on Earth that only the Globers are fooled by.
Oh, this would be great. It's just that's definitely a CIA move right there.
Totally.
Well, I do. Now that I have my studio set up, you guys will not know it's me talking if I want it to be that way.
So the power went out randomly in my neighborhood, and it's my day off. What are the chances?
What, are you on your phone?
Yeah.
That's good. Of course that's going to happen. Are you guys getting any weather there yet?
Not yet, but we're ready. We already did our shopping, so we're good.
Next week we got a biggie coming.
That reminds me, I need to get the snowblower out of the basement, bring it up to the garage. Fun.
And mine just decided it's not going to start this year, so now I got to clean the carburetor again because I have a habit of putting it away with the gas in the line still.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
I started though during the summer, so I don't expect that to happen. You know what I mean? I run it. Just push button start. It's a big one. Just run a cord to it, hit the button, it starts right up. I have it in the garage. It just spins and spins and spins. Wants to start. So I know that's a sign that it's not getting enough. Carburetor's clogged. It's dirty.
Yeah, that could be planned obsolescence.
Do you know there's Globers in here that do not know how machines work?
No, really.
And they want to tell us how machines work.
What? Get out.
Happens all the time. They want to tell us how machines work, but they've never seen one in their life, but somebody else saw one.
Sounds like imposter syndrome.
Speaking of which, so my last meeting, my boss was like, so this year we're going to focus a little bit different. You seem to be needing to get deep into data, so we're going to probably focus you on being one of the SQL guys for the team. I'm like, oh, that's such a relief. I don't have to go solve stupid problems on the floor when people can't figure out why a light's not on one of our devices. We're going to hand that off to the new engineers because I don't have time for that shit is basically how I said it in the meeting. I don't have time for that shit, Kurt. And he's like, I agree.
That's great. I really like those jobs or tasks where you can just kind of like put your head down and not have to worry about anybody else meeting anybody's deadlines or have anybody breathe down your neck. You can just get stuff done.
Yeah, I mean, of course there's deadlines, but I'm setting the deadlines because I'm at the data point. So I'm going to say, well, for me to get this organized for you guys to be able to handle it, which I do that side also, so I know what's needed, I'm going to need 2 months. 2 months of look back, which means I need to get tags on machines, look back in history 2 months, and then start deciding what we're going to need from all that data. Once I get that structured and figured out, I can hand it off now. And they all agreed, yeah, that's probably the best way to do it.
Guys, I have a question, guys.
All right, go for it.
Have any of you ever made love to a man?
Yui, you're up, dude.
He failed.
I was about to say, I think Amish has. He seems like the type.
Oh, am I your type, Yui?
Yeah, that's an interesting question that I don't know the answer to.
Question: who isn't your type?
Female.
Well, actually, you say that like I'm a hoe, but I just like older men, and everyone in here is older, so, you know.
Oh, you're looking so you don't have to go to work.
You need a sugar daddy.
Exactly.
Are you a chubby chaser, Yui?
Yeah, oh, definitely he is.
You all thought I was here for the flat earth. No.
No, you're here for the flat earth, you chubby chaser.
Yeah, if it's got money, he's going after it. Just like that other one, riding on eggshells. Sitting at home playing on the computer all day while boyfriend's at work.
Playing Kerbal Space Program, right?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'm going to try to get an acting job. And of course, because you're not doing anything else. You're relying on somebody else.
You got to wonder who funded his trip. Like, he took like an 18-month trip around the world. Like, how much does that cost? That's like a lot of money, dude. Like, where do you?
Doesn't he live on the ocean?
I think he lives in Australia.
In a condo on the beach.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've seen him with this camera on, looking off the balcony into the ocean.
Blessed life. Why don't you go after him, Yui?
Probably talking to him. Tell him we're talking about him.
Yeah, here we are babbling on about it. He's already up in his DMs.
Watch an appearance show up today, unless he's banned from here or something. I don't think so. At least not for me.
It's been a while since he's been in here.
Well, we can go and look in our special list if we need to see if he's actually in there.
I don't think he is actually.
We haven't seen Rob Noxious lately unless he got a permaban.
I saw him in Gem Pandas.
Oh, he's always in there.
He got any more? Does he have any more flat Earth proofs? Because the one he presented was the bomb. How sunset on a flat Earth.
I know it's off topic, but have you guys seen that crazy video from Miami? What happened a few days ago?
No. What?
So yeah, I think people are still learning about this, but a few days ago, a mall in Miami was surrounded by like 75 cop cars and helicopters and you name it. And there's not a single news reporting, police blotter, or anything about it except for a couple crazy tweets, and then it got silent.
Looks like they didn't get something. Something didn't come through. A prop didn't show up.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean, right?
I know exactly what you mean.
A prop can be a person, place, or thing.
Yeah, maybe it showed up at the other mall. But yeah, not a single bit about it, at least not officially. Just a lot of rumors. And there's some crazy stuff about 8 to 9 foot tall creatures seen walking around inside the mall, and gunshots of nervous mall pedestrians shooting at them. But, you know, that's about as unverifiable as the globe, so.
So New Year's Eve, people were testing out their new shotguns apparently, because that's all I heard going around here. Because I was going to join in on the fun, but I was lazy. I want that code that level 100 Globe Earth Guardian posted, so I wonder if I can go to the site and get it. That Python script. I'm going to Python script that thing right into a bot in here for us so that we can go ahead and give you anybody's location at any time when that thing's going to appear.
Why is there an Ivan Stanojevic.me URL inside of that supposed NASA satellite code?
Now you're going to make me read the code. I got to get close to the screen, and I'm at 200% on some of these monitors. Got to go get glasses again. So, what we have here, folks, is a guy is running an API from his server in his office or his home or wherever you want to call it, which is running an API, which is just reading some code from a data file. Nothing to do with satellites.
Well, that's boring.
Now I got to find out what this place is. Oh boy, this is interesting.
What you got?
Here's where the data comes from. A guy's website.
Okay, so some jabronis got the code. And it's calling data from like an ephemeris or two ephemerides. And it's also utilizing lat and long. So it's like, yeah, nothing we haven't really seen before here, guys.
So what's happening in that code is he's hosting the database on that server.me server. This thing has got a lookup table in for that API, and it just looks up things. So whatever numbers he wants to punch in, he can punch in. It's not coming from a satellite, is what I'm trying to tell you. Ooh, boy. Oh, this is nice. Now I have to hope I can get an account with these people. Right here. api.nasa.gov. I should be able to get a bunch of information out of these APIs if I know what I'm looking for.
I bet some of the good stuff would require a phone call, but it'd still be pretty easy to get.
So check it out. So that guy that's hosting his own API is using the API from NASA to feed it through. So when you use his code, he gets to see all the people using his code.
Clever.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's like a cybersecurity guy.
I'm sure it's something like that. It's
Yeah.
NASA this, NASA that. Look at his page. Or whatever he's got.
So, you could imagine someone like this could be writing a paper for their degree on, the susceptibility of online users to whatever. And then he puts out this code and says, hey, guys, this is NASA's orbital trajectory prediction code. and he's just really testing people's susceptibility to security compromises. And then these guys at FlatEarth.ws pick it up and then show it to all these Globers, and then all the Globers run the code. I mean, you could almost say, what if FlatEarth.ws is run by flat earthers to deep troll the Globers? You know what I'm saying? Because look at how bad these memes are, and just look at what could be potentially behind them, like this guy's code.
Check this out. I found something even more interesting. I'm on NASA's website, right? And here's a sample that they're giving me on how to use one of the APIs. And look at example query on the bottom.
That is weird.
How do you like that? This whole thing is just run by this guy. Because you know what? When I do papers, my name is in those links because they're the links that I'm creating when I'm making the things. I just reviewed one fucking at 9 o'clock. Make sure my name's in those links and stuff because they have to be correct for the code and et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, yeah, make sure you're using my link because mine's the one where the data is coming from, et cetera. And sure enough, all this guy is he just sits at a desk at NASA and he's running the API website, it looks like.
If he's even at NASA. Now, here's an interesting question. If NASA is hosting a link to this guy's website, as well as code that's running on it, has like the Department of Defense Information Security Office or whoever, have they done like all the code integrity and code security analysis on whatever's being run? Have they looked at how vulnerable the server is that it's hosted on? I mean, have they done any of this stuff, any of this like pen testing and auditing of this code? Because what could happen if somebody malicious actor takes that over because it doesn't appear to be under the strict government control and inject some malware into that? It could, wreak havoc on so many people's phones and devices. It'd just be insane.
It's not a secure website, this API either. So that's also another thing. My APIs that I run are HTTPS. This one is HTTP.
Oh, look at that. That's even sillier. Jeez, guy. There's something weird going on with this. This looks like an op.
It sure does. It looks like they're just pushing data out to pretend satellites are up there doing things.
Can you guys help me to understand what you're talking about real quick?
You're going to have to scroll up.
Okay.
Up to 26 minutes after the hour, somebody posted Python code that shows when we can look at the ISS transiting or something, whatever. Whatever. Visibility of the ISS. So I was like curious to find out. So I'm looking at the code in that little clip. And I went to the API website and I found the guy at 31 minutes after the hour. And then when I went into his website, I found links to these APIs at NASA at 33 minutes after the hour. And inside NASA's available endpoints are this guy's website. NASA.
So the government agency is referring to a private guy.
Yes,
giving us the food.
And it's not a secure website either. Look at the example query. It's HTTP, not HTTPS.
What?
Yeah.
Can you confirm that NASA uses as a source a private guy who just gives codes for
Hold
the
on.
satellites?
Yeah, hold on. I'm just going to screenshot. I got to make sure my name's not in any of this. So give me a break. So I'll give you this much. I'll give you this much of it. This is the website. What's the address say?
Dude, they're going to be black helicopters swirling overhead. We stumbled upon something crazy.
And we're blasting it out on YouTube.
1 second. What did you ask? What does what say?
NASA has a security leak, according to me. if I was a security guy, I would be questioning who is this guy and why is this API not secured?
Wait, can you make this more understandable to someone who's a bit like who's 23 and is not that knowledgeable about this kind of stuff?
Yeah, hold on. You know what the other question is, Radwin? Is why is this code snippet and this URL also appearing in this anti-flat Earth meme? For what purpose? Anyway, to continue, back
Oh
explaining what code.
my! Oh, I just get what you're saying now.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, more from like a counterintelligence standpoint. What's going
So
on here?
we know what Flat Earth WS is now. It's just a CIA website run by that one guy, or putting him in front.
Yeah, there's a connection here, and they're looking to collect data.
That's why it's an unsecure API running through this guy.
They're data collecting and trying to target who's who in the zoo, man.
But I still don't get it. Is the source code is going back to a source of a private citizen who is supplying the source code for satellite tracking to the government agency, in this case NASA.
Correct.
And what is the security issue? Because I don't understand that point.
How does a private guy host the API for NASA.gov?
And why is this private guy's URL showing up in this flatearth.ws code?
Yeah, why is that showing up there? It should say api.nasa.gov for that link, not Ivan Stanovic.
Yeah, like his personal brand page.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, so like, what are the consequences? Think like maybe you're a Department of Defense, Pentagon, cybersecurity guy, and this issue comes across your desk.
You should really save this, and then when it comes up in the next live stream of some famous flat Earth YouTuber, see it change within 1 day. I don't know. Dude, how many times have we seen things and pointed things out, and NASA just changed it real quick, and then
I'm gonna exploit the fuck out of these APIs. Is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go on my other machine that does special things behind a VPN, and I'm gonna play around with these guys.
Yeah, completely legally, right? Because that's what we do.
Legally.
Yes, I'm gonna use the API. It's public.
Perfect. Thank you. We're on YouTube. Hello, friends.
Hey, we have a guy in here in the side chat. Soon Flat Earth will be still in memory. People will be taking selfies with the Earth in the background. Oh, great, man. Maybe then we get the first real picture of the Earth.
Yeah, remember that 1978 news headline that said moon base in 20 years? Escape to the future, because that's all you have, hope.
Okay, now I just want to look into this myself. Example query.
Yeah, we got to talk about this again and keep it going over the weekend. I think we can gin up some excitement over the topic. And this guy Ivan, or whoever he is, and whoever's actually monitoring his website are going to notice a spike.
Yeah, so I have to be careful how I do this. So let me switch my machines. I'll be back.
Well, if there's a bigger the bigger problem would be if there's already someone in here that is going to give that information over, and then it's already fixed. Which I bet.
Well, do you remember when we used to use the? Do you remember when we used to use the null school azimuthal equidistant map as an example of data on a flat Earth projection, and then they just took it off the website? It was like,
yeah.
Hold on, what? Why are they doing that? It's just a projection, right? Oh no, turns out.
Yeah, or like
Do you know
Walter
when they-
Bislint's taking down his flat Earth simulator thing because he learned that we were all using it.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, and then he put a caveat in there that I don't think it's possible or something like. I don't think that this is actually happening. It's like, bro, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the idea exists independently of you anyway.
Was Walter giving a statement why he put it down? Or did he give a statement?
I don't know. I didn't even know he pulled it down, but it doesn't surprise me. This is a fallacy I don't have a name for. It's like when they say, when X person says a thing, what do they really mean by it? Because this was kind of Scott Mackey's, that clown, his argument the other day for the paracosm thing. But I've actually heard it in many other sort of ways, like referred to before. Like they'll say, "Oh, well, the original person doesn't have the opinion that you have, therefore you can't use anything they've said." I don't even have a name. It's so stupid. I don't have a name for it.
Yeah, and how like so many people are doing this all of a sudden, right? It almost seems like in another sense too that people get a memo, like they're on, in some back chat somewhere, and a certain topic or idea becomes the next theme or meme or whatever of the week.
Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it loud? Is it quiet?
You sound close.
I sound like I'm in my studio now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can play around on this one. The other one, not so much. The other one's my supercomputer. That's connected to something.
We got a Glober melting down in chat right now. Alex, you want to come off your mic?
Yeah, Alex, what are you having a meltdown about? You have misinformation you want to tell us? He's afraid.
Oh, the side chat lurkers are always the ones who can't open their mouth. Maybe because they're sounding like this or something.
No, that's Slavic. He said.
I'm just
So
joking.
if you're not a he, what are you?
Your mother.
Hey Alex, we can hear you doing stuff. How about you use your mouth and actually bring forth some evidence for a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying for an ever spinning void of darkness? Where gas pressure is right next to a vacuum going against the second law of thermodynamics. How about you prevent some evidence for that spinning ball? Mr. R, a topographical stationary plane of Earth that matches my senses is so stupid to believe in or even acknowledge. I want to acknowledge my spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying for an ever-expanding void belief because that makes much more logical sense because everybody who wakes up in the morning feels the Earth spinning. Duh. Oh, I can do it very quick, but I'm afraid last night with some young people who quite get nothing from me talking too fast, right? So I gotta be a bit more slower and precise. But as you can see, just like predicted, 2 minutes ago, he's not going to open his mouth since he's a side chat hustler. And most of these people are just here to cry and cry about how much Flat Earth hurts them. Oh, these people don't want to believe in the spinning ball. Please. Give me my globe model I can put on my desk.
He's mad because you keep calling him a he. You have to call him a she.
Well, maybe he's gonna open his mouth and I can see if it's she or he. Because I can definitely hear sounds coming from the microphone. It's not hard to just say, hi,
I'm
hello.
literally biological female. I don't know why you keep calling me a he for no reason.
Oh, you can talk. That's wonderful. Now I can say it's a she.
I'm eating right now. Give me a minute, alright?
Oh, you're eating. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Oh,
You could
God.
have said it before.
She's British. Oh no, she's British. This is going to be a while.
Enjoy your food, miss. My lady. Darling.
British females are always trouble, just to let you know.
You guys might want to show each other your proofs if you know what I mean.
No, I don't get that one. I'm German, man. You gotta. I don't get jokes, man.
All right, well, it was in the gutter, like a good German mind should be, so never mind.
Funny.
Listen, he's Amish. He's probably German himself.
Can I tell? Can I tell a white joke or an Asian joke?
Sure, man.
Of course.
Hold on a
That
second.
was pretty
I gotta
funny.
make sure,
That
I gotta
was a
make
pretty
sure I can
funny
tell
joke.
this.
Yeah, that was a great.
Did you like that one?
You should have just ended it right there.
Oh, someone posted a GitHub link from this guy.
Oh, so the guy finally left at making these weird shit.
Hey, now I'm interested, Alex. What you eating?
Are you eating haggis?
Are you having a cup of coffee? Oh, sorry, tea. French toast with chocolate. I also don't drink coffee, which is good.
Does anyone know why two Asians can't have Caucasian children?
I don't know. Why can't Caucasians have Caucasian children?
Asians,
Oh, okay. Why can't Asians have Caucasian children?
because two Wongs don't make a white.
Yeah, I like that.
See, somebody's unpacked their Christmas crackers from the 1970s. That's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. British man. Hope you're doing well, Jedi.
I'm always doing something, mate. You can say that's well. That's fine. Everything's good there.
That's nice.
Been looking into this whole physics mumbo jumbo for a bit now. Trying to understand some of the deeper mathematical equations with regards to gas pressure and all of this stuff. One thing you'll always notice, though, when describing or trying to determine any amount of gas pressure, is you're always going to need a volume. That volume will be defined by the container, because that container has to exert a force on the gas it is pressing against to create gas pressure. So it's even embedded within our mathematical equations. It's beautiful. You're gonna need a container, even when you're doing maths.
Amen. It is the thing is this, right? I think there's a reason why words have been chosen distinctively to describe something, right? When it comes to the horizon or gas, pressure, there's a distinctive reason why these words have been chosen. It's the same within the German language. We have certain words within that word you would say it describes the very thing you're talking about. And
All right,
definitely,
so I'm going to go. Do you want to go to the post office? Oh, okay.
We're going to the post office. What's going on?
but that was a good example, right? The post office, another one. Anyways, horizon
Am I on?
and get.
What's up? What's up?
I'm not on mic, am I?
What the fuck?
He was hot miking.
That's fucking weird. Am I hot micing? Is that
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, bro.
Can you got? Oh, dude, it's showing that I'm off. I didn't even turn it on, man.
There you go.
So the
Sorry
point
about,
is,
dude. Sorry about that. I had no idea. It's a new phone. I just got fiber optic. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, man.
no problem.
You got your
man.
phone
It's all
connected to
good.
fiber optics?
Well, at my house Wi-Fi just got fiber optics yesterday.
That's good, man.
So,
Are you calling Discord on your phone?
dude, all I know is I got an app that I have. Dude, I'm a retard. Maybe I shouldn't use the word. Yeah, I can use the word retard on here. Yeah, I'm a retard. I don't know how this shit works.
Yeah, it's all right. I call Discord on my phone too, man.
Well, it's not. I'm not calling Discord. It's an app on my phone, man. I don't know what's going on.
1-800-DISCORD. Hello. Can I have the politics 24/7 flat Earth server, please? Yes, let me connect you right away.
Press
Nothing's
1 for
easy,
24/7
man.
flat Earth.
Dude, this is why I don't ever come on the Discord because I'm just too. I'm too scatterbrained, man. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay to be a boomer. Anyways, gas pressure, right? Jedi, you would agree. It's pressing against something. That's why they use the word gas pressure to describe the phenomena. So, how can you have gas pressing, or how can you describe something as gas pressure when you have a containment that is really not a containment at all, because it's just a surface area where you have a gas pressure, quote unquote, lying above with no containment at all, right next to a vacuum? How can this ever be called gas pressure? Because it's not pressing against anything. Even if you would the warping and even if you would introduce the warping and bending of space-time, which are concepts and there's no proof of it so far, it's just a story and based on mathematical equations, and we would use the pushing force, how can we call something that is pushing down gas pressure? Because gas pressure only works in reality when you have a containment to press against the walls of it, per definition of what gas pressure actually is. So the only thing that a glower can do is to become a sophist, like they always do most of the time, and do sophistry. Map, 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 babble, 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 is the only way to explain gas pressure pressing against a vacuum and a container that doesn't exist. Amazing. What a fish story.
She thinks that if I have a ball in my hand and a ball in this hand and I throw them at each other, that creates air pressure on my walls.
I know, I've heard that, man. And it's very sad. I have literally heard people explaining the atmosphere and gas pressure by saying, "Oh, I can wave my hand through the air, because when I wave my hand through the air, I feel something pressing against my hand.
You don't even
This
want
must
to
be
take people
proof."
down that road because that's a retarded way to even bring up for them. Because Alex, or whatever your name is going to present how you can have gas pressure without a container, period. You can say "nah" all you want.
Maybe let her finish her French toast with chocolate.
Don't they eat bangers and mash or something?
I thought they eat like bacon and beans and
Blood
white
pudding or
toast.
something, or blood bread or bread pudding or something weird shit like that.
Yeah.
We eat faggots in England.
We also bum them. How about that?
Well, I would be actually curious, Jedi. What's your favorite food, man? Since you're from Britain.
Chinese, Indian, Italian.
But what you eat casually in the morning as a Brit?
Yeah,
What do I-
Chinese or Indian.
Yeah. Pizza, burgers. I don't know. Anything that isn't English, I think.
Gotcha.
I do like a good sausage roll, though, not going to lie.
I have to say there's something I wanted to mention about that. British Indian cuisine is actually different to Indian cuisine, and that's like it's actually taught differently. It's not just that they do it differently; it's actually a different standard of food. So that's kind of interesting. So when you go to an Indian restaurant in the UK, it's actually British food. Interestingly,
Same with United States in a way. They do the same kind of thing with their Indian food. It's Americanized so that we'll eat it.
I wanted to actually ask something. Right? What the fuck is vodka sauce?
Isn't it like some kind of barbecue sauce?
I won't order it when it says that because of what it says. Not because I'm anti-alcohol or anything, because I don't want a hangover.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me what vodka sauce is.
I think the question's wrong. I think it's not what is vodka sauce. I think the question's who is vodka sauce. Vodka sauce is a Russian stripper.
I was going to say, it sounds like some sauce you're going to get off some guy working there.
No, I've been watching some food bloggers on TikTok recently, and virtually every pizza place has vodka sauce. I have no idea what it is. Well, I mean, I'm assuming there's vodka in it, but I don't know what else.
What is vodka sauce?
I'm not familiar with vodka soul. Could you
Oh.
provide more context?
Vodka sauce.
This is just what happens after about.
Interested in pairing with vodka?
Okay, this thing is stupid. Is it putting it in Russian? What is vodka sauce?
The new girl put that in the text what it is, and it sounds like that's not Italian, so I'm not cooking it that way.
Yeah, that's definitely not something Italian. I can affirm that.
Yeah, I was going to ask when she says who adds the vodka? Is that Italians? Is that Russians? Is that Polish? Who adds the vodka? Where did this come from?
I mean, they're Americans, so it could be anything.
Yeah, I was going to say if this is from Britain, then this is what happens after about 30 years of migration from Poland to England. Pretty much what it is.
Do you reckon what happened is that, like, all these Italians arrived in New York and they started making all this pizza, and then like some Poles arrived and they're like, "I like the pizza, but more vodka." And then they just invented vodka sauce, and that was that.
I think that's the general idea, mate. Yeah, that's what happened with us. And you were talking about Indian food earlier, right? the birth of the curry. And like you said, that the English curry isn't the same as an Indian curry. We just added, I think it was like Campbell's soup or something to it. Like, so add some more tomato, and there we go. We've got some kind of curry.
Yeah, a bit of cream as well. There's more cream.
Curry. So, how long does it take to eat a French toast with chocolate? In other words, is there ever going to be the point where you're going to start talking? Or is this just a side chat hustle? Doom dim doom 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 dim doom 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 dim doom 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 dim doom. We are
Hello?
waiting. Hello. We're waiting for a lady to use her mouth instead of crying in the chat. Oh, I hear the
No, let me
music.
go check the chat. Let me see what's going on in the chat here. Oh, women are crying again while men are trying to be rational and reasonable. Like, wow. I'm not shocked. A shocker. What a surprise.
This music is so good.
What's the argument? Like, or the discussion? We'll call it a discussion, not an argument. What's the discussion?
1 second, let me just enjoy that song.
Okay,
Also,
that's pretty much our theme room. That's the theme to our room. We're always waiting.
That's true.
Well, I kind of want to. I know you guys are live, and I'm sorry if I'm a little tired.
Well,
But
I just want to quickly tell you, air pressure without a containment to be explained is what air pressure contains water said, Effie Warden. And she said yes in chat, but now it has been already 5 minutes again, and she has not yet, and she's still chatting instead of using her mouth. I've been on your flat of disk and you just chimp out. Yeah, it's a disc. It's it's like a CD actually.
what is the difference? What is the difference between rationality and being logical and having some form of emotional intelligence? Like, I feel like with flat Earth and with like whatever the government is telling us, it's all based off of emotions. Like, look at this CGI cartoon, Mr. Blue Marble, or look at this thing. It's everything has to be emotional. Like, so my question is like, where's the line that we draw in the sand between our emotions and our like realistic like observations of life in general? Like, why is everything so emotionally based? That's my question.
Well, I think it depends on the person, right? Some person can not be so emotionally based, but I can get very emotional when I need to wait for someone to actually use their mouth and answer someone else's question. No, I'm just joking. But I'm really just waiting actually for that one person to now explain to us how we can have gas pressure pressing against nothingness. Thank you.
So to actually address the question that was asked, I actually think that it is rational to be emotionally intelligent. That might seem like a cop out answer, but we are social creatures and we live in groups and we converse and we progress in groups. So having a certain amount of emotion is rational, but being led by your emotions isn't rational. So that's where I would draw the line. Being aware of your emotions and aware that they are emotions, and then but still being led by your logic and by your rationality and not by them, by your emotions. That would be my answer.
Good answer.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. To go off of that, I would like to also say, like, you know, there's a lot of nomadic principles, so to speak, like nomads, like people who they didn't necessarily live by the rules, so to speak, but they still were successful, and you know, their path to like find the truth and like try to be reasonable and intelligent on different levels. There's emotional intelligence, there's intellectual intelligence. So it's like the question that I have, this is the next question, and I'll shut up. I know we're streaming live. I'm sorry, guys, but this is the next question I have. So are we gonna be like I feel like a lot of people who trust NASA or the globe are very emotionally driven, but where is the like natural intelligence, and where is like I feel like in these discussions, you know, you can call them arguments or debates, but I feel like if you want to have an actual discussion, like I'm not trying to be mean. I'm really not. I don't hate Globers. If they believe in the globe, we were all brainwashed by the globe at some point. I'm not going to hate on you and have disdain for you or resentment for you. What I'm saying is, like, if you want to have this discussion, like, when are people going to be nice about it? Can we just have a civilized, nice discussion? I'm not saying that anybody owes me that. I'm just asking, like, can we just talk about this without like name calling? See, you know, you go look at the chat there, and these people are fighting on both sides. Okay, let's just have a chat. Let's have a tea
Can't
time.
Can't we
Wouldn't
just
that be
all get
nice?
along?
Yeah, can we just all get along?
I highly agree, man, and I understand your standpoint, but trust me, due to the fact that there's so many individuals involved in this, and we're on the internet, you know, the internet is like the Wild West, so to say. That is a utopian, dystopian, um, you know, I wish it would be the way you say, right? But I'm just saying it would be utopian, dystopian that it would actually get to this point at any time. You know, I mean, yesterday we had like, I don't know, I was there like for 8 hours or something, building something on my desk, and we had like 10 to 12 people coming in just for split seconds, 4 seconds, saying flat earthers are F blah blah, you know, the worst things you can imagine, right? Because I don't know, maybe they have lost in debates, and you know, then they come back 5 days later because their mind has been shattered, and they just want to show us where flat earth hurts them or something. That's why they come in here for split seconds to, you know, interrupt everybody and say bad things. But yeah, that's what I call the Wild West of the internet, right? You will have the best of people, but also the worst of people, you know?
Okay, so it's been like that for the last 20 years. Like, I'm 37, so I've been on the internet since I graduated high school in 2004. Like, I've been in the Wild West of the internet. But what I'm saying is, you know, I'm agreeing with you. But what I'm saying is, like, why can't we just have a discussion about questioning authority or questioning the narrative, we'll say narrative, without it resulting to name calling? You know, a lot of these bad actors that come in here and they come into this chat in the last 5 years I've been in this 24/7 live, like in the, you know, on and off, like Okay, so when you're having a discussion and you're having an talking about things, why does it have to result in name calling? It's the most child. It's like
man.
they call it like ad hom or a straw man or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, just talk and be nice and just have a discussion about it. Like, why are you so scared of questioning the narrative or questioning, the authority or questioning, like, just every single time it's a one-sided argument.
I have an important break to make right now.
Okay, sorry.
If you go to 14 minutes after the hour, we're going to see the Chinese space station pushing a ping pong ball down in water, and it stays there. Notice how the top of the water is staying flat and level. They forgot that part.
Did you post that in the text chat here? Oh, I
Earth
see
is
it.
like
Okay.
it.
Yeah,
It's
I see it now.
14 minutes
Yeah.
after the hour.
Yeah, I see it now. I'm sorry. I was looking at the other GIF that the guy posted.
He's, by the way, that's what he always does, right? When he has nothing else to say or to show, he always puts these gifs in. It's the only thing he got. That's where you can see it as the only thing that holds him to this whole vain belief that he has good Hollywood studios bringing him some nice imagery. I mean, they're not even good, actually, mostly bad actors.
Is he even in the voice chat? Earth is life. Is that who you're talking about?
I don't know. He's probably listening to the live stream, man.
Who knows?
Okay, so here's my not argument, but my rebuttal to that is Jesus, man, this stuff with the Chinese and the
There is no rebuttal. When you watch that in motion, that water wants to keep going flat, even though they're fucking around with it. And it still goes flat after they put the ping pong ball that has water inside of it into the water. Some magic trick.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at that. Yeah. Is he like blowing through a straw to push that down? That's what it looks like. Like he's putting the straw in his mouth to
I
blow
don't
it.
know. I wasn't paying attention to that. That's what they want you to focus on. It's called sleight of hand.
Yeah, sleight of hand. Yeah, something. He's doing something with that.
Look at the ping pong ball. Don't look at the water in the studio. On a table. Why is the glass on a table? Why isn't it floating around? None of these Globers are critical thinkers.
Are you saying I'm not a critical thinker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Gas pressing against something, hence gas pressure. How can you have gas pressure without a containment to press against? And please don't tell me something about Benny and Warpy space-time.
Blue car, are you like what? I don't want to use labels or whatever, but are you like a globe earther or flat earther? Or are you a bad actor? What's going on, dude?
Why do you give him a second question? I actually wanted to hear him being a critical thinker.
I wanted to hear about. He asked me, "Does that mean I'm not a critical whatever? You know, think I'm a critical thinker?" Yeah, I said, "Yeah." So what's next?
I think I'm a critical thinker.
I think I'm a critical thinker.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're a critical thinker, right? Did you somehow forgot to react to my question? Because when I talk to real critical thinkers, they actually react to my questions.
What was your question?
Oh, interesting. The question was
I just
the word
came in.
Yeah, the word gas pressure, right? Means
Yeah.
there's this word pressing in it, right? Gas pressure, pressing against something. How can we have gas pressure without a containment right next to a vacuum?
Well,
that's why I think that
Okay.
we say, "Oh, this is this gas and this is that gas."
I'm glad it's a tag team because this is going to be good. We're live stream, so I like
Here,
taking two people down at the same time. This will be funny.
Here, give me a minute. Give me a second to get the physics right.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are two critical thinkers, renowned in the globe field, they said. So we are going to examine what they have to say today.
Bro, let
Yeah.
him get the physics right, please.
Yeah, just give the guy a second because he has to load up his browser on Xbox.
Well, he's got to get the chatbot running on it, and then he's going to ask it questions. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use the FE chatbot to debate his chat questions. Am I right, guys?
The Chat GPT, whatever it's called. Yeah.
You guys are cracking me up.
I've been doing this a long time. I fight fire with fire.
So what were you saying, Brad? About give me a second so I can get the chemicals or whatever.
He's going to get
the
all
physics right. I'm just reading on stuff I don't fully know, so I don't sound stupid.
So I can read up too, so we're on the same page, like the term means.
Yeah.
You know,
He's
you shouldn't.
basically googling something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You shouldn't worry about sounding stupid. You should worry about being stupid. Like if you have a question, there's plenty of guys in here, a handful of guys that I'm not an expert as far. I mean, you know, I'm well versed.
I'm here. I'll answer your questions, and there's a bunch
Yeah,
of us
exactly.
here.
That's what I was saying. Like, just dude, it's right here. You don't have to go to Google.
Bro, if you just would have said, I don't know, I would say, great, man. That's a good answer. Because I can tell you. Yeah.
So
You know,
from
really.
So from what at first I was correct. The way gas pressure works in atmosphere is the same way water pressure works for the most part. It's gravity pushing down on the stuff.
Great. Now let's talk about that. So,
yeah,
you think gravity's pushing down on water then?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, not pushing down, but like all mass
is
is
the reason why my swimming pool is flat.
It's technically it's not flat. It's your swimming pool actually kind of clings up to the edges, so it's hard to see with your eye, but it
1 inch off the edge all the way around. Is it flat?
Not really.
No. Oh boy. Are you? How sure are you that you're sitting here talking to me on Discord?
Well,
Irrelevant. What about surface tension? Is that what you're talking about?
100%.
Like you fill a glass up with water, it almost spills over, but it kind of like bubbles up.
0 to
you know?
100%. How sure that you're talking to me on Discord?
I don't see your point.
Answer the question.
I don't know. I hear your voice coming in. It's possible I'm hallucinating all of this from the basement.
99%er. Anybody else? You guys can take over from here. I've done my job.
Thank you.
Give you both of you 100%.
You know, when I talk to people, I just stick to facts and ideas. I don't get emotional and personal
How
and
do
all
you
that
know what a fact
nonsense.
is if you're
So I
not
just
even
stick,
sure you're talking
I
on
just stick to
Discord right
the
now?
facts and I stick to ideas.
How do you know what a fact is if you don't know you're talking on Discord?
Well, a fact is something that exists outside of our perception. See, the color red could be different for each person because perception is a flawed device because our brains are flawed. We can
Okay, well,
hallucinate.
look, let's not shame any people who are colorblind. For the record,
All right, stop. I got
it
this
sounds like a
conversation.
fallacy.
I got
Yeah,
this
go.
conversation. Go ahead.
I
Wait,
was
what's
just saying,
that?
it
Not you.
sounds like a fallacy, but yeah, go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to let them talk.
Well, I'm saying like
this is my favorite part. I like when you guys dig holes that you can't get out of. So I'm just going to let you talk right now.
Sounds personal.
I'm just saying that there's a reason why we have tools outside of our own perception
But
to
we use
measure
perception to
things.
read those tools. So now what? We can't rely on that. How would we even know the fucking tool is correct? We had to use something to perceive it.
Well, if all of us perceive the tool the same way, the chances of the tool being wrong decreases.
So you're going to tell me that water's not flat in my swimming pool?
It's not exactly flat, no.
What is it then?
Well, I actually disagree with the premise of the argument, but funnily enough, I actually agree with what he originally said. He's effectively saying that there's an objective truth outside of our subjective perceptions, which is absolutely the case.
Holy crap, Joe!
But-
you need to work on your mic, dude.
Joe, now
That's
I have
rough.
to turn you up. Before I turned it down, you almost blew my speakers off the wall.
Can you hear me or not?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. You just
It's
sound
a
like
little
as if you're in a
choppy.
car.
It's a little choppy, Joe. But like going off what you're saying, like, so you're gonna rely on your senses. So if someone pre-programs you and says, "This is what your senses are supposed to be," like this is what you're supposed to sense, like your sixth sense, we'll call it. And then you go do natural observations, and you notice that your senses are failing, like what you've been programmed to believe with your senses is not adding up to what you're actually seeing in reality. So where do you go from there when your senses fail? Like the pre-programmed senses fail, where do you go from there?
What is a pre-programmed sense?
The globe. Or
That's
whatever
not a
they're telling you.
pre-programmed split
Well,
sense.
no, that's not a sense, dude.
No,
It's
it's
something
just
we've measured.
reality.
Are there such things as water levels?
Yes.
What are they used for?
I guess what I was trying to say is the
Wow,
math.
dude. Okay, what are they used for?
Determining the level of water.
No, they're for making sure something is like level. Like you use a level, you want to level a table,
you're
you put a
talking about
water level on
leveling
the
devices
table.
with a little
and
bubble
when
in
the
them. I
bubble
thought
is
you were
in the
talking
middle,
about.
the table is level.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about like water levels in a pool or in like a pond or in a lake or something.
Not yet.
I didn't realize you were talking about levels.
So they change.
Okay.
So if I put that water level on the level of my pool, it's going to touch the surface of the water evenly, right?
Well, I know I have a pool. Let me go grab one.
Oh boy. Let the spiraling begin.
Fuck, where's my level?
Do you think you measure if water's flat by?
I'll be back, guys.
Well, he's got a level at least. Let him go get it. I have 2 compasses if anybody wants to play compass today.
How do you play that?
You first need to lay out the compass flat, and then you look north, and then you point to the sky, and you know it's in space. Then you head there, and then you're gonna end up at this International Space Station. That's how a compass works.
And water in swimming pool is not flat. Interesting.
Or you put the compass flat and you point it to the ground, and then you're gonna go through the Earth, and you're gonna end up at China. That's how a compass works. But if you would say the compass works because the Earth is also like a big scale representation of the small scale compass, then you're totally insane, obviously.
I'm sorry, guys. The water in my pool, at least the top layer, has crystallized, so I cannot test the hypothesis.
Yeah. Lakes are also.
Yeah, you
not
should probably turn your pool turn the thing on so it doesn't freeze and
Oh, you're
like.
No,
familiar
we
with
got a tarp over it. There's water in the
Oh, the tarp.
You're familiar
Okay.
with swimming pools then?
Familiar with
There's
who?
water on the tarp.
Yeah, moving water doesn't freeze.
Every swimming pool is showing
Right,
that water
so-
is not flat.
Each clown is going to start getting muted until I get answers.
Okay, so what's your question?
You're familiar with the swimming pools then, right?
Yeah, so, okay, if the swimming pool is flat, what does that mean?
So is a pond flat?
Sure, for the, yeah.
Just say yes or
At
no
its
to me.
basic
Yes or no
perception,
to me.
yes. Yes,
And then we'll
sure.
let you talk.
Sure.
This is like having a meeting and then I'm not allowed to have the
I
meeting.
said yes.
Okay.
I said yes, go, shoot.
Is the lake flat?
Sure.
Okay. Is an ocean flat?
No.
Oceans are not flat, but lakes are flat, ponds are flat, and pools are flat, even though the ocean has a horizontal horizon.
Well, the ocean curves around with the planet. So depending on the size of the lake, well, yeah, sure, fucking everything can be fucking curved, but like I get where your fucking argument's at, but
Can I ask a question? How big does the swimming pool have to be before it starts curving?
I don't know.
That's interesting. So we're told. You say you don't know. I'll tell you what we're told, because we're told that on the premise that the Earth has a radius of 3,900 and whatever miles. So we can figure out that from point A to point B would have descended from point A's horizontal at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So if you have a swimming pool and you have point A and point B at the extreme ends of that pool to demark distance, then point B at the end of your swimming pool relative to point A would have descended by 8 inches. After 10 miles, 66 foot. So when we say like a swimming pool or a lake or a sea or an ocean, that's quite arbitrary. We're talking about a distance of water. How big does your swimming pool have to be? About a mile? How big's a lake? Oh, well, no, you can have from, 10, 20 miles of water from one shore to another. So technically, yeah, that lake should curve too.
It's 3 miles, Jedi swimming pool.
3 miles
8
swimming pool.
inches per mile.
Yeah, 3 miles
Eight.
swimming pool with your given height.
Yeah. Well, there have been people have tested this stuff by like using a laser, getting in the like a really long flat field. Like hell, we could honestly like if I had the money, I would invite all of you to go down to fucking salt plain. Here's what we would do. We'd go to a salt flat. We would set 2 devices up. One, they're 3 miles apart.
Okay.
3 miles apart. We would drill. We would drill a hole through one, and then mark the other device right. We would get 2 signs. We would drill a hole through the sign, and then mark the exact spot on the other side. Put a laser pointer through the hole. Set the 2 signs up directly in a straight line from one another.
So, do you know what a targeting laser system is? We're
I
talking
think so,
about it, right? Yeah, that's literally what we're talking about. We're using a laser to target something at a distance. Okay, this is what we do over vast distances. From, say, example, the Navy, they will use a laser aiming device from a vessel at sea and be able to hit another, sea-based or land-based target with that laser from that vessel at distances. Now, at the distances that we can shoot lasers, we don't measure that curvature, which you're along the right track, how we would do it. Yeah, we do it. We can provide you with multiple laser tests, 10, 20, 30 miles in distance, using different wavelengths of light, using infrared, imageries, because we understand the path of light changes depending on the frequency of that light, its color, to use a better term. And the military use laser targeting devices at, extraordinary distances. We would think if the surface of the Earth would be the thing that would always obstruct our ability to shoot things or target things beyond it. Laser targeting systems used by the military can go up to 50, 70, 100 miles from vessels at sea. So
Well,
good, in fact, that they've managed to change the technology around to not just targeting things, but also blowing things up with lasers now. Awesome.
Well,
So
because they don't have it directly at water level. They usually have those devices off higher up.
Yes. So if we're to start doing that, then we're going to use a different calculation, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because the observer's height in feet is going to matter for where that geometric horizon, physical obstruction, apex of that curved surface to you with your
Yeah,
tangent.
there's a lot of math involved that I don't
There is.
entirely know all of.
That's fine. We can put the math to bed because we both understand what we're looking for. We're looking for Earth curvature. But with these devices, we don't measure Earth curvature, so much so that we practically use the Earth in this intent as a flat plane to pass a laser across to target things at distance. There's no measured or perceived or used Earth curvature.
No, I disagree. I will have to look into that. But
you disagree?
I disagree because
You understand
I can
that this
say
was your
that.
premise. You disagree with your own premise. You brought up, I'll go down to a salt flats and I will get out a laser. Okay, mate.
I've watched your guys do that experiment and prove themselves wrong.
Was this on a Netflix documentary?
No.
No. What are you specifically talking about then? You say what have they done?
Yeah, which guy are you
What
talking
was the
about?
guys?
What's his name?
Was the guys?
Because I'm going to start pretending to be an anti-flat earther to suck you globers in and just feed you flat earth information on another website like WS. I'm going to make a new one.
I wish more people would learn how to talk to one another more effectively. It's not hard.
You're
stick
like,
to facts and ideas.
You're like the second person in like 20 minutes who diverts into this. I want to explain how the internet should work.
My computer's connected to yours right now. By a wire.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Unless you're standing near a Wi-Fi router, then that little distance doesn't really count.
No, my cable goes directly to the router, and the
What is
cable
mine?
of the router goes directly to the fiberglass thingy box, and that box makes the fiberglass go to another big box, and that big box goes cables to another big box, and that box and so on and so on. Then under
That
the
big
ocean
box
and
goes under the sea cable over to New York for me probably, and then comes over to Ohio in about, if I pinged you, there's probably like 26 or so somewhat hops. It could be
actually kind of
more. I could
insane.
do a deeper one.
That's what they say.
Actually kind of insane to think about.
That's what who says. You go under sea cables. How else are you going to send data?
Exactly. You need a cable for your PC and router for if you don't use wireless connection, which is shit. Then you would need to have these big chunking cables.
They have to have video of this operation of running cables under the ocean. You know how long those cables would have to be?
Diagram of all the cables that are run and all their routes and where they go to with all the different numbers, please, from the telephone companies.
Is this guy literally rejecting the fact that cables are ran under the sea and they have been
Yes.
since the 1800s? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
my computer is plugged into a wire, and that wire shoots up into the sky, and then Clay's wire retrieves it from the sky.
Oh, wow.
Triggered.
I wonder how the Atlantic telegraph system worked.
What was that? It was the 1861 or 1870?
I wonder why it was called the Atlantic telegraph system.
I wonder. Transatlantic.
Yeah, transatlantic.
Transatlantic, that means across the Atlantic.
Right. But don't worry, it didn't go under the water. They actually shot it up into space and it bounced off. These guys just don't know.
I think he probably believes that our connection goes to like a piece of reflective.
You know, he's Googling how does the internet work, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's actually good though, because it lets those listening realize, like, wow, these guys that are against this the world isn't a ball thing are not as, like, you know, informed as they think they are when they come in here, and then they find out.
Hold on, Apocryphon. Now you got to know why these two came in here, because I said something about Globers aren't critical thinkers, and they both spoke up and said we are, and here we are.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I came in after that, and you asked who are critical thinkers in here, so I said myself because I think I am.
Hey, Brad.
Jerry,
While you
Jerry.
Brad, while you edit, figuring out how the undersea cables work, providing internet connection, afterwards you should really also Google ground-based satellite, which are satellites, which you know, conveniently enough have been in multiple papers I could provide to be the more useful satellite technology, which is ground-based satellites which actually make travel through cities or high dense areas possible, what you would call GPS. But you know, that's I think that's like kind of the next step you do after you really learn how the internet works. Then you understand that satellites are absolutely an obsolete product of imagination.
Oh, who are you talking to?
It would make sense to have satellites doing that shit. You'd never get anything accomplished.
Exactly.
What were you guys saying? I was gone.
It's okay, man. Yeah, it's okay, man.
No, don't worry. We weren't talking to you. You guys are still trying to figure out how the internet works, remember?
I have no fucking clue how the internet works.
I do. I described it already. So did Clay.
A bunch of cables and light shit.
Yeah. Small cable go to other box go to a little bit
bunch
bigger
of
cable.
cables, son. Cables.
Yeah, bunch of cables.
Not antennas. Antennas are for the small hops. You want to make a hop from through your house, use your phone, do that. Use your notebook, do that. My notebook at work is wireless, and when I sit down at a desk, it becomes wired. I only use it wireless for meetings. Other than that, it's cooked up.
Yep. If you wanna and if you wanna have it wireless, you need to have a lot of antennas put all over the place to make that work. That's why for ground-based VR navigation in the aviation industry, they have I think every 130 nautical miles, about that, they have like a station that gives off a signal, right? Because there's just a small amount of limitation to these signals.
You got to realize we may be speaking to people who's only always had the internet on their phone. There's that group coming up now. So the internet's always been there, like apples grow on trees.
Yeah, I get it. And milk comes from convenience stores.
Shots fired.
Okay, what's up, boys? What's the Discord today?
You tell me, man. Maybe you
Two
have
Globers came in. They were playing Battle of the Wits, and then they decided not to play anymore.
Yep.
Out of
Who's
the way.
who's the glober or the
I'm
globers?
the glober. It is I. I am a glober because I have 2 balls.
Who else?
You are?
Who is?
You? There's a bunch of people in here that are Globers. They're just staying silent.
What
Yeah.
is an assumption?
Just read the chat.
Or better yet, when did I say that I'm a glober?
You didn't. You're being very ambiguous.
When I said Globers are not critical thinkers, and you said I'm a critical thinker, that meant to me you're a Glober who's a critical thinker. How's that?
Okay, but see, this is why you gotta understand Aristotle. You cannot if you state that globers cannot be critical thinkers, and then you say he's a glober who is a critical thinker. That doesn't make sense.
I didn't say cannot. I said are not. They have the ability to. They just choose not to.
Okay, then.
Hey, all I said was I'm a critical thinker.
And then you said oceans are curved. What happened?
No, I think that was the bread guy that has already.
Whoever. Oh, he already left. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Brad was a critical thinker up until he said oceans are curved. He was like, yeah, pools are flat, ponds are flat, lakes are flat. Oceans, no, they're curved with the planet.
Yeah, they are attracted by gravity.
There we
Wait,
go.
What's
Well, the
what?
same script.
I say air presses the water down.
No, air doesn't press the what?
It does. Yeah, it does. Do you know what
Oh,
barometric?
no, wait, hold on. He's about to give him enough rope so he can
Yeah,
hang himself.
exactly. Let him hang
That's what I
himself.
want.
What?
He is. I'm pointing them out. Here's your rope. Hang yourself with it.
Okay, man. Whatever.
Okay. Does
Uh,
gas press? Does gas press?
Okay, man.
Hold on, he's Googling. Give him a second. Please stand by.
Yeah.
I'm not googling.
We're talking about gas pressure. So I'm going to ask you if the gas is going to press.
Gas pressure. Okay.
Yeah. Does it press?
Well, we are
I'll
not
spell it for
arguing.
you.
We are not.
PRESS. So press.
Hey.
Does it press?
Can you shut up? Look.
No. Apparently not.
Okay. Look, we are not
You said something
arguing.
stupid. So
This isn't about
no.
gas suppression. This is about gravity. Do you believe
No,
in
no,
gravity?
we weren't talking about that. I said I think air presses water down. You said no.
No, because air
No.
doesn't press water down. That's gravity.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay, let's start. Do you believe
what
in
happens?
gravity?
Sorry, excuse me. You know weather, like hurricanes, the atmospheric pressure above the surface of the water changes. You understand what barometric pressure is. Gas presses in all directions and presses down and upon you and upon the water. Depending on the pressure of the atmosphere above the water will either rise because there's not a lot of pressure or be compressed down a little bit further because it is pressed by the gas pressure. Don't you
The
understand?
water is okay. The level of water it is determined. Indeed, gas pressure is a thing that exists and affects the weather. But the reason that water doesn't just flow into the sky, it is because of gravity.
No, if you were to remove that gas, what would happen to the water?
What? Okay, if you
If you were to remove that gas, i.e., put water
remove
into a
all
vacuum,
atmospherical gas, then the ozone layer will be gone, and all oceans
we're
will
talking
be.
basic physics here.
Bro,
We're talking very basic physics. If we're to put water into a chamber and decrease the pressure of the gas by taking it out, creating a vacuum, what happens to the water?
He doesn't
What
know.
happens?
He's way above his level right now. He doesn't know.
Shut the fuck up. Look.
What happens when you reduce the amount of pressure from gas upon water?
The water rises up.
Water rises up. If you put that water into it, thank you. So the gas is pressing down on the water. Brilliant. And after you remove that gas, what happens to the water? It turns to gas.
Mm-hmm.
In a vacuum, water bubbles away and turns into a gas, so the chamber is no longer
Okay.
a vacuum because it's full of gas.
That does not abolish. That's
Abolish?
not abolish gravity. Okay.
No, but you were overlooking everything else and just asserting only this gravity without looking at everything else that is obviously physically taking place.
Okay. I'm not negating.
So
I'm
think
not
next time
negating.
before you open your mouth.
Look.
Triggered.
Look. Here's the thing. I was just going to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not negating atmospheric pressure that influences in the level of water. Okay.
Okay.
And it is true that that does happen. But
Of course
here's the
it does.
thing.
It's PV equals nRT. What are you talking about? Of course it matters.
No, I'm saying, of course it matters. That's what. Look, what I'm look. I'm going to frame this differently. Do you believe in gravity?
What's gravity? What's
What's
gravity?
gravity?
Yes, if you ask me to believe in something, that's just a word at this moment in time. So you'd have to define what that word means. So it'd be
You
obvious
take a
for me to
pen,
ask,
you
what's
raise
gravity?
it up, you open your hand, the pen falls.
Okay, so the phenomena of things falling down is gravity. Okay. If I was to let go of a helium balloon and that rose, would that be anti-gravity or gravity still? What's that then?
No.
No?
Gravity is determined by the mass of the object being attracted to the
The mass
gravity.
of the object. What's mass?
What's mass?
Yes.
The quantity of matter that it is in an object.
That's not correct. No. That's never been scientifically verified. In fact, science, to use a bad phrase like science speaks, but within the realms of scientific inquiry, no, that's not what mass is. Mass is not the amount of substance in a space, not the amount of molecules, not the amount of atoms. No, it's not that. You might think it is, but no, that's not what mass is. Want to try again? I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's have some fun. I'll give you mass. What does it do?
Okay, mass and weight are not the same. I know that.
What does mass do?
Mass. Mass is okay. Mass is when you have look. I'm a language guy. Okay, I don't study physics, but I know that when an object has more mass,
more
when
mass.
an object has more mass, then it has a bigger gravitational pull.
It pulls.
Pull. Yes.
So mass pulls. Okay. So mass creates a force where an object is accelerated towards it.
Yes.
Why? Why?
What do you mean why?
Why? What's the mechanism that's taking place between an object over here and an object over there that are separated by distance and not physically in contact with each other? How are you telling me the amount, I'm giving this to you, the amount of that substance is making that amount of substance display a force when it accelerates towards the bigger mass? What? How's that happening?
Because mass creates a gravitational pull, and because
Gravitation.
yes,
creates
and
a gravitational pull. Okay, how?
How? Okay, so
there needs to be a mechanism taking place. Otherwise, and to quote Newton, this is spooky action at a distance. This is what Newton said. You're talking about mass attracting mass. So spooky action at a distance. What's the mediator of this mass? It's a concept that I'm giving you that doesn't appear to have any physical properties. You just say a mass is attracting another mass, creating a force which will accelerate that mass towards it. My question's how? Because
How?
obviously,
Because
Newton
the
didn't
mass
answer it, did he?
because mass A has a bigger
No,
gravitational pull than mass B.
you're just saying has a bigger gravitational pull. I'm asking you how. What's the
Because the
mechanism
universe,
that pull?
okay, look, the universe and the
Nope.
space, it is
Nope.
like how do I call it? A
Mm-hmm.
fucking like I don't know how to say it in English. Fuck. Like fuck. How do you call like bed sheets, but like the shape, like the
Fabric.
like what? Yeah, it's
Fabric.
like a fabric. Fabric. Yeah.
It's like a
Thanks.
fabric. What's like a fabric?
So basically,
Is this going to be a concept, right? Or are you going to be able to give me this?
yes, I'm going
Yes.
to define a fabric. So
Okay, cool.
basically, imagine you have one of
Blank it
those.
out.
What? Shut up.
Nothing. I'm waiting to hear this story. I'm sorry I interrupted.
Okay. Imagine you have.
Imagine.
How do you call, like, for example, how do you call these things that kids jump on? Like.
Trampoline.
No, not like a trampoline.
Oh, a
Like,
jumper.
Shoes.
like what?
A jumper.
A jumper. Yeah, that thing that is like a fabric and it is like elastic and you jump on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
Mhm.
you take a bowling ball and put it into that fabric,
Okay.
and then the fabric bends down due to the
Mhm.
mass of the object.
Oh. Okay. So this fabric, what's that then?
Fabric. It
Mhm.
is what it is theoretically called the
Oh.
fabric of the universe, basically.
Space time.
Yeah,
It's
basically.
yeah, space time.
Yeah.
So we understand that fabric that you're not going to be able to give me because it's not physical is
Yes.
based upon some concepts, right?
Yes, they are based within. It is a theoretical way of studying mass and gravity.
Okay.
And
So
gravitational.
this isn't giving me any physical cause, because from this moment onwards, all you're going to be able to and when you do your best is describe to me a coordinate system, 3 dimensions, height, width, length, and then a 4th dimension placed on top of it, which will be called time. You will then bend that coordinate system depending on the amount of arbitrary mass that you give an object, given the power to bend and warp that coordinate system. That's going to be a mathematical equation. It's going to involve lots of tensors. Yep, we're going to be off into the realms of conceptual math, but we are not doing natural science here. Just to point that out. You can give me concepts all day long, but you're not going to be able to give me a scientific experiment where you vary and manipulate what you think is causing that to happen.
The gravitational pull.
Gravitational pull. So if you're going to say, and I'll be straight and honest with you, in a hypothesis, you're going to make a prediction. The prediction is going to be the cause of the thing happening. If your prediction is gravity, then you're going to have to vary and manipulate gravity because you think that gravity is causing something to happen. Can you vary and manipulate gravity?
We're getting some feedback, Jedi, from the gallery. Manufactotum says that's not how experiments work.
Yeah, it is. It's a hypothesis test. Doing natural science, I've been very clear.
Look.
Look, okay.
What do you want me to prove with this hypothetical experiment on gravity?
Not a well, okay. What I want you to do, and it's not you personally, right? You believe in the stuff, you're asking us if we believe it. What I'm trying to point out to you is there is no scientific experiment for what I'm trying to point out to you. If you think that out there is a varying and manipulation of the presumption, and this is to use your words, that your presumption of cause is gravity, then there should be an experiment that proves through the varying manipulation of gravity to cause phenomena to happen? Is there an experiment where gravity has been
we
varied and
don't need
manipulated?
that to prove the existence of gravity, because
Okay.
because the effect of a mass attracted by
Okay.
another object, with the example that I was quoting about the fabric, the whole jumping thing.
Okay, but
Uh,
that's a coordinate system. That's
Yeah.
not physical. Yeah, but that's not science. That's not physical. That's maths.
Okay, but here's the thing: the universe
Mhm.
is made of mass.
No, it's
Like,
not. What are you talking about?
like if you look at the core,
Look at the core. How
if
can
you
I
look
look at the core?
Wait, no, look. If you look at the core functions of the universe, it works.
Okay.
It works with mathematical equations.
No, when you apply mathematical equations to things that you see in the physical universe, you can abstract math from the physical phenomena. Yeah? That's not saying that math is the thing that you're looking at. You can abstract math from the thing that you are looking at and studying. What?
Yeah. But here's the thing: math.
Okay, here's another thing. It's all gone right over your
math
head. You keep telling me to look, and you keep saying here's another thing. He doesn't like you've
because
agreed with anything. You just keep going on and on. Okay.
no, because here's the thing: you're raising a lot of points at the same time. Look,
No.
first
What?
look, first you're asking me to do an experiment where I prove gravity. I mention you one, and you tell no, that's just maths. Then I try to explain to you that maths it is the way that we understand the universe and physics mainly. Because if I remember something from physics class, is that it is mainly a lot of maths.
There's a lot of maths that have been abstracted from what?
They've been attracted by the physical world, but we need math
So
to
what
do
comes
things
first?
like quantum physics, for example.
Does the physical world depend upon the math? Because you can do an equation. Does the physical world depend upon that? Does the physical world exist before your mathematical abstraction? You can abstract math from the physical world, right? You can kick a ball and you can do some mathematical equations depending on the force and the mass to figure out how far that ball's going to go, right? Awesome, but you're going to need to kick the ball first. The physical action is going to have to take place first, right? And we demonstrate in science, we kick the ball, we add heat to water to see if it boils, and then we stand around with ballpoint pens, notebooks, and fucking calculators, and then start measuring shit. But we got to add heat to the water first, right?
Okay.
Good.
But here's the thing: these are not look. When you heat the water to boil the bowl, there's a whole physiochemical procedure happening, which involves math. It involves the math of chemistry.
You can abstract math from which you observe physically to be taking place.
Yep.
But you've caused something physically to happen when you add heat to water. I don't understand what the contention is. In one hand is the experiment where you vary and manipulate your physical cause. That's the science bit. And then there's you with the fucking calculator doing the math. I don't get the problem.
Look, I've expressed myself.
Look again, okay, I'll look again.
This is what I meant to say is that even when I meant that the world is math, I'm not telling you that literally we are ones and zeros. I'm telling you that maths, it is our human way of understanding how the universe functions. So we simplify that by telling that math is the universe, because math is the most precise way that you can learn about the universe. Of course, you're going to do physical tests to prove your theories. Of course, you're going to do that.
Good.
But math, it is the thing that abstracts, which creates the whole. Okay? If it wasn't for math, all of scientific knowledge will just be separate observations.
Oh,
Like,
fuck, my brain is rotting right now.
I mean, he's got to get it out.
what?
You got to get it out, I guess.
Get out? Why?
Whatever you think you got to keep talking about, you got to get it out for some reason. I don't know why.
He said you got to get it out. You got to let us know about math.
No. Okay. No, I'm not. No, I finished. That's it.
Okay, cool. So no
So,
scientific experiment for gravity, and your question was, do you guys believe in gravity? No, because there's not a scientific experiment to back it up. Just lots of math based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball with a certain mass and everything else is a certain mass attributed to it.
okay, but
And this
here's
is
the
the
thing.
mechanism that makes things go up and down and round
One
and round,
second.
depending on the gravity that you're talking about.
1 second, Frog, 1 second.
What?
Can you look up the term sophistry? Can you look up
Okay.
what it means?
Oh, first of all, I'm going to study philosophy. I know what a sophist is, and damn.
Okay, perfect. That's nice.
So you know math isn't real, right?
I'm telling you that math. I've told that the universe is not literally right. Okay, the universe
And
it's
we
not
literally can't go there, can we?
What? No. Hi. The universe is not literally math. It is not literally little numbers.
No. Physical interactions take place under certain regulations. We call these laws, right?
Look, what I was trying to say is that math, it is the way that humans can understand the physical world by uniting the practical with the theoretical.
Yes.
Absolutely, but math alone doesn't prove things. It only restates things.
Here's the thing: the math is based on laws that have been proved by practical tests and then abstracted to be able to apply. How do we know that the universe is infinite expanding? Did someone went to a spaceship and went till the end of the universe?
No, because
No.
nobody really knows.
No, nobody really knows, but we have math to prove it. Even though
Math
it is
doesn't prove things. Math only states what's been proven.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We can use math to prove new hypotheses.
How do you
Because here's
test
the
that?
thing.
Because I can use math to tell you how much power the Starship Enterprise needs to reach Warp 9.
No, look. The thing about math is that there's real life examples. Hell, the most famous one will be the theory of relativity and black holes by Albert Einstein, which was recently proven to some years ago with the discovery of a black hole. And did Einstein saw a black hole? No, did the math. And
Einstein wrote relativity with a thought experiment in mind, not a real experiment.
yes, but then it was proven that
Was it?
relativity is
How?
real. How?
How do you prove with math?
How do you prove it with math?
How do you prove a concept is real using math?
Yeah, define mass, would ya?
I said
Okay.
math, M-A-T-H.
Define mass.
Yeah, define math. That's a good place to
Okay,
start. What's mass? Since we're talking Einstein, right?
Math. I literally just define mass.
No, you did that incorrectly. I'll just let you go on it for shits and gigs.
What's the math for mass?
The math for mass.
Yeah. Is mass the
look.
same thing as like volume times density? Or can you rearrange E equals MC squared?
Look. What? No, look. I'm not a physicist. I barely know anything about this. Okay, I'm just doing this for fun and doing what I kind of remember. I need to check it.
What are you doing? Are you here to learn, or are you here to defend? Sounds like you're defending.
Defending
that of which you don't know about. Interesting.
I really wanna hear him read the definition for sophistry. It would be great.
I
Could you
know
do
what
that
a
for me?
sophist is.
Yeah, I know. I understood that, but can you read that maybe for us?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and can you also hold your nose while you read it?
You guys are children. Okay.
No, we're not.
Well,
And that-
maybe not all of you, but
right.
that guy is basically a type. The use
Thank you for
of
that compliment. I haven't been called a child for many, many years.
of course. Okay, according
It's
to the
refreshing.
dictionary,
A light child.
according
Only
to the
enter the gates of
dictionary,
heaven, but like a child.
according to the dictionary, sophistry is
Can
the
you please
use
hold
of
your nose while you read it? Thanks.
no.
You're supposed
Dictionary.
to be giving us the definition of mass, not sophistry, dummy.
No, this
I
guy
think Clay asked
basically
him to do this.
what? No, the
That's
guy
true.
Koyun.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but he
He's-
could have already read it, and then
I
move
was
on
going
to
to
mass.
read. Look, sophistry
Clay,
is the
we
use
got
of
all
clever.
we all got to stay focused, Clay.
Yeah, he
Okay,
can
okay.
still define it after he told us what sophistry is, because it makes it
Okay.
much more funny.
Look, mass is a dimensionless quantity representing the amount of matter in a particle or object. Wait a second, I was right.
All right.
I was
Looks like-
right.
Are you
So
sure
the
about
number
that?
of what?
The amount of substance in a space.
Define substance.
Do you mean atoms, molecules? How have you counted these atoms? What?
Do you like put
Okay.
stuff on a scale and weigh it?
No, substance in physics is look. I'm giving. A substance is a matter which has a specific composition and specific properties. So the amount of a specific substance, which is a kind of matter, when you amount it, that's mass, basically. And because fuck, I remember now. Thank God for the physics classes. Okay, so mass is basically a concentration of atoms. When you see, look, when things like stars die,
That's incorrect.
Okay.
that's incorrect.
Right. Should we listen to you in your definition, or should we listen to, for example, the
Wait,
Royal?
can he say something? The stars dying, because it might be esoteric. You really, I mean, because you
that's
don't
awesome.
understand how reflections work. But like, you can still learn from even when you're doing nothing. It's the quickest way to do something.
That's awesome.
What?
I have absolutely no idea.
There was a small spiral
Wait a
coming
second. Wait a
from the
second.
chat on the side.
Some guy called Mishu send me a DM. Tell me, dude, you're a dumbass. Get the fuck out because you are trolling yourself hard.
Yeah,
Hey,
well,
Mishu.
he's trying to save your life.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Mishu, I have another proposition. Okay, the next time you want to speak bullshit, open your mic and say it to my fucking face. You fucking coward.
Okay, cool.
Okay, go back to mass.
Triggered.
Shall we listen to you define mass, or should we let the Royal Society define mass? Should we let space-time physics define mass, or should we do that? All right, so according to the Royal Society of Chemistry, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. So, not what you're talking about.
If you
Nature
let
does
him
not-
believe that method takes up more manifestation than it actually does, then you can still learn from that thing if you let him say it. But
That's interesting. So, from space-time physics, nature doesn't offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the amount of atoms, or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler from Space-Time Physics. Do you want me to carry on?
Okay.
So it's not the amount of atoms or substance in a space. That's been reclassified now in chemistry. That's called a mole. When we talk about
Okay.
gas pressure, that will be a mole.
Okay, then
The
I
amount
was
of
wrong.
substance
I
in a
admit it.
space
I was
isn't
wrong.
mass. That's fine, because we can Google these things, and there are the thing we're going to point out to you is there are a lot of definitions out there. First, we must understand they're conceptual, because you can't actually give me mass. It's a concept. These concepts have a few definitions. The one where we have the amount of substance in a space, no.
We don't use that one, although we can do if we want to when we apply it to a formula. Sometimes mass is called the resistance to inertia. So how much force it takes to move an object, right? Acceleration. So if we're to use these terms, then the amount of force it takes to move an object attracts the amount of force that it takes to remove. When we start using these terms, we start getting confused. I can go on to point out that Nobel laureates, for example, Max Planck, when we talk about mass, we have to understand in physics, like experimental physics, the word mass has no meaning. We can put it in a bunch of formulas all that we want to, understanding that it's conceptual. Its definition, though, will depend exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, then. In that case, let's use the definition that mass it's the inertia of an object.
Okay, then.
Okay.
So the amount of force it takes to put an object into acceleration. Attracts the amount of force it takes to put an object into acceleration.
What do you mean tracks?
Attracts. You say mass attracts mass. I'm pointing out now with your definitions of what mass is.
Mass attracts mass.
Okay, so the
Okay,
resistance
well
to
then
acceleration.
look, I'm trying to remember physics class. Okay.
Okay, you've got two choices at this instance, right? It's either the amount of substance in a space will attract the amount of substance in a space. I'm going to ask you how. We're then going to get onto a space-time coordinate system, which is conceptual. Or you can use the resistance to acceleration attracts the resistance to acceleration. I'm going to ask you how. You're going to be a space-time coordinate system. That's going to be conceptual.
Okay, then. So your problem is that these are conceptual things.
There's no scientific experiment.
Okay, then. In that case, okay. Well, because I consider myself an ignorant in the physics realm, and you seem to know more than me, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you then. Why do objects fall when you drop them?
Okay, so we have to remember in this instance that we have density and buoyancy, and along a vertical axis. Because of this, things will rise and things will fall. You drop a rock in the atmosphere, it will fall down to the floor. You take a beach ball down to the bottom of a swimming pool, let it go, and it will go to the top and rest upon the surface. You can contain helium in a balloon and watch it rise, right? Scientifically, because all we can do is vary and manipulate the object in the medium, the rock in the atmosphere, the helium balloon in the atmosphere, an anvil on liquid mercury, for example, will rest upon the surface. Because all we can vary and manipulate, then scientifically it's relative density, the object and the medium, and how they, in relation to each other, the object will rise, fall, or be buoyant. If you want to ask me why there is a directionality, I don't know. If I was to ask you why there is a directionality, you'd say because of the mass of the Earth is attracting the mass of the object down to it.
So basically,
no one has an experiment to prove it.
Okay, but here's the thing. You've mentioned that all of these experiments, the throwing things into the ground, that they stay in the surface and they are influenced by the atmosphere, are true. But here's the thing: we've made experiments outside of the atmosphere in space. But of course, we cannot take those into account because apparently we never went to space. So
why didn't we go to space?
No, we went to space. We made
Why?
And
Why?
that's
Why? Why? Why do flat earthers deny an experiment from space?
well, because they've made pictures from space and the Earth is a ball on there. So
Is that
it's
why we deny space exists? Because you've been there and taken a picture of the Earth being a ball.
no, look. Okay.
Look.
All flat earthers that I know don't believe either. Don't think that there's a space station or that we ever went to the moon in any way.
Uh-oh.
shape, or- Wait, wait,
Right?
wait a second. Do some flat earthers believe we went to the moon?
You're just going all over the place.
Okay, I'm going all over the place because this whole thing is all over. Like science, it is a multitude of connected concepts. Like that's how it works. You cannot just go into a thing. If a thing contradicts another, then you just cannot keep going. So that's why it has.
Dude, you're gonna make us millionaires, I swear.
Why?
I'm already a millionaire. Thank you, kid.
Bruh. Okay, I keep going. You seem reasonable. Okay, I'm actually glad that there's a reasonable flat earther. Okay, so I thank you for that. I'm talking to the FE Jedi.
Yeah,
that's very reasonable.
Okay. So why do flat earthers say that we haven't been to the moon?
Okay, that's what I'm going to ask you. Do you believe that we've ever went to the moon, like the Apollos?
No.
Okay. Why didn't we went to the moon?
Where's the moon?
Look up, it's in the sky.
The moon's in the sky. All right. Is the moon in the vacuum of space? Orbiting the Earth?
Yes.
Okay. That's a problem if out there is a sky vacuum. If out there is a much, much, much lower pressure differential than the lovely atmospheric pressure that we're breathing. According to physics, PV equals nRT, right? To have gas pressure, you require a container because the gas has to press upon the limitation of its volume. You'll find that in the equation I just gave you, volume, right? You're going to need a volume for the gas to achieve gas pressure in. If you don't have a fixed volume, the gas is free and to expand into the lower pressure system. So we've got two problems when we're told that out there is the vacuum of space, the Earth is an open system because we can send rockets to the moon. That would mean that the gas would fill the space. There'd be no reason why it would stay here because there's no physical barrier to create the volume to keep it here. And by consequent, always of having a container, you have gas pressure, which we're enjoying at the moment, which we wouldn't be able to achieve if the Earth was an open system.
Okay, so basically, because so see, this is why I started with gravity because okay, now I think I have enough to wrap up. Okay, so after discussing gravity and semantics and math and sophistry for some reason, we've established that things falling out or the whole dynamics are influenced by the atmosphere, which is influenced by density, which also enters volume, and the atmosphere is influenced by volume and stuff. Okay.
What influences the density of a system?
Wait, let me keep going. Okay.
Come on, we already said this. Read my name.
What? Read your name. Air pressure
contains water.
What does that have to do with anything? Like, why? Weird Masonic fact. What the fuck? What does this mean? This is stupid. Okay, I'll forget that.
Yeah, forget.
Okay, air pressure contains water. What does that have to do with anything? Why do you tell me that? Like, what? Okay, look. Okay, we don't need gravity because air pressure has water. What does that have to? What?
Ladies and
Wait.
gentlemen, this messes them up every time.
Why?
We're talking about
what? Why water in in air pressure makes things fall down?
All I said is air presses down on water. That's what I said.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, without that, there'd be no ocean.
Yeah, if there was no air above the water turns into gas and flies away, and then it floats. Like, you guys want shit to float? Take away the air. You'll float too. You'll turn into dust, and you'll float eventually.
Yeah, it would just boil, wouldn't it? If there was just because we can do this as well. You just put water in a vacuum chamber and it boils, or at least it appears to boil.
Yeah, it just turns right into a gas. If it's really cold outside and you do it, the last time I did it was like 32 degrees. It burst into a cloud and just like it hit a certain point and was like starting to bubble, and then went poof like that, which I've never
Wait a
seen
second.
before, which I want to go play around with again.
Does that mean that you took water and boiled it? Like,
no.
Are you talking about boiling water and it explodes?
No. Like, what did you do?
Like, it doesn't boil, but as soon as you touch it, it just goes poof. I've had that happen before.
No, I said vacuum chamber. So if you put water in a vacuum chamber, right, what do you think happens to the water? Do you think it just sits there, or do you think something happens?
Wait a second. I gotta.
Well, it was a question, so I was expecting an answer.
Wait a second. I got a message from other source. Okay.
Manufactotum.
What?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a
flat earthers are trying to
There's
save the
probably a
world.
whole group. Listen, we're live. You should be getting all kinds of messages by now. This happens every day.
Yeah, I'm sure there's Globers in your DMs telling you the quote-unquote correct answer for their narrative, but I'm actually asking you to use your own brain. So if you put water in a vacuum chamber, what do you think happens? Nothing? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I guess I got on mute.
Guys, I have a question, guys.
Not him
He already
again.
tried that once earlier, so he's already muted. So we stuck on this water in a vacuum chamber. I mean, you guys need me to go do this live right now? I'll go do it.
I think he's waiting for more DMs to the rescue.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I just okay. But here's the thing. The thing about air pressure is that it doesn't have a direction. Like, I just remembered, okay, what he said. It doesn't have a direction, and he said that he doesn't have an explanation that it doesn't have a direction.
That's funny. Globers tell us all the time there are tornadoes.
What? But okay, why, for example, if I take my pen and I throw it down, it goes down? Like,
What happens if you're to take your pen and throw it if you're in a vat of water?
Want the physics answer? Because you've imparted physical. You've taken the object out of equilibrium. You've given it potential kinetic energy, and when you let it go, you release that kinetic energy until that pen reaches the floor and reaches a new equilibrium.
But here's the thing: air necessitates gravity because
Air
air is mass
Okay.
that is pulled
Okay.
down by
Okay.
Earth's
Okay.
gravity.
Hold on. So, air requires gravity. What do
Yes.
you mean by that?
Okay, air is not an invisible like it's a kind of mass. It is another kind of mass that has a really low that has an incredibly low inertia.
What?
Air is a mass.
Yes. Okay. Now bring in the gravity bit.
Okay. Because air is a mass.
Mm-hmm.
And mass is determined by and because mass it is pulled down by gravity of another object, and the earth has its gravity within, and you cannot say that air pressure affects air, then this air shows that gravity exists.
No.
Why?
Within physics descriptions of gas movement and behavior, this will always require the equation PV equals nRT. Now we have to understand that's going to include the volume of the system. It's going to include the temperature of the system, and it's going to ultimately include the volume of the system. That volume being the container that the gas is pressing upon. So within mass, that container is exerting a force upon the gas. So the gas is now under pressure in a fixed volume, the amount of gas within a fixed volume. If you increase the volume, you reduce the pressure if you keep the same amount of gas in there. When we talk about Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, parts of Dalton's law, when we talk about kinetic molecular theory, when we talk about the second law of thermodynamics, gravity is never mentioned. We can only work with the things that we can physically manipulate. Gravity does not function and is ever brought up with anything that we talk to in regards to gas behavior. You just assert that the atmosphere is not increasing in entropy by way of dispersing from high energy to low into the vacuum of space, which according to all laws of nature, that should happen.
But here's the thing. It's an empty thing because you look. I ask you why it is directional when you drop something.
Yeah,
and
but you're only pointing out one direction, right? What about when I let go of a helium balloon and that rises? I've already told you that things will rise or descend relative to the medium, right?
Indeed, but
yes.
Okay, but here's the thing. We are not talking about an object right now. We are talking about air itself.
That's an object.
Air. Okay, air is an object, right?
Mm-hmm.
And air has a mass.
Right. So we're going to get back onto mass again.
Are we speaking to
every
a
molecule is
scholar?
unbonded.
What? What did you say, Paul?
I was wondering if we were speaking to a Rhodes Scholar.
All right. Let's see if we can demonstrate this. I've got two containers. I've got two different gases, and I keep the two containers with the two different gases, let's say oxygen and nitrogen, at a constant temperature. What's the mass of each system? Is the mass of each system the same, or is the mass of each system different?
Sorry, I don't hear you. There's music. Can you say it a bit more louder?
I've got two containers. Both containers are filled with either oxygen or nitrogen. Both containers are kept at a regular temperature. Both temperatures are the same. Is the mass of the two containers the same, or is it different? All things are equal. Is the mass the same?
No, it
Why?
doesn't have. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Because the molecules that have these elements have a different inertia pool. They have a different mass inherent to them.
So a different mass. So gases, the same gases that are kept at the same temperature in the same fixed volume, will have different masses or the same mass.
They have different masses.
I mean, you are right, but they shouldn't. All things being equal, you've got two different gases, same amount of substance in a space, and the mass should still be the same. But unfortunately, it's not. When we try to do the amount of substance in the space, depending on the substance, the mass will be different.
Yes.
So not mass then.
What?
No, because different elements have different densities. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
So of course they're going to have
Different
different
masses.
mass.
Yeah, atomic mass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But all atomic mass is different.
Duncan, you have another issue. You were supposed to look at all those maps that Jedi gave you, and you bolted as soon as he posted it.
Oh yeah, I posted your U.S. Geological Society maps.
I like the map you posted, which shows the sphere.
You understand that would be called cherry picking, right?
Oh, wait a second. Do we have another glober here?
Yeah, pressure's off you if you want the pressure off you for a bit.
Dunk? Okay,
Yeah.
you can
Air
take
Pressure
it.
posted a military map which showed the sphere.
So
And then Jedi 24/7 posted the fact that there's a geomatic north and a magnetic north, and he thinks that's two different poles, but still just one magnetic pole.
Who's he talking to?
Yeah, we weren't talking to me. I think he's talking to you.
I think he's talking to somebody else. He just got out of his truck or in his truck.
What? Dunk, whatever. Do you have any like comments? I don't want to deal.
Oh, he can't help you. He's worse than you are.
He's worse than fucking.
I have a few comments.
In the sense that maybe I provide a more threat to them. I'm
Like,
it makes no sense at all ever.
Air Pressure, you posted your evidence and it showed a sphere.
We're gonna go back to Manufactotum now.
Hi.
You posted a picture as your evidence which showed a sphere.
Yo, we're gonna go to Manufactotum right now.
Okay.
Manufactotum,
you want me to post the picture that he posted in the side chat so you can see it?
Continue Manufactotum. You're gonna go ahead and make your comments.
Sure.
I'm gonna post that picture that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, so a couple of things. I think where did we end up on the issue of mass?
Experiments. You don't need to do experiments and blah blah blah.
What? No. Look. But here's the thing: we aren't talking about theoretical mass, which was the thing that you criticized me about. We are talking about experiments. Now we have to explain why different elements have different mass. So.
Mass. The amount of substance in the space or the resistance or acceleration.
I mean, it's part of it. It's a function of matter, but it's an inertial measure, right? So they updated it because as things move faster, the mass increases. But typically, it's a function of matter, how much the stuff is in a space. That's this very simplified version.
Very simplified, but now better defined within chemistry, for example, as a mole, the amount of substance.
That's a measure of mass.
Yeah, but we're still not very well defining this concept. Like we always talk about, the amount of substance within a space, and we can post all day long with regards to how within any counting method we're not going to be able to achieve the amount of substance, physical atoms in the space or molecules or whatever.
Sure. But I think depending on what we're doing, they can be better or less well defined. Like you can use kilos, you can use moles, electron volts. It really just depends what we're looking at. But to that end, isn't density also a function of mass?
It's all fucking conceptual, mate.
But mass or density?
Mass.
Right. So how do we measure density?
PV equals nRT.
Sorry, come again?
We can use PV equals nRT, right?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be more for buoyancy?
We're talking about gas behavior, right? The amount of gas within a space.
Well, like the density of an object, though.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The hell was that?
So basically, there's a fucking party right outside.
Yeah, we heard it. So just keep yourself muted then, or tell them, go out there and yell to them that we live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber and see what they say.
Or go socialize with the girl. Tell them about your ball fantasies. That's an even better advice. Dumbass.
In any case, my main contention was with the experiment issue. So when talking to Froggy, whatever his name is, you mentioned the experiment of like boiling water.
It is actually pronounced froge.
Froge, thank you. You mentioned the experiment with water, and you had mentioned a moment earlier that you have to physically manipulate the thing you're trying to measure. I don't think that's the case, and I think the experiment with boiling water is a good example of that, where we're not varying and manipulating the excitement of molecules, right? We're not actually shaking atoms to make them heat up. We're doing some other intermediary thing to cause that to happen. So
Yeah,
even
we're adding
that
energy to the system.
Sorry?
We're adding energy to the system.
Right. Indirectly though, right?
Heat, yeah.
Yeah. So I think you could do the same thing with gravity. Like you're not varying and manipulating gravity, but you're varying and manipulating an intermediary that then affects the gravity in the system.
So this is why I always ask, what is the mechanism?
The mechanism is not entirely clear. It seems to be the curving and bending of space-time. Even that, as we describe it, is
coordinate system.
That's the coordinate system is sort of how we talk about it, right? The coordinate system represents something. The thing it represents is a thing.
How much space and time will expand or contract depending on its distance from a mass and how big that mass is.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Yeah. So within the coordinates, depending on how close the coordinate is to that mass and depending on the size of that mass, that coordinate will either expand or contract. The space will get longer or shorter. The time will get longer or shorter.
So we need to be careful when we talk about time in relativistic terms, because there is the coordinate time that we can refer to as sort of a base, and then there's the proper time that is observed by the referent. Right. So when we talk about like time dilation and simultaneity, there's two kinds of times being talked about. One is,
Very
I
quick.
would say, sorry?
Yeah, depending on what scales we can start using, but okay.
Yeah. So one is, I would say, I don't know if I would, I think I could concede that that one is purely conceptual. The other one I would not say is purely conceptual.
What other one? Sorry.
Proper time.
Proper time. Okay. Proper time is not conceptual.
I wouldn't say so. No.
Okay.
Surely they're both conceptual.
No.
Surely.
I don't know if either of them is. If any of them is conceptual, it's excuse me, no, proper time would be conceptual. If anyone is not conceptual, it would be absolute time. Sorry, if anyone, fuck me. If either of them is conceptual, I would say it's, no, I had it right the first time. Yeah, proper time would be conceptual if either of them is conceptual.
Well, I would dispute there being two different times in the first place, but I think they would both be conceptual if they were.
Well, it's two different ways to measure it, right? So there's really, technically there's only one kind of time. But how we perceive it is going to be different.
No. If there's only one kind of time, how would we perceive it differently?
Because of relativity.
But that's just... So, I mean, do you understand how the argument is circular?
No, it is not fucking circular. The thing is that when we point a theory that that fucking disproves you basically go, nah. Like,
well, I haven't actually gone nah. I've pointed out that his argument is circular, and you've na'd that. So that's ironic.
Who was that? Somebody sticking up for you?
So yeah, circular. You said that if relativity, therefore time, if time, therefore relativity, right? So that there's not. Yeah, sorry. If relativity, therefore how we understand time within relativity, how we understand time within relativity, therefore relativity. So you understand how that's circular, right?
The way you said it, yeah,
well,
that's circular. That's not what I said.
Guess that's fine. No, it was the argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
I never said if relativity, therefore anything.
I don't know how you've missed this.
What did you? If relativity, therefore what?
Look, man, can anyone else explain this to me in more basic terms? Because I don't know how to.
He's pretending to be stupid right now because he thinks mass is not a concept. All that shit. Everything's real.
Enter into what he was saying.
Right. Okay. Here's another way of explaining it. Right. So you've said that there's two kinds of concepts of time. One is basically the line along which events occur, and the other one is a coordinate system. Right. These are your two concepts of time.
Kinda, sorta, yeah.
Is it close enough? Can we move on?
It's close enough.
Okay, fair enough. So for the coordinate system time, that requires relativity to already be true in order to accept that premise.
No.
Yes, it does.
Relativity only affects how we plot the perceived time onto that coordinate system.
Right. So relativity must be true in order for that concept to exist.
Not quite, no.
Yes, that is the logical necessity of your argument.
No. So,
yes.
Well, hold on. How are you defining relativity?
But it is true.
How are you defining relativity?
Well, I'm defining relativity as space-time, which requires both space and time to be coordinate systems.
No. So
Yeah.
relativity is okay.
Your
I
argument, that's
feel like this is no. I feel like this is going to. Someone earlier said math isn't real. And
no, I didn't. I never said that. Don't
not you,
fucking straw
not
man me like that.
Not you.
Amish
I
did,
didn't say
and
it was
anyway, yeah, Amish did. So
Yeah, I said it. Math itself is not real.
right. So I'm curious if
That's
this
irrelevant anyway.
comes down to. I'm curious if this comes down to that kind of distinction where
No.
we're talking about math as it applies to quantities out in the real world, or math as it applies to the language we've constructed to talk about those quantities.
All right,
So
let's
very-
back up a little bit. You're talking about manufactotum. You're talking about two different temporal reference frames, which is a direct invocation of relativity, which is what crypto is asking about.
Yeah.
Right, but when we
So,
say
bro,
relativity,
I love math. I just want to mention this and make this very clear. I absolutely love maths. I don't reject maths. I know what maths is, and for you to try and paint me as someone who's anti-maths is very dishonest.
I didn't do that.
Well, you did.
No, I didn't. I took something somebody said and tried to make a parallel to that to this discussion.
So you're denying the thing you said while clarifying that you did in fact do the thing that I said.
I didn't do what you just accused me of. What I said was somebody mentioned this thing, and I'm suspect that this discussion is running into the same issues as that one.
So now you're admitting again. Why didn't you just own up to
I
what you're
didn't
doing?
say you said anything.
Well,
I said not even the
parallel
first
with
one. I
someone
said
else.
someone mentioned.
Why would it be relevant to me?
Does this even
Bro,
matter?
answer this. Why would it be relevant to me or this discussion if there was nothing, if there was no parallel between me and the other thing?
Because what you're talking about is relativity, and the way you're talking about relativity is not the way I was talking about relativity.
You didn't answer the question. Why would it be relevant to bring that up if there was no parallel
That's
between
exactly
me and the other?
why that's relevant. It was a parallel. I just didn't say you were the one that said it, or didn't make any accusations as to your
Why would
understanding
it
of
be
math.
relevant to the discussion?
I'm gonna let everyone else decide if what I said made any sense.
So you still haven't answered my question. Why would it be relevant to this discussion if there was no parallel?
There was a parallel. I didn't say there wasn't a parallel. There was a parallel. I was drawing out that parallel.
Then you were trying to compare me to the guy who rejected
He was trying to represent how intrinsically, even though you don't admit it.
You need to stop.
you need to just
Triggered.
You just stop spurging, bro. So, bro, if you're going to compare me to someone who in your summation is anti-maths, you need to own that. And if you're not going to do that, that's fine. I don't mind. We can move on. But don't
Yeah, do you think I'm anti-math, manufactotum? It's dumb.
don't tar me with a
Didn't
brush.
say that either.
Yeah, don't tar me with some bullshit and then pretend you didn't. I really don't like that.
That's fine. So when you say relativity, right, you're saying because we need relativity in order for these two coordinate systems to exist, separate one from the other, right?
No, I
Did
didn't
I get that right?
No, I didn't say that.
Can you clarify?
So, in order for the concept of time as a coordinate system, you need to have the concept of relativity, which asserts that time is a coordinate system. Correct.
No, I don't think relativity says that time is a coordinate system.
Well, it must do because it has 4D space, which includes time as a coordinate.
It can be represented as a coordinate system.
Right.
Yeah.
It can be represented as a coordinate system within relativity.
Yes.
Yeah, it isn't necessarily a coordinate system because space and time are the same. And you have a coordinate system for space, so therefore time.
When you say they're the same, so
Yeah,
there are
they're
distinctions between.
equivocated in Einstein's relativity. Space and time are together. They're one concept. You can't have a coordinate system for space without time.
You
Yeah,
can,
it's exactly.
it just wouldn't yield any measurable results. Like, so when we say that so first and foremost, going forward,
Well, it'd
I'm
be
going to
useless.
make a
It would be
distinction between.
useless to use for any practical means, wouldn't it? That's my point, my friend.
If you don't include time, you can talk about them as separate things. They're two different coordinate systems. It's not the same coordinate system. You can represent them.
Right. So time, space, and time will be represented differently. And this is to my point earlier. You're talking about two different temporal coordinate systems or reference frames. That's why crypto keyed in on relativity and asked you about it.
Right. So what relativity is, I don't think you could say that relativity is the cause of these two different
I didn't say it
times.
caused anything.
The criticism was at the start, if relativity, therefore two different times. That's what I was contesting.
Well, no, you brought up two different times. You said there's the one that's absolute and the one that we perceive.
That's
Those
right.
are the two different temporal coordinate reference frames.
Yes. That's how we can talk about these things.
Yeah.
We can plot them on
And
two
so
different
this is
coordinates.
described in relativity.
They can be described in relativity. Yes, it's not because relativity exists that there are two different perceived times, though.
Fine.
So then what?
Can you describe to me time as a coordinate system not within a relativistic framework intellectually?
Yes. So
How would
you simply take a single observer and you plot events as they appear to that person.
No, but that's the first concept of time, which is a timeline. We're talking about it as a coordinate system. How can
Yeah,
it be
you can do that on a coordinate system.
No, that's a timeline. That's not a coordinate system.
You can do it. Yes, you can.
No,
Because those
you're
events are going to be in space.
right. But then that's relativity.
No, it becomes relativity when you add
Now
another reference frame.
You don't get it.
I think I do.
Yeah, is time a vector or is it not?
That very much depends.
No, there's always a vector to do with time. So it's going in one way or another. It's either stretching or compressing.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's in that
Basic science.
direction. Yeah, stretching
Sorry?
or compressing. It's stretching or compressing.
Yeah. Or spaces. I mean, depends.
They both are.
Sure. Yeah.
So you define mass yet?
That's
Because
why
I
it's
have a
called
question
four
for you.
dimensions. 4 dimensions. The 3 dimensions and
Possibly
time.
5.
Well, 4 dimensions within this.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is still
Pseudo-Romanian.
theoretical.
Theoretical.
Well, hypothetical, let's say.
It's
I think it has
coordinate.
merit, but it's early still.
It's just a coordinate system, depending
It
on
can
the
be
distance.
represented. Yeah, it can be represented by a coordinate system. So the distinction I make, that I try to make as in these kinds of discussions, is what something can be described as versus what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So when we say you can describe it on a coordinate system, it isn't necessarily the coordinate system. We
course
just
not.
weren't able to talk about it like that.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'd be a reification, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Which is why I don't think they're purely conceptual.
No. No, time is a concept. Time is definitely because you can't physically touch time, right? So it's not physically real.
Yeah, but that's not the metric we use, right? There's a lot of things you can't physically touch that are still real.
Okay, well, give me an example.
Sound, velocity, like anything that has to do with change over time.
It's the energy that's touching you. It's the energy reaches you, which is why you're able to hear it. The energy reaches your ear canal, and so then you interpret that as sound.
Mm-hmm. What is energy?
Yeah, I mean that's a different discussion, but it has reached you. It's
Sure.
not like it hasn't. Like you've interacted with it physically.
Mm-hmm. Is energy conceptual or is it real?
But that's a different discussion, though, isn't it? Does sound reach
Well, the
you?
discussion is what is conceptual and what is real.
But does sound reach you in order to hear it?
Yes.
Have you physically interacted with the sound wave in order for your ear to perceive sound?
Yes.
So it's not the same as time, is it?
It is, yes. It's the same as
No,
time.
it's not. You don't physically interact with time.
You do.
No, you don't.
I disagree.
You think you physically interact with time. Okay, bro, carry on.
I honestly don't know where we were going.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
nobody's
gravity.
disputing that causes precede effects here. I mean, don't get us wrong. It's
What are you
it's
trying to
however many times a gear turns from one cause to another effect produces a clock, which we call the passing of time.
Sure.
Okay, so what you're about to do is you're going to multiply your definition of mass, whatever you put that in there. Mass is m equals mass, and that's how much something does something. And you're going to multiply that number that you just gave me with the speed of light. Go ahead. And since we know that what you said equals 0, we'll start with 0. Go ahead and do your Einstein formula.
What I said equals 0? I mean, you could do that. You would just
Go
get
ahead, what's
0.
the definition of mass?
Sorry?
Go ahead and define mass for me in that formula. E
Uh,
equals mc squared.
yeah. So what I said earlier, it's a function of matter, but it's a measure of inertia. The resistance something has to changing velocity.
What's that number?
It depends on the thing you're measuring.
Yeah, see, so that formula doesn't work.
It does. I don't think you understand what you're talking about.
Well, we haven't gotten to the speed of light yet, so.
No. By the way, C is generally referred to as the speed of light. It's just the the speed of causality.
Yeah, what's that? What number is that?
Depends usually what we're talking about. Typically, it's the minimum distance two events can be causally linked.
All right, we're going to call that null and void.
If you like.
There you have it, folks. That's your theory.
Einstein, by the way, was
explained to you
not on
by
board
Bohr.
with space-time.
So
at
now
the
we
start.
know space travel and going to at the speed of light in spaceships is possible.
Mhm. So getting back to gravity, I don't know if oh fuck, I forgot how to pronounce it. Frege.
So now it's two concepts again. No, he left. Yeah, he totally dipped. He freaked out.
Sure. So I don't know if he mentioned Cavendish, but I mean that's typically
That's gravity, space time. So you're going to use two concepts, okay? And we're going to do what with those?
no. I was talking about Cavendish.
Well, that's not gravity. That's
It is.
Cavendish.
Well, it's an illustration of gravity, right? It demonstrates that gravity is correlated to mass and the distance between the masses.
Quick question about
gravity again?
Just a quick question about the Cavendish experiment. So you believe the Cavendish experiment is the two masses of the lead balls affecting the swing via a torsion balance, correct?
More or less, yeah.
How are you controlling for the spin of the Earth?
I'm not entirely sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, missed that one.
Someone else asked something I didn't quite catch.
Oh, I just said Fulcrum's pendulum in the background.
What the?
Any of you guys from Southern California? You guys feel that earthquake right now? Maybe not. I don't know. It was fun. It was small, but just throwing it out there.
I'm on the other side of the world. So yeah, for the Cavendish, you don't need to directly vary gravity, I would say. You can vary the masses, and that's going to vary gravity. Same as with the boiling water.
So what was the observed phenomena that could cause you to decide to hang balls in a closet?
Things falling.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. So what do you think was actually observed then?
Things falling.
So
From
then
that,
we
you
can
derive your height.
totally now just dismiss Cavendish because you just dismantled it.
I didn't.
You just tilt your head 90 degrees, it's falling, guys, it's fine.
So the apple is pulling the earth up?
Depends on
Technically,
which
yes,
description.
but not
He said
noticeable.
yes. He said yes, the apple is. So I'm going to drop an apple. I want everybody to drop an apple at the same time, all on in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah, you're gonna need a shit ton of apples to have any kind of noticeable. I can't speak today.
All of the
Noticeable
apples
effect
in
on
the
the earth.
entire world. Sounds like the next plot for a Bond movie villain. He's going to get all of the apples in the world and store them somewhere place and tilt Earth off of its axis. Create global warming. Sounds good.
To be fair to
Well, my idea was to mount a rocket to the ground, like on a highway, and just fire that bad boy in one direction, and we can correct the spin because they said it slowed down recently.
Yeah, to be fair to Manufactotum, they do use gravity to explain everything in their models. So if things fall, that's gravity. If things rise, that's also gravity. If stuff goes left to right in the sky, that's gravity. If stuff goes right to left in the sky, that's also gravity. So why not use it for Cavendish as well? It's used for everything else.
Well, doesn't it also make solid containers that create air pressure?
They call that the god of the gap.
Container.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
gravity.
does Earth turn underneath the Cavendish balls?
Sorry?
Does Earth turn underneath the Cavendish balls that are hanging in your shed?
Probably.
But they don't register any turning, do they, in a separate reference frame?
I'm not sure about the separate reference frame, but they might register turning. So the way you want to set up your experiment is with a torsion wire to be calibrated in a way that you can eliminate that as a factor.
So how do you calibrate it?
Either, let me think about this. Either you could make it strong enough to where you need enough force that it overrides the effects of Earth's spin, or you could align it with the Earth's spin so that it's not affecting the experiment. Like do it on the equator or something. Those would be two ways offhand I could think of.
How would you test for Earth spin in the first instance then?
You would eliminate the balls that the torsion weight is being attracted to and see what kind of movement you register.
So we can now eliminate all the Cavendish experiments ever done if they were not done exactly on the equator. Thank you.
That's not what I said. That's one way to do it. I gave also another.
Make a spinning platform underneath you to go the opposite direction to make sure that you're making up for it.
Could also do that. I think you would probably introduce more error than you would eliminate, though.
And what Cavendish wanted to do with the experiment?
To my recollection, he was trying to measure the mass of the Earth.
No.
And derive G, you basically need one for the other.
That has nothing to do with rotation and.
Yeah, I know, but they asked the question.
And if you prove the gravity with Cavendish, what then?
Then we can end this discussion, I guess.
And yeah.
No,
I mean, honestly, I don't know that we need to prove gravity. We have a downward.
Earth spin, you can't eliminate it, so we have to do it at the equator. I agree with you.
No, not by eliminate.
Yeah,
I mean
listen.
correct for.
Let's say you were to prove gravity today, Manufactotum.
Yeah.
You'd still have to prove that it's falling inward instead of downward, perpendicular.
I would have to prove that for what? Like to what end?
If the vector for the gravity force is facing inward to a ball, to the center of a ball, instead of downward, perpendicular to horizontal for everybody on flat Earth.
I suppose, but I don't think you would use Cavendish. You just hang plumb bobs and see if they're parallel, right?
Oh, so Cavendish doesn't prove anything about Earth being a ball.
No, it doesn't. I don't think it was meant to.
Next.
How would hanging plumb bobs and seeing if they're parallel prove that?
If they aren't parallel, you could see where they converge, and you would get evidence for gravity pulling to the center of a sphere.
But at any point on that quote unquote sphere, it would be presumably straight down.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's an easy thing to do. That's why
So
we're
well, then
here.
Well, suppose
that?
you've also proven that there's mass attracting mass. Earth could be an uneven geoid with an uneven mass distribution, but still the vector averages down perpendicular to horizontal instead of inward radially.
Yeah, that's also true.
you
But
have to test for that
let's
too.
say that it has like an even mass distribution, just for the sake of the argument. How would you even observe diverging plumb bobs?
I mean, that is the question, right? That's why we're here. It's not an easy thing to do.
Okay.
I know there's the Renishaw encoder that people have talked about. Radwin was in here.
Yeah, I've looked into that.
yeah,
I
yeah,
can't find anything to that effect. I would love to see that.
You
I
you
really
know
would.
how encoders work?
I do.
All right, I'll see if I can get one. Bring it home and do a live demo for you.
Yeah,
I can
my
usually put whatever I want.
My suspicion from looking at that and talking to GetBeget is what they were actually measuring was the flatness of the plane of their 3D printer. Like that's what they need to be absolutely flat. So that's my suspicion, but I can't find anything for or against. I've looked.
We got a guy who launches satellites into space in text chat.
Bring him aboard. I'd love to talk satellites.
He's afraid, I think. Pocket Titan.
Bring us your satellite engineers. I want to talk to someone who does stage 2 and 3 development.
Yeah, okay, let me type that in if he's not listening.
You would have to find the aerospace engineers then.
So this is good. He doesn't have a mic. He's a satellite.
And why do all the satellite engineers never have a mic?
How come? How do they? Okay, how do you get through your goddamn meetings these days? Because nobody's having their meetings in person. There's usually somebody that's online in a meeting, so they're always in Teams or Zoom now. For me, anyway. Big places, I'm saying, not tiny places.
You can always install Discord on your phone and you'll have a mic.
It's weird because I've got Discord installed on 5 separate devices, and every single device has a microphone.
Maybe satellite engineers don't get paid enough money.
So if you look in text, he doesn't know what I mean. Like what stage 2 or stage 3 engineer.
Man, sounds like he doesn't know anything about satellites. Does he work in like orbital transfer and propulsion, communications? Is he a chemist for the fuel?
I showed him how satellite launches, and he said, "No, I work on satellites and I send them up in rockets."
Size of the Earth.
Gotta go. Be back in a few.
There he is. He's gonna type in all of his satellite rocket launches he does. Go ahead, tell us all about it.
Are you talking about Pocket Titan?
Yeah.
You know, I know Pocket Titan. He used to be my clan leader on RuneScape. But he doesn't like me anymore.
Yeah, he's a satellite launcher with a broken microphone. I understand.
What's his globe proof?
He puts satellites on rockets and blows them up, he said.
And every time I think that's happening, water is curving.
Guys, I don't think the hypothesis about the uneven distribution of mass causing the reciprocal angle measurements to add up to more than 180 makes sense, because in that case there would be instances of them adding up to less than that. Because if you get in every single place on Earth that result that exceeds that value of 180, that means that when you have the first, let's say the first plumb, and then the next one, like for example 50 kilometers away, diverges, and then from that already diverging plumb line you measure the next one to diverge even more, then that would create a curve, an arc.
When does that happen?
In all of the measurements that were done. I'm not aware of any that showed the otherwise, like adding up to
really?
less than that.
Other 1,000 observation doesn't show that.
Yes, I've never seen that.
You are telling me that there is 1,000 videos showing drop over distance everywhere.
It's not drop over distance. It's different methodology.
It's a different methodology, like always more distance.
It's a test. It's an experiment for the hypothesis that plumb lines aren't parallel. These are two different things to be tested. So basically, if from every single plumb line you measure that it exceeds that value, then that error, that shift from the first plumb line would be getting gradually more extreme, because you measure that drop consistently, but these plumb lines, these continuous plumb lines you measure that drop from, are also already established to be shifted relative to the first one.
So Mr. Satellite actually does nothing to do with satellites. He works on scientific payloads that will go on satellites. So basically putting bugs on a dish and shipping it off and saying, that's going on a satellite, see you later.
So I sent a visualization of how that would look made in Paint in the chat. I can see how that would be supposed to work in other way.
We don't even have to deal with the satellite talk anymore. He just puts things in boxes and sends them off by UPS and says, "That's going into space, folks."
You know, Mr. Nice, when we're talking about tactical errors, right? Like, for instance, you said take pictures of Martian surfaces from here on Earth, and there was what you described as a juice box on one of the images. And I was like, well, look, I don't think if you were trying to create a secret this significant with billions of dollars behind, trillions of dollars behind it, that you would make a tactical error like a juice box. You were like, well, you know, these are amateurs, you know. And then you look at that what Sasha just posted, and you think, okay, now you're taking it a little bit to the extreme. You think that the person who thought, you know what, I'm going to CGI the Earth, just did the straits between Iran and Saudi Arabia and forgot about the rest of the Earth. What do you think? There's probably some optics going
So
on
the
there.
bottom one is a GoPro image from like probably just a balloon, and the top one is somebody's computer.
Yeah, methinks optics.
It's a fisheye lens, and the second one is showing you all sphere, but that's fisheye lens, you know.
Yeah, well, the bottom
Yeah,
image isn't
but
saying
they
that
are,
that's
yeah,
the
but
Earth.
I'm telling
they're
you
saying
how
they
it
are,
was done, not what it's supposed to look like. I'm telling you how it was done. That's why it's so close.
yeah, but they're saying that that's perspective. That's not perspective. You show the on the both pictures the sphere, the entire, almost the entire sphere.
You could recreate that yourself, you know, that same
I
perspective.
know. Yeah, I
I
know.
got a GoPro myself. I could do that exact one probably.
No, isn't like you could recreate a perspective like that with a basketball. Try it.
Yeah,
Get
I
a
know,
camera,
but you cannot
get a
show the
basketball, get an image.
you cannot show the picture in the space like a Earth, and then it like a full, almost the full sphere, and saying this is perspective. It's not perspective. You show it the
Just
full sphere.
Sasha, try and recreate it. Try your hardest to try and see if you can do exactly what they say, right? And don't try to like fudge it. If you really cared and you really believe that this can't be perspective, you would try your darndest to see if I do exactly what they're saying, this will be the effect, this will be the perspective, and then I can rule it out or confirm it. But I feel like you've never tried it once in your life. You were told that this isn't how perspective works.
Man, I don't need to
weird, isn't
look in perspective. I'm watching the two pictures. The bigger, the top one, it's a little bit bigger than the down one. A little
Reminds
bit
me
bigger.
Reminds me when someone said two spheres can't create a curved shadow on each other, and I just went into my living room and I did it, and I took a picture of it, and I was like, well, that didn't take too long. Yeah, how about you try, Sasha, to recreate it and actually mean to try it and get the result?
I told you now. I don't need to recreate nothing. I can see with my eyes what is going on.
You know, well, clearly you're not that clearly you don't want to know the truth. You just kind of just get told the truth and go, "Oh, that's good enough for me."
I know the truth, man. This is not the picture what's showing. This is the picture what I can say.
I've seen people show me that same method of perspective where if the ball's closer, you can create it such that it looks like the ball is showing less surface of the ball, but you can see the outline of the ball, the curvature of the ball, as if it was the entirety of the ball. I've seen that perspective recreated, right? So that's why I'm telling you to do it yourself, so you can see.
Yeah, you can do
that's
that
possible.
on computer. Yeah.
Not on a computer. I'm talking about like that perspective. You can recreate that on a basketball.
You can recreate that also in computer with the green screen.
Okay. So you're abandoning the perspective point. I see.
What perspective, man? I see two pictures. Do you see two pictures?
Yeah.
There are two pictures from the NASA.
From the NASA, yeah.
Yeah, they're both showing the Earth. And you see both spheres. And in one, you see the sphere, okay, and you see that sea. It's a Red Sea. And then you can see the Red Sea. It's a half of the ball.
Yes, because at the bottom picture they use the fisheye lens.
Of course.
They use it at both.
No, the top one isn't really even a photo.
Yeah,
it's
maybe,
a
yeah.
image.
Yeah, the first one is
Because the radius of the ball is the same as the above one. So therefore, 80% of all continents are missing, according to the bottom picture.
Yeah.
So it's ridiculous to believe that this is the truth or whatever. You know, it's ridiculous.
Well, that globe is that bottom globe is definitely suffering from some sort of optical distortion. That's for sure, and that's why I keep saying. That's why I keep saying I've done this before. I have seen this exact effect of distortion on balls you can hold in your hand. That's what I'm saying. Go do it. Go and do it and see if you can recreate it.
I mean, how much do you pay attention when you see NASA live streams and such? And when they start,
I don't watch
and
NASA live streams.
Yeah, sometimes they are briefly in seconds before they switch cameras, right? When they start the rocket or something, you know. And when it tilts and comes to a specific degree in order to have that exact radius, it is always shown, always the same, in order for us to believe what is going on or how the Earth is supposed to look like.
Trillions and trillions of dollars, and they can't do CGI better than a 14-year-old. Come on, guys, work with me here. Obviously, that's a distorted image, suffering from perspective.
Yes, I think the problem here is that the flat earthers here are so immersed in that rhetoric, in all of these methods that NASA supposedly uses to fake the curve, that they don't even think about the real purposes of these devices. Like, for example, the fisheye lens. The fisheye lens wasn't invented in order to fake the sphere. It was invented in order to have a wider angle of view. So assuming that the Earth...
What? Okay.
I think what 1 second. I think what many globers do is they come into channels where flat earthers are mostly and they're gonna talk for the flat earthers, and they say insert things that I have never heard any other flat earthers say, that we claim, ultra wide angle lenses have been made to fake the globe to make us look stupid. I think these people also exist.
I mean, listen, when you can ask NASA to use different equipment, like use this camera for me, please. Just mount it on this same place where you have your cameras, and you can even tell them, you use yours, I use mine, but please give me the footage afterwards and do not alter my equipment. Would they do this? No. And then you have to ask the question why they wouldn't do this. They would come with excuses like, oh no, we don't have the place for it to mount it, whatever. You know, they come with all kinds of excuses. If you would ask them, they would deny it outright. I bet.
My point wasn't that flat earthers literally think the fisheye lens was made for that, but they act like if it was. They simply, when they see NASA using that, they automatically think about them faking it by using that. But in reality, the fisheye lens is a normal device that anyone can use. And in the case of sending some rockets to space, when the goal is to show the Earth below, having wider angle of view to feed the more of that Earth at the same time is pretty reasonable. So
Yeah, but
assuming that
it's an
the Earth,
unnatural viewpoint.
it's unnatural because it's heavily distorted by the camera lens.
Exactly, yeah, it's distorted. So therefore it's not real what you see
Yes, so
actually.
You don't even need a
my
GoPro to create that
point,
effect, right? The GoPro is just exacerbating it. I mean, you could do that without a GoPro, make that same sort of like weird perspective on a ball. The GoPro just makes it worse, right? But you know.
my point was that assuming that the Earth being a globe is something obvious, that is the claim of NASA, then using fisheye lenses is something that they will admit doing, and it isn't anything wrong or weird, and the Globers can agree with the fact that they use it. The difference is that we don't agree with the purpose they do that. We think they simply use it to have the wider angle of view. So by showing the meme that NASA that is supposed to prove that NASA does that, that meme doesn't show anything we don't know already, because we all acknowledge the fact that NASA uses different photography equipment. NASA isn't obligated to prove the shape of the Earth. They already know it.
Yeah.
Of course they
And
know it, but they
present
lie
it
to
as some
us.
kind of evidence.
Exactly. You know, that's good. That's a good point, Emperor. Like, the way you guys see those images is like, NASA trying to prove the globe again. No, they're way past that. They don't even care about proving the globe, right? So, you know, it's just photographs at this point.
Yeah, exactly. The globe is so unnecessary that you need to put it into the intros of movies and companies' logos. You need to put it on iPhone screens. You need to put it on almost everything that there is, because it's so unnecessary to actually get that comic into your mind. Yeah, I get it.
So much so that nobody except for people involved in this sort of debate arena actually gives a fuck about the shape of the planet. They must be doing a really good job at marketing, right?
Dude,
Like,
you
what?
think we don't know that? You really think the things you just pointed out, we don't know? Do you really think I have a lot of like hopes for people who don't even know what a woman or a man is to understand what the shape of the Earth is? Dude, come on.
What I was more
really
pointing out
understand
was
what is
just
going
that
on.
I was more pointing out the idea that you know, you're talking about all this marketing all over our phones and all that sort of jazz, but in reality, nobody gives a fuck, right? Like, if they put a globe on the TV, it doesn't. You know, they probably forgot they ever saw it. You know,
Obviously, yes, that's how mind control works, bro. You look at something and you subconsciously are being programmed. Obviously, you don't know that you're being programmed when you watch a movie or watch TV. That's how these things work.
You know, well, can you explain microcontrol to me?
Microcontrol, no.
He didn't say that. He said mind control.
Oh, mind
Yeah,
control. Can you
that's
explain mind?
Yui. That's why. Yeah, that's why you're not thinking about it. It's in your subconscious.
Yeah.
No one's faced with the whole conundrum where all the stories that support this image have fallen apart. People are late to the party, but believe me, anyone who finds out that that's been all even questioned, meltdown. Don't act like people don't care.
May I ask you a question? How you feel like you've been emancipated since you found out the Earth was flat?
Excuse me.
How do you feel?
I was emancipated when I hit the ground. Listen, I was emancipated when I hit the ground. I mean, call me David Lee Roth if you
Is there
must.
anyone here who feels they became?
Are you taking? What are you writing a book?
Oh no, I'm just curious. I mean, apparently, like, it's this
No,
big
make
mind
it
control.
a mystery then. Make it a mystery novel.
Well, someone says it's a big mind control thing, and
Anyways,
obviously you're emancipated, right?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Well, I understood. Listen, I understood that it was all a farcical narrative a decade and a half prior to realizing all the stories were farcical.
Oh,
You understand that, right?
Let's be real. Your life didn't
the whole
change when you
narrative.
found out.
Listen, the whole space travel narrative that they offered up to us on VHS and Betamax collections, advertised on late night TV after Star Trek. I was call it what you want. I was freed from the illusion that those were legitimate documentaries long before I realized the implications of the nature of water. But yeah, don't act like people just aren't aware of the topic.
Yeah,
People who come out of the, it's not ignorance. Well, it's ignorance, but it's not chosen ignorance. It's in their subconscious, like you say, they don't think about it. But people who are presented with this conundrum that you now face, a lot of people don't like it. They can't handle it. They melt down. Spirals just aren't on Discord.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what I was asking was that you've had this like revolutionary sort of mental liberation. I want to know how that changed your life, because obviously it didn't.
Well, I just have an immense understanding of black and white photography, I guess. I don't know. I guess that just makes me. If you have any questions about that, you can ask me, DM me. I love talking about photography darkrooms.
Debating flat Earth on Discord, and that's not exactly a mental
the only thing that changed. Listen, the only thing that changed was the realization of how many willing, ignorant people there are out there.
Ignorance is bliss. In fact, governments prefer you to be.
And I understand ignorance is bliss, but once you're aware of the topic, you're no longer ignorant to it. I'm shocked
ignorance is its own emancipation.
How people have dug in their heels, and all these people who pride themselves as borderline nihilists they have the fervor of past religious groups in history at this point. It's crazy.
Nihilism seems to go against the trend, so I don't know why you'd be like. I mean, I'm not a nihilist, but like they don't seem to be typical of people, right?
You know what?
Well,
The funny thing is,
you draw a number out of the hat to act as how you're going to pretend that day. I get it.
you know what's funny about all of this? Dewey is trying to say, look
Dewey?
at flat Earth. Yeah, it's so that's your name. You're Dewey at my screen. Anyways, he's saying, oh, look at the whole topic is so unimportant, guys. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day, but still, he is here.
Well,
he is here, wasting his time.
I've heard this.
I've
heard this number a few times, right? I've heard this number a few times, and to be fair, I understand. And I'm sympathetic, right? I'm sympathetic, but my view on it is that it's a funny debate, right? Your view on it is like, this is changing the world.
Not a debate.
It's just
for me, it's not, man. There is nothing I can. The world will be judged, and that's it, man. There is no changing the world. The world will change when the Messiah comes back and destroys this place with fire. That's when the world will change. It's gonna be cleaned up, my dude. That's when it will change. But there is no changing the world for me. Nah. I hope that maybe someone who understands what the true earth is comes to the Creator, repents, and gets saved, and the soul can live on with its Creator. That's my purpose why I'm here.
Amen.
I think other people have other purposes, but I think the very purpose is to understand who the Creator is and actually understand that He can make your life go 180 degrees to a very different life. And then you understand nothing that happens on the staged in this staged age and time on these what do I call it, on the stage of the earth, the worldly things that happen, look here, fleshy things right here, look there's another fleshy thing happen, and please have some fear and please give me more attention. Do you really think that matters to me? No, there is no saving the world for me for this. I want to save a soul. If there's just one person that ever has listened for all the time I've wasted on Discord, just one soul that has been saved by coming to the truth of what the earth is, and I know there has been people I've talked to in private
It's
also.
worth all the effort.
Yeah, exactly. It's worth all the effort, man.
Well,
I don't care about the world. The world can burn up, which it will quite literally do.
I see.
And I know it sounds harsh, man, but I really do not care about the world at all.
All right, then. Anyway, back to Flat Earth.
Well, that's theory of yours has been thrown out of the window, right?
Well, no, it's just your personal thing. I've seen flat earthers say that we do care
A personal thing,
if
yes,
people
exactly.
know the truth or not. We don't like the idea of people living in being controlled, living like sheep, raised to be drones. You might not care. I mean, that's, I guess, unbiblical of you, but I'm not going to go
Well, yeah,
in
all
that
the
in that
people.
was
territory.
already a
all
issue. That was already an issue.
If you've looked at the people who know what the true Earth shape is in the past 3 years and how they did not comply, how did they not get the thing that everybody got or most people got and so forth, it shows you that they're independent, sovereign individuals, okay? And it shows me they don't go with the masses that later on figure out, oh, actually we have been duped. How many people who have got the thing are now saying, oh, shoot, they actually were right. We have been lied to.
I would say that actually plays a big part. I would say that actually plays a big part in how you will react to the information received.
Yep.
Before you realize that you live on a stationary plane.
See, I think. Sorry, go on.
You've got to come out of that sheep state to realize it first, or else you're just going to dismiss it. You're going to hand wave it.
Yeah, I think that we're all drones to some degree of some subject. Now, some of us have special talents in a particular area, right? So, for instance, I might have unorthodox views in my area. Manufactotum might, and so might you, right? We might all have, in our own way, our awoken mind, right, where we have access to greater knowledge. I just don't think flat Earth is one of them, right? I don't think that's one of the big ones, that people really unlock a part of their brain where it's like, okay, now this is for real, And if you've ever had that experience, you know what it feels like, so you know what I'm talking about.
Well, when you understand that there is nothing worldly that can control you, right? Then this implies that there's a lot of freedom. It comes also with a lot of fight and struggle, right? If you don't want to wear this thing around your mouth and you don't want to take this and you don't want to conform to stupidity, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fights going on. It's gonna be a lot of struggle, right? But with fighting and struggling comes also freedom. That's what you're gonna earn from it. And I'd rather starve instead of licking the boots of daddy government, to be honest. I'd rather do that. Or I'd rather be tortured to adhere or conform to the word, to deny the Messiah who has also called us to get out of this world, out of this broad way that leads to death. I'd rather do that, man. I have no problem. They can hang me upside down, whip me, shoot me, whatever they want to do. I don't care about this flesh suit. That thing is gonna turn to dust anyways. No one can save that thing.
Bro, I just think you have some heavy persecution complex, where you basically people who don't have real problems in life, they want to invent problems for themselves in order to feel special.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
You have never been discriminated. You're making shit up. You're making imagination in your mind. A fictional enemy.
Okay, you can have that opinion about me. If you think it's reasonable to make that opinion about someone even though you don't know them in person, that's okay, man. Like I said, I'm not gonna even get angry at you because you don't really know what you're saying right there. But I'm saying there's gonna be a day and time, right, where my faith is gonna be tested. Maybe it's not gonna be in my day and time. Maybe I'll be dead before that. But if that day and time comes where, I don't know, they force you to get this or that in order to get food, in order to live, in order to somehow sustain your life, this flesh suit, and it's gonna go against the ways my Messiah has told me to, I'm not gonna conform to it. They can try as much as they want to make me conform to the word, and I will not do it. Right? That's what I'm talking about. If that day comes, I'm not saying that it's currently what it is, that, at every chance or every moment there can be someone at my door and imprison me. I mean, that could happen if I would open my mouth even more extreme than I already do. But I guess that's up to the future. But we have seen how they're testing it in the past 3 years. And if you want to deny that they have that the whole thing wasn't a test, right, to how far it can go with the systems worldwide, then I don't know what you have done the past 3 years with the whole thing going on. But I personally think even normies have figured out that that was clearly a test.
Yeah, they weren't imprisoning pregnant women for posting things on Facebook, and they weren't beating little old ladies in the street. They weren't doing any of that, were they?
No, we have just a syndrome where we want to see bad things in the world because our lives are way too easy. You know, that's the problem. We just want to see we just make things up. You know, with people being chased by the police on the beach because they're not wearing something in their face while they're running at the beach.
So, Embo, you
People
said
slept
earlier that NASA's not obligated to prove the shape of the Earth. Right. All right, fair enough.
Do any of
Or
you
maybe
actually
they're not
wrestle? Oh, sorry. I
Sorry,
completely
maybe
talked over
they
you then. Sorry.
maybe they're not even obligated to prove that they're doing what they say they're doing. But I'm not, at the same time, I'm not obligated to believe any of it either. But when a Glober comes in and tries to use what they're claiming to do, or using the supposed images of the Earth as evidence or proof, yes, the obligation is there.
Do any of you wrestle with the idea that you might be wrong? Because I find wrestling with that idea is somewhat indicative of accessing upper knowledge, right?
Sorry, yes. Quite a lot,
Yeah,
actually.
I think that's rational, right? If you're sitting here and you're like, well, job done, you know, you clapped your hands and you never thought twice, I think that's problematic, and you know, it's not a good sign for your confidence in flat Earth, like intellectually, right?
Yeah, let every man be a liar. Yeah, maybe I am a liar sometimes. Maybe I don't get things right. Yeah, that's I guess that's human, and I would agree with that.
It's
And I
not
don't
what
put
it is
myself.
human. It's not common, right? So, for instance, I don't really ever consider that on, I don't know, like diet, my knowledge on dietary stuff. I just assume it, right? Because I've just read it somewhere and I just like consumed it like a drone, or psychology or something I don't know much about. It's when you start to know a lot about something and you have a decent brain that you start to go, I don't know, like maybe even if you are more knowledgeable about that subject than anyone else in the room, you'd be second guessing yourself all the time, right? That's how you know.
Yeah, prove everything. Hold fast, which is good.
Yep.
Life is a constant battle, either for information or a physical battle. But if the dangerous position a human being can be in is when you sit on a throne of saying, I have figured it all out, right? Everything from A to B. That's dangerous, right? And I'll be honest to myself, maybe sometimes I myself sound like that, and see, I can that it's healthy that I can recognize this, but I think that this applies to everybody. Sometimes we have a little bit of pride that comes through, and we want to sound very intellectual, and then we're gonna sound like as if we sit on the throne of superior knowledge, right? But if I put it in a way where I say this is what I believe, which I put my faith and trust in, and I say you can even think I'm crazy, and I say this, right? Everything I have ever said to you guys, you can think I'm crazy, you can think I'm stupid. I actually wish you would question everything I say, right? That really destroys that picture of me sitting on a throne, for example, of superior knowledge, right? Because I put it out for scrutiny. You can deny it, you can research it, you can reprove it, you can correct me, whatever you want to. If you want to say the past 3 years was not a test, right, for certain things, for certain behaviors of human, you can just say, Clay, you're wrong. I'm going to tell you why. No problem.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of superior knowledge. I think it's actually kind of the other way around. Aren't we, rejecting a lot of what was supposed to be that superior knowledge, right? That only some can have, and the rest have to rely on those individuals, on that relatively small handful of individuals that have that superior knowledge. So we're actually saying, no, we have an inferior knowledge, and that's a lot of the points that we make. That we can't know these things that they're claiming to know.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right, man.
I mean,
That really
yeah, of
underlines
course,
it.
history proves that those who have invented the most have been reproven also. Like, for instance, scientists who have brought forth specific formulas about a specific topic. Years later, they have been reproven over and over again. People didn't agree anymore with them. They've shown that their thought process was deconstructive and not accurate to the topic they were talking about. They basically believed in an illusion that themselves and didn't came to a point where they acknowledge their falsehood.
Well, the best kings rise and fall, right? So there is nothing that is forever.
No, of course not.
Except for one king. Everybody knows who that king is. Don't even need to say his name.
They should know, yeah.
You talking about Muhammad?
No.
No,
The things
he's
that
not a king.
Things that we claim we can know contradict the very things that they're saying that, that we can't verify. Like the fundamental principles of the behavior of liquids and gases.
Yep.
I mean, of course, theoretically speaking, nothing we say, even those who make up formulas in order to test something. However, the majority of those who agree with one another and test each other because of this can come to the conclusion that what they are saying and understanding is actually what brings them forward to make a generalization of a topic or whatever is is in place, you know. So other than that, everything would be not up to date or to topic.
Right. So who's claiming to have superior knowledge? But we're claiming to have knowledge of something that the average Joe can have. No, that's not superior, it's average, it's common knowledge. Superior knowledge.
Yeah, of course, this is what we learned.
Right,
there's
so who
Perceived
exactly
over
is-
generations.
I think there's a certain type of educational realm, right? Of also especially positioned with certain type of authoritarian people who believe they have superior knowledge about the cosmos and so forth. And if you attack that knowledge, you're gonna be ridiculed.
I mean, it's always about power or what resources you have in order to spread it to the people, you know.
It's it.
If,
See, the
if
thing
you're
is
if you're actually
sorry.
a poor man but you have a lot of paper and you write on every paper whatever you want to give to the people, then people will know about it. If you bring it to the people, you know, they
thing is,
know
it's-
about
it's-
what you talk about. But if you're alone and have no resource or don't put any resources or any effort in it, nobody will know about you or your idea or whatever you bring forth.
And the thing is this, right? It's not mostly about truth. It is about keeping a certain type of power. Can someone mute Walter Slither? Thank you. Yeah. It's not about truth, but about keeping power. That's definitely the common theme I would say I see. Let's put truth to the side and use what is easy to control people, what is appealing to people, right? We see the same thing in a political movement. You know, they lie to people about who they are, where they come from, and what they actually are, and what these places where they live on, and in order to sustain a certain type of power, in order to keep people in a certain position, right? It's always
the moon.
The thing is, it is always the same mechanism. If we look at the Roman Empire, the way they maintained power and superiority above the people who are just going to be the workforce and make the whole clock running and so forth, always the same mechanism. They just always have they've always just refined and made the thing that, you know, which the people turn into having what is the syndrome called again? Stockholm syndrome, and they're gonna even defend the very program that keeps them below the people that want to keep the power. So that's why we have people in here being globals, for example.
Yeah, I mean, if an abusive person gets hold of you and then shows its other side where he represents himself to you as benevolent, then you are more likely to forget what he has done to you, or you are willing to accept this new characterization he presents to you. So this is a gameplay that works usually because we're social beings. We need to have interactions, and being traumatized and then basically furnished again over and over. This
right.
This is very dangerous, and yeah, I know what you mean. So
And they don't even hide it, right? They don't even hide it. Declassified documents talking about mass traumatization programs on the main public, right? MK Ultra. They don't even. The thing is, most of the stuff that they use against you is not a secret, and people are gonna defend. People are living in a Stockholm syndrome. Many of the globals have a Stockholm syndrome. They defend what is actually not a secret because they're controlled by what is actually not a secret. But they even defend something that's actually not a secret. For example, talking about MK Ultra. The way they have, to this point, are controlling the masses through traumatizing events, seen through the television, for example.
yeah, I mean, it's somewhat like, is a knife evil? No, the knife cannot be evil, but the user who uses it can be evil. So therefore, they present this a case very dangerous or non-dangerous, depending of what they want to achieve, and therefore they do not point out the tool they are using, but the method. They hide the methods they are actually using. And this is dangerous because you unconsciously basically grave it into yourself if you're not careful enough, which most people are. This is why we are in this mess.
Right, and another thing that people do that that are suffering under severe mind control, or let's say severe Stockholm syndrome.
All right. Can we get to the debate? Because this is
one second. The main thing that they do is the guy who puts you into the Stockholm syndrome, right? Who is the guy who's controlling you, right? And that you actually defend. He's gonna give you little tidbits of things that's gonna entertain you and get you away from actually thinking about you being in a state of control, right? So the mind control guy is gonna probably sit you in front of a TV, gives you nice afternoons with some nice food. Maybe he's gonna even gives you another friend that he's also gonna control, and you're gonna be together, and that he's gonna give you all types of entertainment in order to entertain you, to keep you away from actually realizing that you're under his control. That's what we see with people like the guy who just posted the banana, the earth is a huge banana, prove me wrong. He's using this entertainment in his mind to never deal with the very reason where with the very reason to why he is at the point he is right now in his life, being under mind control of government agencies.
Yeah,
He will be never able to see it because he's entertained by things that they give to him, smartphone, computer, all this kind of stuff to entertain him and keep him away from realizing that he is within this control mechanism. And that's why he's gonna show symptoms of Stockholm syndrome, where he's gonna defend the guy who gives him these tidbits of entertainment, right? That's what we see.
All right,
with
okay.
The broad majority.
All right, let's get into the Globus stuff. It's just like,
Why?
Globers are deranged. We get it,
It's not only Globers. I think there's also still a majority of it's all types of people, man. Actually,
like I said, we're all drones except for the one or two things that we're not, right? So it's just about acknowledging it, really, knowing when you are being a drone, and if being a drone is fine, because sometimes you don't need to know those things. It's just...
Yeah, you're just a stupid receiver.
We all are in some topics. Tell me if you're under the impression, if you're under the impression, and I hope you're not, that you're this latter day John Stuart Mill, you can do everything. You're having a mental breakdown at 13 because you were so much of a genius, which I don't think you are, right? Then yes, we're all drones to some degree in areas that we're not very knowledgeable about.
Drew, you kind of sound like the guy that tries to find an excuse of why someone is keeping you under control, right? You kind of find you're the excuse finder within the paradigm of the symptoms that we see with people under severe Stockholm syndrome. Like the way you try to you want to make it sound more reasonable that things are the way they are, right? At least that's what it sounds like for me.
Because you only know me from my globe debates, and you think prima facie the globe is a mechanism of control. So if I believe in the globe, then I must fall into that category. However, right, in topics that are unrelated to physics, I do have unorthodox views. So in that sense, I go against exactly what governments prescribe you to think and do. So I'm far from it. It's just like I said, I'm unorthodox in my own set of views on things I know a lot about. You're unorthodox, conversely, on subjects that you know little about, which is fine.
I find it funny that you use the word prescribe. It's like the same thing that went on with the jabby jab and such.
Yeah, prescribe just means tell someone.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And the funny thing is this, Joey, even though we probably disagree in many things, and even though maybe you don't even believe me like you said the last time, but I do like you, man. It's very weird. I don't know what it is, but I do like you.
Oh, that's nice to hear. I like you too.
So, and
Do you like me, Fabian?
That was so funny.
I like you too, man. I really, there is no dislike on people. I'm way too lazy to dislike people. I think liking is way easier. Disliking is so much effort, man. You gotta tell yourself, oh, I don't like him because he has said this once and blah blah. Disliking is just, a waste of time. liking someone is very easy. Just gonna say I like you, man, and that's it. You know, you're just gonna forgive and move on.
Well, it's
Whatever
a
happened
real
before doesn't
testament
matter.
to being an adult if you, because I know there are some whiny babies that if they get into a debate, they start to not like people. So, you know, if I debate, I'm not going to say a particular person, I can't really think of anyone off the top of my head, but if I debate someone and our debate was feisty and they stopped liking me because they just didn't like how feisty the debate was or didn't like my views, that's a bit immature, right? At the end of the day, you can still be friendly with someone after the debate's done, right? And I think,
But
you know,
I'll be honest, I had this realization just a short while ago because I used to also dislike people. And I figured actually maybe it's not really the people I dislike, maybe it's just sometimes the way they think is what I dislike with. So why is it logical to automatically completely write someone off, even though I dislike what they maybe think, what the opinions are and whatnot? Because then I would even need to dislike my brother because my brother is completely different to what I think. Right?
Yeah.
Same with his girlfriend. So why I can't write off my brother, for example, because there's certain things I dislike with what he thinks. So that's why
I think it's usually when people first come into a conversation, you don't really know anything about them, but then all you know is that you hate their views. It makes sense that you'd fall into not liking them. However, if you know them prior or in between, when it's not all debating all the time, you can grow to like someone who has completely different views to you.
Right.
You know, maybe your wife will be your future
I
wife
think
might be
it's-
completely different. You know.
Yeah, I think it's a comparison about building up trust with someone in a short amount of time and having someone you have been your whole life, basically. You basically know how or what to expect. If is that person, does that person forgive me or someone else when they get into a debate or whatever? Like the tiny bits that play an actual role in actually deciphering a situation.
I really think the word that you just said is really the point, forgiveness. And I'll be honest, man, forgiving is hard. Like it's forgiving, or I mean, it's not hard. Maybe it's a process of learning. The more you actually forgive people, the more the more it's gonna be easier. I would say maybe that's the point.
Yeah, well,
But I'll be honest, I sometimes have had struggle in the past with forgiving people, right? And that's okay. I think that is you're gonna learn from it, right? But being full of hate and having hatred towards each other, I think that's just not gonna get someone anywhere, right?
I mean, the actual
Either side.
Yeah, the actual in the actual moment you try to come with someone in a conversation, and then you apply the word forgiveness, they have to do actually wrong to you. So if in a conversation they somehow attack you verbally or something like this is a direct backlash where you basically build up a specific barrier until you reach your self-made barrier and cut the person off, you know?
I think Timbo's bored of this conversation. He told us to move on.
What?
I knew I liked Timbo.
There's only a few Globers in the chat though, so I don't know where we'd go from here. And I'm not arguing. The Peter's here though. Maybe he can take one for the team.
Anytime, Yui. I just wanted to say that what you guys were talking about, I think Twitter is like the most toxic place because you only text with people. And I have learned that the moment you speak to someone, like by voice, it kind of changes, it improves the situation. Like there are very few people here that come here that I dislike. I think there's only one, and that's Bev. Okay, but everybody else I can at least tolerate, and some of you I actually even like, even though I disagree with your interpretation of reality, but that's a separate issue.
Of course, when you read something, you interpret the way you think and what your mood is and what you actually are reading. Sometimes you skip a word and you interpret the whole sentence he presented to you in a different way, and made up a new situation that doesn't exist. But when you listen to someone who actually has different voice tones in it, you can decipher from your own experience how the person is actually reacting to your output. So therefore, this is what I previously said. We are social beings, and we need this. The only thing we can't have right now is our facial expressions, so that we actually can read the body language that that person is putting out. So yeah, I agree with you.
You only don't like one person in this call, Peter? That's pretty impressive.
Well, I mean, well, let me see.
There's
I'll
no one
let you
else who
know.
drives you up the wall of irritation? No one else?
Irritation? No, Bev does. Bev reached my limit yesterday after I realized what he did to Jerry's brain. And now it's war. Okay, there's nothing else left. But I don't know. I'll let you know. Even yeah.
I
Oh
think you just
no,
haven't been
no.
around
There's that
out.
idiot. No, there's this guy, the quantum eraser. I mean,
Yeah.
his style is so lame that it just
Yeah.
gets boring very quickly.
I didn't think you were a big fan of Alpha Veritas.
No, I actually like him. I know that if I could go get a beer with him, I would fix him in like 10 minutes.
Oh, right, I see. Maybe.
Yeah, he just like he does his shtick, you know, I understand the shtick. It's the same shtick every time. It's mildly entertaining, but you know, after 40 minutes of the same shtick, you kind of, you know, it's enough.
You think he's broken?
Yeah, I was going to say fix him. Do you mean fix him from flat Earth to globe Earth, or just fix him kind of on a personal sense or interpersonal sense?
No, on a personal sense, you know, I would have to fix myself first. No, like explain a few things that he honestly misinterprets. So not necessarily make him a glober, but take 2, 3 things that he continuously misinterprets and just say, dude, like it's like this and that, and have a back and forth. In person, it's very different.
Okay. So
without audience, you see, is a big problem. People have different personalities when there's an audience.
That's true.
Would the things that Alpha Veritas says, trying to take the personal out of it, the things that he says, would you attribute those things to what flat earthers say? And what, by extension, would the things that flat earthers say be incorrect that you have to fix?
There are a few, so if I only consider honest flat earthers, and for example, I think you are one, I think he also is an honest one. There are a few things that are misinterpreted that cause like the foundation for why you believe the earth is flat. And if I can at least seed a different way of thinking about those problems, then I think you guys will change your mind over time.
You know, I'm the opposite. I had the view long time ago that if I
some background noise.
Okay. That is background noise. It's very delayed. I don't know what that guy's internet speed is, but it's not good.
Quetz is an imposter. He's a glober. He's not a flat earther. He's pretending to be a flat earther.
Yeah.
He's definitely we've had plenty of conversations where he thinks that flat earthers are dumb, and he thinks that it's crazy that y'all believe the earth is flat.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
What was I
when
going
you've
to
been
say?
programmed your whole life and everybody else in the world thinks that, then yeah, you gotta be kind of crazy to think the opposite.
Oh, I remember. I had a view. Well, because someone just meet Mojo, please. Anyone, right? Just please. Anyone. One of you. There's like 10 of you in here. Just mute him. Oh, thank God. Anyway, all I was going to say was Peter, I used to have the approach, and I think
Sorry, Louis, do apologise, mate. Just before you carry on, I did that like 3 times, but because the delay was so bad, I didn't think it was him.
Yeah, I had the view. I had a view once, which was like, oh, maybe if I tiptoe around words and I don't say the G word, or if I explain it in such a way that doesn't hit the trigger words, that maybe I could bypass the trigger words and avoid the script. Well, I mean, script quotation marks. Some of you might not have a script, but some people definitely do, because I hear some of you saying verbatim what others say, so that must be a script, right? By definition. Some of you are quite unique in how you argue, and but then now I think I surrendered too many things that I actually do. I'm quite comfortable with accepting, right? For instance, photographs. I'm quite comfortable with saying photographs are evidence, but I pretended like I wasn't. And I don't think that's a good way to. I think I feel more liberated in the fact that I can just say, yeah, the photos of Bigfoot are evidence for Bigfoot, but it doesn't mean Bigfoot's real. It's much more liberating.
I just want to say, Yui, I was exactly like that. My first 2 weeks in Flat Earth environment was on Twitter attending Flat Earth Fridays. And I was exactly like you. I was even yelling at Globers who would bring like satellites. I said, like, don't use any of the taboo words, right? Satellite, gravity. I was trying to like do it like accept the rules of the game, And after a while, I saw that at least the people there were not really genuinely looking to discuss anything. So I just unload on them now with full brute force.
Yeah, I think honestly, it's more honest for the flat earther to know exactly, because I feel like a flat earther, if they listen to you swivel around, they think that you're being dishonest, and you're obviously not saying what you mean, which is true, because you're obviously doing it. We're calculating how to argue with them, right? And that's not an honest way of having an argument. So it's better to be blunt. If you do think photographs are evidence, just say it. If they laugh at you for saying it, stand by it. Just say yeah. Photographs of Bigfoot are evidence of Bigfoot, but doesn't mean he's real. Perfectly fine. Most of us would most people consider photographs as evidence, so it's not like it's a controversial opinion.
It's because people don't understand the difference between evidence and proof, right?
Yeah,
you would have to have proof that piece of evidence was true, right?
I agree, but I was going as far as to say is when people came in, like Globers came in and said photographs, satellites, I was like, oh, don't say that, that's not the way to argue with a flat earther. But now I kind of think,
yeah, Yui, just make sure they don't make the connection that was on the cover of their science book back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, just earlier on, someone said
that connection to them, because then they'll be like, huh? What do you mean this isn't evidence? I thought this was the real McCoy. So, yeah.
I mean, even if I don't know what everyone's opinions are on. I mean, I think everyone here thinks that they're evidence, but at one point it was so ambiguous. It's just an example case. I mean, there's many such cases, but where there's ambiguity where people would almost feel too embarrassed to say that pictures of Bigfoot are evidence for Bigfoot, because it sounds so ludicrous, because we know he's not real, right? So yeah, I mean, that's probably why.
Actually shows a bit of stupidity as far as Globers go, because obviously we didn't grow up under a rock. We were exposed to these ideas of satellites and gravity and photos from space and all that sort of garbage. So a smarter question would be, well, you obviously are aware of these things. So why is it that you don't accept them?
You mean like a question for a flat earther, there, as I take it, not a globe earther?
Question to a flat earther.
Yeah, to a flat earther from a globe earther. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and we know why they don't accept them, and we reject their reason for not accepting them. And I used to Yui's point, I used to police Globers in those spaces by saying, Don't talk to them about satellites because they reject them. Don't use, photos of the globe as argument because they reject them. Use more subtle arguments. But then I realized it is a little bit also disrespectful to the flat earthers because we are treating you, it's not a genuine approach. We're treating you, in that case, more like special needs people. Like we
Yeah.
pretend that there's all this body of evidence that we consider valid, but we pretend that it's invalid just to satisfy the other side because of what we see as a cognitive limitation, and that's not okay.
I had that exact thought like this week where I was thinking, I accept the photos as evidence, so why am I pretending like it's a dumb argument? They won't accept it anyway, you know. It's it's perfectly fine for me to. I think it's more honest for me to say exactly why I think it's a globe rather than trying to basically intellectually trick you, right? Which is what I was basically trying to do for a few months, right?
You've admitted to the
Stand by your man.
Yeah, that's a good start to admit to the intellectual trickery that you've succumbed to. Very, very good.
I didn't succumb to it. I was a purveyor of it.
Excuse me. You're the one rationalizing away. Just because, listen, hold on. You're saying these pictures that I believe them, even though they don't prove anything. They may be evidence. Anything could be offered as evidence. Evidence is always tossed out. That's
not everything.
illegitimate eventually.
There's not everything, but I will say in my defense, in the Globus defense,
things that are illegitimate, if decent lawyers are handling it, are cast away.
Yeah, there are certain things also. I mean, like both sides do intellectual trickery, by the way. I'm just going to put that out. But
you rationalize it how you must. I mean,
I will say in my defense for why I changed my view wasn't just like because I felt benevolent to flat earthers. It was also for my own sake because I was thinking, look, this evidence that I just ignore, right? Actually amounts to some of the most.
It equals the best. It equals the best there is.
No, not that. It was that it's such, if used correctly, a very useful weapon in rhetorical repertoire. To use a
hopefully you'll learn. Listen, hopefully you'll learn to use it correctly because your whole rationalization pan out.
You cut out for like half of that, so that insult fell flat.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't an insult. It was a direct. That showed two different depictions of the globe. Now you're saying I just believe both of them, even though they're contradictory. Anyways, I think it's a good step that you're realizing. I think you're realizing the limitations of the evidence that exists.
Yeah. Have you ever taken a photo of yourself?
These pictures are as good as they get.
You ever taken a selfie? You ever move the camera around your face before and notice that you look very different from different angles? You look like a different person almost.
Luckily, I have never taken selfies to the point where I was taking different angles.
I challenge you.
I've never taken a selfie unless my wife made me and she held the camera.
Yeah, this idea that I've got a rack of frames.
You ever like woken up and accidentally gone? Have you ever woken up and accidentally gone onto your camera phone and just saw like you lying down in the darkness with a double chin looking down at your phone?
15 minutes in the morning to find my phone.
Well, then you probably why you think
I get it, dude. Stop with this weird thing.
The point is that's why you think it's contradictory because you don't. You just don't have enough familiarity.
How is a self-portrait equal to these images?
Because you're thinking because they don't look the same. Because you're thinking because they don't look the same that it must be contradictory, right? You can take selfies that don't look the same.
Hold on a minute.
Well, I hate to break it to you.
There has to be something. There has to be something acknowledged here.
I'll shut up after this. If I'm the photographer of these selfies, I know it's my face. That's all I got to say. I'll shut up.
And I know that's my planet.
No, the one thing that you have to go ahead and acknowledge is that you will never be able to validate that photograph or I should say, picture or image. Now, the one with, old Haas, the one that he takes, he can validate that. And he can actually touch the subject and the camera.
Well, I would say two things to this. Just let me say both. Don't cut me out until I said both, right? First of all, I think that we're quite fair with you guys when we look at your photographs, right? We don't ever question them and say you're lying, right? The second thing is, the funny thing about
listen, hold on, time out. One camera is held by an outstretched arm. The other one, the image just appear in textbooks and on TV.
Hasrad, let me just finish the second point. The second point is, and you might not like this, right? But I would say once evidence is provided, and this is a general rule of thumb, the burden of shift moves, right? So if I provide the image and say this is what I'm submitting as evidence, I've actually
time out, dude.
I've
time out. Let's move it along. Time out. To move it along, and then I'll shut up for real. This all started with two different images of the globe that showed the same locales that were drastically different sizes. So you're on board with both of those?
I don't know anything about what you're talking about. What I am saying is that the burden of shift, the burden of proof shifts when you've
but the evidence you offered is a contradiction in and of itself.
Well, that's
the
how
evidence
it works.
The evidence you offered canceled out itself.
You don't have, there's no permanency to the burden of proof. It's not this thing that you're stuck on you like a
rational dude. Your 2024 rational.
Yeah, it's not 2024 rationality.
Played out already.
It's not. You don't like. I don't have like some sort of attraction.
You don't care. No one cares. You don't have a dog in the fight. I know.
To me, right?
So what are you doing in 2024? Just saying the story given to me is good enough. Hallelujah.
Well, that's not at all what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that, and this is important, rhetorically, if you think the burden of proof sticks on one individual for the entire debate, you're misled, right? It does move. It has to.
See, right? that's another good tactic. Iwi, I think I figured you out. And you like to keep this debate or this topic or this rhetoric all subjective, right? You talk about how you think and you like, and I think, and I think this about you, and you guys do this, and it's always going to be subjective. It's never going to be, objective. So your bias is that you're trying to keep people in this, topic. You're just going to try to keep it. Yes, you can continue to believe the things that they've provided for us, believe the pictures that we can't validate, believe the rhetoric, believe the things that don't make sense as far as entropy is concerned. Just keep people affirming their biases and everything will be just fine. That's the tactic, right?
Objective?
Objective is whether or not it's true or false. It needs to be true.
No.
It needs to be actual. If you're only going to live in the realm of the subjective, then I don't even know why you're here.
That's not what objective.
This is about a topic of trying to figure out what actually is true. No gray areas, black or white.
Yeah, like objective doesn't mean what's true or false. It probably is more close to the truth if you were going to say it's mind independent. That's like the more rudimentary understanding.
You can, once again, this is what you're good at too. You're going to divert off to something that really doesn't have anything to what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, whether or not it's true or false. Right. Okay. So fair enough. I use the word objective. I hope you understand what I mean by that. Is it true or is it false? Not what I want to believe, not what I think is true. We're actually trying to figure out what is true.
Well, I think subjective things have a partial access to the truth. They approximate the truth and can get.
And once again, this is about what you think, and I don't care about what you think. Nobody cares about what you think.
Closer to the truth than others, right?
Yiwi. Nobody cares about what you think.
One more thing.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, one more thing. Nobody cares. One more thing. I don't know if you've assessed how you even know if something's true, right? Tell me how you've proved the flat Earth, for starters.
Great. So are we just going to go to the brain in the jar? Should we just go straight to that? You're a brain in a jar, correct?
Well, no, I'm actually just asking you for proof.
Oh, well, is anything true, Yiwi? Or is everything up for debate? Always going to be subjective?
Could be. Show me how you did it.
In what realm? I mean, if I'm asking you point blank. Okay, flat realm.
Flat realm, yeah.
Fair enough. Everything that we do here is always going to end up being done in reference to the Earth being a flat plane. As far as using it, navigating it, all of that stuff. So I suppose if it's true to use the Earth as flat to navigate, then it's true that the Earth is flat. If it's true that I have to use the Earth to build on it, then the Earth is flat. If it's true
Does
that I
that
have
follow?
to, like, I could go on and on.
Does that follow?
Is it? Does it? I'm asking you.
Even if what you said was true, does it follow to say, therefore the Earth is flat?
Fallacy of
It guarantees actually in modus ponens.
I'm not so sure it does.
Well, go ahead and give me your response. You know, feel free to rebut that.
Well, you just were quite vague, but you haven't really given an example, you know.
Oh, yeah, so we're going to bail. You're bailing. You don't have a rebuttal.
You just said, well, it's used flat. I'm just like, all right.
Yeah, no, it's about me, right? It's about me. It's about me, isn't it, Yui? It's never about the topic. It's about me.
Well,
Tell me about what you think. Tell me about what you think.
You said, not you personally. I can only go
What
off
did I
what you
say?
said. I don't want to put words in your mouth, young man.
What did I say?
You said
What
that
did I
it's
say?
practically used as flat, it's navigated as flat, and so on. And I've not got need more precise examples, really, and how you think it proves anything.
You've already heard these examples. I'm not going to go over them with you. If you want to, turn this back around and turn into some nonsense shit show in here, we're not going to do that. You've heard the arguments. I know you've heard them.
Well, I have heard arguments, but there's no two flat earthers in this room that have the same opinion. So I'm not going to assume your opinion and what you think is true, right?
How about
This is not about my opinion. This is about how
doing that sometimes.
Hold on. About me. I don't make these arguments. This is how the Earth is used, is it not?
I'm not so sure that the Earth is used in any particular way that says that it has to be flat.
Do planes
And what have you looked into?
Would you accept evidence at this stage? That
Evidence is far and away from proof.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I asked, because we discussed earlier the difference between.
You know that I accept there's evidence for the flat Earth. I don't think there's proof for it though.
Okay, so would you suggest that, with regards to elevation angles, measurements of a terrestrial value and of a celestial value require the Earth to be level, because that's what we're going to be taking our measurement from at any place upon the surface of the Earth?
Outside of my bounds, you're gonna have to ask like Peter or something about that.
Okay, you know what a triangle is, though, right?
Outside of my scope,
a triangle is
right angle triangle.
Let's get the complicated stuff out of the way. We don't have to talk about it. Let's just say, to gain the altitude of a mountain, we can use an elevation angle to determine that.
Okay.
With regards to that method, that's trigonometry. All lines must be level. To gain an elevation angle from a horizontal, you obviously understand that the line between the observer and the ground position of that object at altitude above mean sea level is a right angle triangle. The elevation angle up to that mountain or object in question is derived from that horizontal being the plane of the Earth.
I suspect something's amiss. Can you show me how you do it in a practical sense? Like, not just say like what you do. Like maybe a demonstration, a video demonstration. Something like
You do understand basic trigonometry, right?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm mathematically illiterate and scientifically illiterate.
Okay.
I do think something is amiss though, but I don't know exactly what.
Okay.
Do you know what a right angle triangle is?
Yes, I know what a right angle triangle is. I'm not that illiterate.
And we can start there. So
I know the
triangle.
gist. I know the gist of what he's saying, right? Flat baseline, right angle triangle, horizontal line.
Bingo, you're there.
Right? I know what he's saying, right? But I just think something's amiss that I don't think I have the capacity to really figure out my own.
When you say there's something amiss, you think that I'm not expressing everything to you? That elevation angles is, sorry, trigonometry is required to gain an elevation angle and derive an elevation or altitude above sea level in a meters or feet value?
I think you are. It's one of two things: expressing verbatim. Actually, no, three things: verbatim what it is. Two, it's something isn't being included, so something's being omitted. Or three, three. I had the third in my head, but now I've gone foggy burned. The third one was that. No, it's gone. It'll come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm going to stay in my ballpark. I'm not going to step outside of it.
Triangles are outside of your ballpark.
Yeah. Especially if triangles on, but the idea that's being presented. I remember the third one now, that the way you've interpreted it is slightly off, right? That could be another one.
The way that I've interpreted it.
Yeah, the method.
The right angle triangle. You didn't understand the right angle triangle that you just stepped yourself right through that you did agree with? You don't understand that?
I didn't say I agree with it. I said I understood it.
How could you have forgotten that?
Just saying something's amiss here.
The horizontal plane, that's what you're not getting. The horizontal plane. It's right there, plain view.
Yeah,
Well, if I think
your brain is in a miss.
I think the Earth isn't on a horizontal plane, then I'll definitely think something's amiss, right?
Do you understand that within trigonometry, if I even start talking about using a triangle and an angle, then everything must be straight. I can't have a curved line within my triangle, so I can't use trigonometry on a surface that is spherical.
Do you remember Jedi Jacobianite versus Alpha Veritas debates?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, that consisted almost entirely about triangles, right, and a flat baseline and a horizontal plane, right? Now, if I was listening to Alpha Veritas explain it, I'd be like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense, okay? But when I heard Jacobianite give the counter explanation and the other things involved, I thought, well, maybe not. Maybe Alpha Veritas is maybe like not explaining it, interpreting it correctly, right? And now I'm at the point where I'm in a similar sort of situation where I can't exactly articulate it myself, but I've heard both sides before in relation to navigation. I'm not convinced.
Right.
Necessarily.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not talking about navigation. I'm not talking about
measuring elevation angles.
No. I'm talking about terrestrial measurements. An elevation angle to a mountain, for example. That's why I was very clear. I can use trigonometry to a terrestrial bound object. When I'm doing celestial navigation, I'm not doing trigonometry. I am using the basis of a triangle, but there's only a few things that I can derive. Right? Because at this point, the star can be an infinite value away. I'm only deriving the elevation angle to it from a horizontal baseline that I need to put into place because I need 90 degrees underneath that star in question to even start thinking about angles and calculating shit from that. I need to know the distance between me and the ground position of that star at a certain time of year and day based on its elevation above the horizon.
All right. On that note, Jedi, would you be willing to take it up with one of my lovely assistants and see what their perhaps more familiar brain is to this argument and see what they say?
Yeah.
Embo manufacturer Tim or Peter.
No, that's fine. As long as you understand that I'm talking about elevation angles to terrestrial objects. I'm not talking about celestial navigation.
I understand what you're saying. I just think there's something that I'm missing about the whole picture you're painting, right?
Okay, that's fine.
What would be what would be the practical use of measuring elevation angles to terrestrial objects?
The practical use, I've just explained that. The practical use of measuring an elevation angle to an object at a known time of year and day, then I can understand where it is geographically positioned on the surface of the Earth. I can then measure two other elevation angles to other celestial objects, get ground positions for those.
Yes. Okay. I don't want to interrupt, but you're addressing the wrong point, because I am very aware of celestial navigation, and I was asking about the point of measuring to the terrestrial objects.
Yeah, to the point of measuring to the terrestrial objects or celestial
Yes.
objects. The terrestrial objects.
Terrestrial. Yes, on the surface of the Earth.
To gain its elevation angle above, to gain its altitude above mean sea level.
And how would you derive the physical altitude above the sea level from apparent angle, the angular size?
Sorry, say that again. I had some background noise. How would I derive what from its angular size?
How would you derive the physical height of the mountain from its angle? So the apparent angle it takes in your field of view.
How would I derive that?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's just based on my distance from the object, the angle up to the top of that object. I don't know, maybe I'm not quite following what you're asking.
And it's all done off of a flat plane of reference.
In that case, why, when we observe these distant terrestrial objects, we observe them dropping from that established horizontal plane over the distance? I'm not trying to argue what's the cause of that apparent drop. You can argue it's optical or whatever. It's caused by some atmospheric or perspective or I don't care. But my point is that if it happens, and my point is that it happens no matter the cause, then that would render that method useless, because we still observe that drop.
What drop?
The drop from the horizontal.
To the horizontal, then?
I think he's talking
Yes.
about how things get smaller with distance.
Okay.
No, these two aren't analogies. I'm talking about the fact that when you take some kind of leveling tool and establish a horizontal plane, a local horizontal plane that is horizontal at your position on Earth, and look at the distant objects, then the point in that object that is at the equal elevation above the sea level as you will not be on the same horizontal plane. It would be lower. So you would have to look down to see it.
With reference to what? So both things are above mean sea level at both same altitudes, and when you look from one to the other, one does appear to descend above that horizontal.
Yes.
You'd have to show me that.
Okay.
And I don't mean that like facetiously. I just like I'm really interested to see what he was talking about.
Like the most basic observations from things appearing lower than they should be relative to some other reference, either the horizontal plane from, for example, theodolite, or some physical object that is in front of it, which has known height, like the famous Blackpool Tower photo. Or your beloved Jesse's observations.
I'm not familiar with that picture. I've never seen it.
You've not seen
You're
Jesse's
not familiar
pictures?
with the
No.
Blackpool Tower photo?
No, I don't recall it. No, I'm sure somebody else in here has, but sorry, I have.
That's no problem. I can find it.
You know about the one you sent me?
Yes.
I'll get it. It's in our DMs.
It's this one.
That one, yeah.
And what's the question?
The question is that when you check, there is a version of that picture with the all of the data mentioned there, but I've lost it. You would have to find it. This is only the pure picture. But if you know the height of that tower, I don't remember it specifically, and of these mountains, which are obviously higher than the tower, because you can see that the mountains are pretty high. They have the snow at the top, but the mountains are appearing lower than the tower, even though they are physically higher, and that's a problem, I think.
Has there been any other pictures taken at a different time of year when there isn't snow in the mountains? Just asking. I mean, I think
don't recall.
I think you've got an optical effect going on there. It's a neat picture, but I don't know that it proves anything. I think that you could claim that the mountains have sunk down behind the curve of the earth, but I don't know that that's necessarily the case. It might look different on a different day with different air pressure, different temperatures, different season. I don't know. It's only one picture.
Yes, obviously it would look slightly different to some extent, but I don't think it would be enough to lift it back to its geometric position.
But you don't know. You don't know. You're saying, I don't think. So we don't know because there isn't another picture to have another picture with perspective. There might be another picture where the mountains look bigger. I don't know. It's possible, maybe not. But I mean, the mountains obviously look smaller because you're quite far away from them. And obviously the tower is not taller than the mountains. That's pretty obvious in the picture because you can see the snow and stuff. But it would be neat to just see it from a different perspective of time of year, temperature, maybe different time of day. You might just see different effects.
I'm not sure that's how perspective works.
I think he's arguing for refraction now, not
Sorry.
perspective.
A
Because he's talking about the atmospheric effects.
Yeah, that's all that was, Yui. We can observe over time-lapse footage the horizon and things akin to it shrinking or elongating.
What refraction is that?
And that's atmospheric distortion, dude. Come on.
Let's see.
Just pointing out something that we observe. This is something that we have to be really careful about when we take still shots. Right, that's just a moment in time. If we were to take long exposure, if we were to take a video over fucking time, right, then we observe that phenomena happen within the atmosphere when the atmosphere changes. Of course it does.
I don't know what the measurements are, Mr. Timbo. But there is this one.
Didn't you have a picture the other day? Yeah, sorry. Air Pressure's put the time lapse footage of what I'm talking about. This is called the Skunk Bay image. And second of all, you had an image the other day of Bev's picture with some measurements on it.
I was just about to get it. There we go.
Thank
It has nothing to do with the hills behind it, though.
That's unfortunate.
So not even the same area or anything.
It's the same area. It's just different.
Nah, who knows? Who knows?
That's Blackpool Tower, buddy. I don't think anyone's confused about the fact that that's Blackpool Tower.
No, that's Blackpool Tower.
where each picture was taken from?
Well,
Weird.
obviously they're facing different directions because on one of them you can see the Cumbric hills, and the other ones you can see the coast. So it's obviously facing a different direction. Or the Lancashire Hills. I don't know where that is. I used to live in Lancashire. I should know, but yeah.
Definitely not the Cumbric Hills.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you could see. I lived in north of Blackpool, and I could still see those hills. So I don't know. I feel like they might be in Cumbria. I don't know. Definitely not south of Blackpool. That's facing north, for sure.
There's hills in Cumbria called the Cumbric Hills.
Wow, they're hills, and they're in Cumbria. I'll call them Cumbric Hills.
Okay.
The Lake District might be the more correct term. I think Ambo called those mountains behind Blackpool Tower. I'm not sure they're mountains. I'm pretty sure they're not.
They're just hills.
Yeah, those hills.
Very few mountains in Great Britain. Especially in England.
Bev just said, "Why do you think I took the photo?" He didn't actually say why he did it.
Mm-hmm.
No one, I could not tell you why he took that photo. Doesn't seem to be any utility in it. I think the only thing that people find it amusing about it is that there's missing elevation height.
Missing elevation height.
Yeah, look at the text all around it.
Mm-hmm.
We should post a picture of Godzilla on the beach standing over the guy or whatever with the car.
I guess elevation and height is a tautology.
An exact image.
When I posted that the first time, everyone was like, "Oh, you think you live on a small Earth?" I was like, "Ignore the left to right curve. No one's talking about that. No one's saying, oh, that proves Earth curve, left to right."
Yes, philosophers very like to use the non sequitur fallacy. I mean, not use that they use it by themselves, but accuse Globbers of doing that. But in that case, it's an actual non sequitur to the argument, saying where's the right to left curve, it has nothing to do with the actual point.
When do we see the right and left curve then?
When you go high enough from the
So I gotta go to
stratosphere.
outer space to see the curve then?
No, stratosphere isn't outer space. It's inner space.
Holy crap.
So I guess we get these really, really small Earths from the ISS. Interesting.
You get bigger ones from the Chinese space station.
Yeah, maybe we'll use their space station.
The Chinese have a space station now too.
Yeah, you haven't seen their footage. They show the horizon as S-shaped, as flat, as super GoPro curved. It's nuts.
So there's two of those gigantic football fields flying around in the air?
Come on, Jedi. We both know that's Tatooine at the bottom.
Yeah,
Damn right,
Radwin, they
baby.
say there are two of them now.
Fucking hate sand.
So after the ISS is gonna be destroyed, they want to make smaller ISSs, so to say, like smaller, like 2 or 3 man compartments or something like that.
Well, so like a shoebox apartments. Are they going to eat bugs inside of them too?
Maybe.
Hey, it looks like there's an internal globe war going on. McToon sees curve from left to right, and Scott Mackey says no. This should be good.
Really? Where?
Bring McToon. Bring him in. Bring McToon in quick.
Oh, it's Yui talking. It's how he said what McToon said, and Scott's gonna straighten him out. We need to get that set up.
Just in case if someone is interested, I found the version of the meme with all of the data about the heights and the angles.
Is it a control perspective?
So that's 210 pixels high?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can't say it's perspective now. I was just told it wasn't perspective. Amish.
I mean, many factors can act at once.
No,
These
that
two
tower
essentially
there,
contradict
that
each
tower
other.
is the tower is taller than mountains.
Pick one. You can't have both.
But speaking about destroying the ISS, I'm genuinely wondering what would be the reaction of flat earthers to the moment when they do that, because at some point they have to deorbit it and it's going to fall down back to the Earth and burn the atmosphere. And I suspect it will be pretty visible to the general public.
No, they said they're going to bring it down in the middle of the Pacific Ocean out of everybody's view. They already announced it.
Why not swim to the Pacific Ocean then? To see it.
CGI enabled telemetry to show us animations on TV of it, just like they do for the moon missions.
They did that for when, what was that one that came down? The first one. Space Lab. They showed on
for
the news.
Skylab, yeah.
They showed exactly all the graphic images where this thing was coming down, everybody's safe, all that.
Dude, that was a long time ago. Wow.
Yeah, I'm older than you are.
You are.
There was also a Russian space station they put through the atmosphere.
Oh,
Well,
did they
had
destroy Mir?
They had a trial run with the NASA runaway balloon that they shot down.
Or was it a Soviet station? I don't know. Maybe I think it was a Soviet station that got, made out of use.
Yes, the Soviets made the first one. It was called Mira, I believe.
I gotta go to the library.
People are attributing all of these accomplishments or supposed fakes to NASA, but the pioneers that were in space exploration were really the Soviets, because NASA is doing that with more advanced technology nowadays, but they were the first to make all of the major accomplishments besides the moon landing, like sending the first satellite to space or the first man to space. So if you assume that someone would have to start that conspiracy, it would be more reasonable to accuse Soviets of that instead of the Americans and NASA.
Are you okay, Enlightened?
What's that? Hello.
Did you just have a poo?
I don't understand what you just said.
Okay. Why do you think the Earth's a globe?
I didn't even say anything. I think I grunted because my back hurt.
Well,
What's your question?
Must be because you're sitting on a curved surface, right?
Okay. Can we restart? What was the question that you asked?
What's your proof of the globe?
A high school experiment where you put a camera on a helium balloon and then it comes back and then you go hunt it down with GPS tracking. That's something that I did.
That proves what now?
That you take a picture.
The balloons go up and come down and you could find it again?
Well, you asked me a question. It didn't seem like you really asked me a question. So you're
that doesn't prove anything that you sent a camera up.
When you get your SD card back with all of your documented footage, yes, it does.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, well, then explain how rockets are being retrieved and the footage being recorded. It would be nonsense too, right?
Wait, what? Wait. Okay, I was talking about putting a
Yeah,
camera
I'm
onto.
not talking to you.
You're okay. That's fine.
I'm just
So
following his argument.
sending GoPros up, take pictures. Yep, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, so what kind of data are you getting that supports a globe?
The curvature of the Earth after I take a picture of my class and seeing it on my SD card when I put it into my computer.
He takes a picture of his class when he's up there.
No.
So from like 100 feet up?
No. Dude, this is a basic high school experiment. And the thing that you said is GoPro, when we did it, we had different cameras. We did not have GoPros at the time.
So you have those really crappy ones?
Yeah. And they absolutely showed the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, just like just like the $29 wireless webcams you can get for your house that shows your whole room if you put it in the corner.
Dude, you can't just come in here and
Probably
say
showed
shit.
the really, really small Earth for you. It's amazing. You could probably walk from right around that thing in half a minute.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, sorry. At what altitude does the optical horizon become the physical horizon? God? The horizon we see at ground level can't be determined to be geometric because it's not 1.225 times the square root of the observed height.
1.225 times the square root and a geometric horizon. Do you guys have anything else that you can actually prove that the Earth is flat?
Excuse me.
Like you guys always say the same thing over and over again. It's getting old.
It's relevant to what you're talking about. You're talking about with altitude, the horizon that you see, now that you deem it to be physical, is physically curving. So I'm asking you, at what altitude does the horizon become physical and not optical?
Holy moly.
You did the
Something gives the
experiment. Don't you
appearance of
remember?
curvature doesn't mean that it's geometric physical curvature. There could be so many things going on.
Yeah, so you have the SD card. You should just go ahead and turn that into something we can view, and then you can show us at what height all of a sudden it turns into a ball.
And then we'll close up shop and go home.
I feel I don't know if it's on purpose or
He
it's
left.
just a misunderstanding, but I think too many people here don't understand the concept of a gradual change. They think there's some kind of magical border where the horizon is perfectly flat and then you suddenly see
Well, if
an
it's
entire
flat,
planet.
if it's flat from an airplane, after that point, when does it start curving?
It's not flat from an airplane.
Oh my
At
God.
good at clear atmospheric conditions over some level surface like an ocean or a sea, you can see the curve from an
So you see
airplane.
it going down from left to right then?
Yes, that there are photographs of that.
Anybody else dare to handle that?
I think Scott Mackey should handle that one.
Yeah, Scott Mackey, go ahead.
I'm not going to get an answer to my question then, no. Just feigned exasperation. When does the horizon turn into the physical horizon?
Immediately.
Straight away?
Yep. I don't
So
know
the
why
horizon...
Globers. I don't know why Globers. It's my frustration with.
Hmm?
Who muted him again? Why is
Wasn't
he
me.
unmuted?
What's going on? What's
I
going
don't
on? What's
know.
going on?
Well, someone I wanted to hear got muted. Someone I didn't want to hear got unmuted.
Right. That seems to have stopped.
I don't know. I'm rolling a joint, so it wasn't me.
Definitely wasn't me.
Oh, it was Timbo. He's probably
Here's the
grumpy
big
because he's in the middle of summer right now.
Ah, cool. No worries, Timbo.
Here's the picture of the curve from an airplane.
Here's the picture of that curve from that airplane.
Wow.
Well, Scott, so that's
Yeah, how
up there.
convenient. Taking a
So
picture
some-
just by the sunrise.
So somewhere between ground level and that altitude, the horizon that is optical is turned into the physical horizon, and we don't take account for observing the horizon through the atmosphere, where we always argue the toss whether light bends. Now that is the physical geometric horizon that we're perceiving to curve, correct? Or does that claim sound stupid now?
What's your counter argument, Ember?
My counter argument is that the atmospheric refraction is completely irrelevant to the curve from left to right, because it only acts at the vertical direction to a significant extent. There's no known observations of footages that show such distortions like we observe on vertical axis on the horizontal axis, like for example distant objects being displaced from left to right in a matter of hours or days at different conditions.
What? So
Do I have
observing,
to repeat that again?
sorry, within this argument, observing the light with your eyes through the atmosphere is irrelevant.
When you talk about the observations that are based on the horizontal axis, pretty much yes.
And so it's horizontal then.
Yes, the horizon is, that depends on the definition of horizontal. If you if you define the horizontal as just 90 degrees from the vertical, then the horizon wouldn't be horizontal because there is the drop.
When? At what point? When?
Everywhere. The direction of the 90 degrees from vertical, which is also known as the horizon, but a different kind of horizon, which is astronomical horizon, doesn't have anything to do with the physical or the apparent horizon, the thing that you can see, because it's just a direction, an abstract direction floating like in the sky. The real horizon drops below it the higher you go, because it's only based on the Earth, while the astronomical horizon is based on the direction of gravity and 90 degrees from that. So unless you use some kind of tool like a level, you don't have any reference to the astronomical horizon. That's why you have to use the deep corrections. If you measure the angle from the optical physical horizon, the one that you actually see, you have to correct it with the deep corrections to subtract that angle of drop between the astronomical horizon and the apparent horizon, and to make it approximately like if you were measuring from the astronomical horizon.
When you measure to the horizon for your dip correction, is that horizon physical?
It would depend on the context you use the word physical in. There are multiple.
Well, is it at 1.2 times the square root of the observed
No.
sine field? Okay. It's not a tangent to a sphere then?
No, but it's close to that.
No, but it's close to that. No, we do a dip correction or a height of eye correction because we want to take reference from the horizontal plane. That's why we're looking at the horizon to reference that horizontal plane that we will then be measuring an elevation angle off of. And then hopefully trying to figure out the distance between us and the ground position of it that we're observing, or the height of the object with terrestrial.
So if the horizon is the reference from horizontal, why do you have to additionally correct for the dip?
Have to correct for what?
For the dip of the horizon.
Yeah, or your altitude above this plane that you're referencing. Your correction will mathematically take you down to that plane. So you have a horizontal between you and the horizon. If the object that you're gaining an elevation angle to is beyond that horizon, your horizontal will be between you, the horizon, and the ground position of that star in question.
So the horizon itself isn't horizontal.
No, the horizontal will be derived from the horizon. Horizontal plane of reference is what we're going to be using when we gain elevation angles to things. That's why we look at the horizon.
So you look at the horizon that is horizontal, and then you correct, subtracting an additional angle to make it horizontal. I don't think that makes any sense.
It does, because what you're doing is you're making an observation from above the horizontal. That's why you have to take a correction to mathematically put yourself down on the plane of that horizontal. So there's a horizontal between you and the ground position of the thing in question. Because obviously if you're at altitude, you're above the ground. So you have to correct for being above the ground. So you're not above the ground, you're on the ground, 0 degrees out, that's 0 elevation. That's why it's called correction.
And now you got silence.
I'm kind of used to it now.
Got Globers fighting over whether you can see the curve of the horizon or not.
But I guess not to get too far off the point, you're just referencing the horizon, which is horizontal. It's not the curve of the Earth when you draw a tangent line from your eyes to the intersection of that sphere, because the horizon isn't at 1.2 times the square root of the observer sine in V. So not that then.
Scott Mackey doesn't know what a dip correction is right now, so he's kind of behind on everything.
No, that's fine. Calculate your dip angle. Well, that's why it's called a height of eye correction. Your elevation above mean sea level. I'm 20 foot above the surface of the water. I have to subtract that 20 foot to take me down to the surface of the water. So I have a horizontal plane of reference on the earth or water.
Scott Mackey doing damage control now in paragraph form.
Got to get the Globers on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, they're all over the place right now as it is. Some think you can have eclipses, flying shadows all over the fucking place, all kinds of weird shit going on today.
I think it would be really cool if they could take a picture from an airplane, if they could just open the window and take a picture so that it's not going through 3 panes of glass or plastic or whatever they got going on there, and maybe see if we could see the curvature then. Asking for a friend.
Yeah, the panes.
Well, just send him to the cockpit, you know.
Oh, so Manufactotum wants to talk about how this happens.
Yeah, did you already spark up the doobie or?
Now, see how that shadow's casting down on the ground, and so we're going to pretend the moon is up in the air on the other side of the sun. You're going to tell me how that shadow flips up into the moon that I posted underneath, and it's upside down.
Mm-hmm. So, are we past the notion of seeing both the moon and the sun at the same time, or?
No, they're
we go
both
over
in
that
the
as
air.
well.
They're both in the air at the same time.
Right. So that is due to refraction, right? When we say they're both in the air at the same time, they're not really. As the moon is setting, the sun is rising. So they're both pretty much on the horizon.
Do we ever see the actual moon?
So if I'm standing on top of that green ball I posted and I put a moon about 100 feet away, just above the horizon so I can see it. And then I put the sun above the horizon so I can see it. How are you getting upside down shadows flying around?
Okay, so the shadow thing, let's see.
Here we go.
Can I?
He needs to think about this one.
No, I'm trying to share.
Shouldn't it just be a simple explanation? Like,
Yeah. All right. Can you see my screen? Hello.
Yes.
Okay. So you can't see the sun here because the sun is way the fuck to the right, to the left. But this is about the same size. This is about in proportion between the Earth and the Moon. So we know the ecliptic kind of rotates, and the Moon at some point enters. Can I make this bigger? At some point enters the shadow of the Earth, right? Of particular note, if you
Yeah, on
look,
one other particular note before you go on, the angle of that shadow is not representing what was happening.
well, we'll get the angle of the shadow is due to your position on the Earth, but we'll get to that. So you'll notice the direction the Earth turns is the same direction that the Moon is orbiting, right?
So how do you get the moon and the sun above the horizon and you get an upside down shadow on it?
Again, at the horizon, right? Barely above, but
No,
we'll get there.
it's above the horizon. That guy's pointing up with the camera. Look at the telephone pole. I posted the live picture or the image from it.
Okay, and where is the sun?
Yeah,
Where is
that's
the
not
sun in this?
down. We're not looking down at the moon. Sun's
Right.
up in the air behind him.
Sure, you can't see the sun in this thing that you posted. At what point during this GIF has the sun risen?
It's behind him. Look at it getting light outside.
It's light. Where is the sun though?
Behind him.
Okay, at what point is the sun visible? Not just the light from
You
the
need
sun,
to,
but the
you
sun
need to
itself.
see one where the guy turns around with the camera and shows where the sun's at and where the moon's at. That's what you need, even though you're on our other server, probably.
Okay. Have you seen this one? Is this? Yeah. Have you seen this video?
I don't know.
Show us.
So here's this guy, right? And he's talking about. So you can see the sun is about to rise. I don't know if that's what he's looking at right now, but he shows it a little earlier. Okay, and now you can see the sun rising. He says you can see a sliver of the sun through the trees. If he had better camera work, this would be better, but
Okay, so the sliver is apparently the uppoint shadow on the moon right now.
just show it though. Where is it?
Yeah, show the eclipse.
Okay, so it's another still shot.
Yep. Yeah. Upside down.
Okay, so there's a moon, right?
Upside down. Say that it's an upside down shadow.
Yes.
Every time you say that.
The shadow is on the top of that moon right there. Wait, was that? Okay, so at this point it's already, I think, pause. All right, let's see if he shows the still shot again. Oh, okay, right there. All right. Did you see it? So it's about, what would you call it, 3 or 4 degrees above the ground. That's about what I saw. And then we go forward. It's a little lower, right? Almost down to the horizon. Now the sun is.
And the shadow's even getting bigger, right? As the sun
That's
comes
right.
up. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's bending around more, creating a bigger shadow. Okay,
Yeah,
I
so
get it.
the shadow is creeping down the length of the moon.
Upside down. Remember that part.
Yes. Yeah. No one's going to forget that. Chill out. Our amazing experience. So the moon at some point enters into the shadow, right? And the Earth is spinning. There's a better one of that.
Put the moon up above the Earth's shadow so we can see
Oh
it.
my God.
And up.
Hold on. So this is a better illustration of that relationship. You see this, the moon is orbiting and the Earth is rotating faster than the moon orbits, right? So let's say I am in Italy. Where's Italy? Make this bigger. So there's Italy, right? Let's say I'm here in Italy. I go from dark to light, right? Night to day. So this is about the time where it's sunrise. During the night, at some point, I start to see a shadow on the moon, right? It's still night for me in Italy.
Upside down.
Yes, yes. So what I would be looking at, if you're looking at this from here, is you would see the shadow not exact, maybe at like a 45 degree, right? If I were up here, say, in whatever this is Norway, Finland, whatever the fuck. I'm American. My geography is for shit. But fuck. Here, stop. Here, right? Then that would be even more. No, down here. It would be in Africa. Then it would be even more oblique and it would be more, let's say 90 degrees going towards the bottom. From the top to the bottom, if I were here in Africa, here in Italy, it would be kind of 45 degrees, right? If I were way up here or in Greenland, say, it would be going left. Yes, left to
We
right.
should have all these different eclipses going left, right, up, down, sideways, and everything. Every
It's the
time
same
there's an
eclipse, just depending on where you are on Earth, you're going to see
Right.
it.
So we should have all these crazy looking eclipses. Every time there's an eclipse, people should be having up, down, sideways, right? Like you said, going different way. How come they don't?
What do you mean they don't? Depends how many people are out there with a camera.
What?
They do have that. What are you saying isn't happening?
Everybody sees the same thing.
No, they don't. Everyone sees the moon oriented differently. Depending on where you are on Earth, if you're in Africa or Europe, you're going to see the moon tilt slightly differently. I was able, are they here? No, somebody has as their PFP a picture of the moon that they themselves took. And I was able to guess where they were from the orientation of that photo.
How does that work? Because for me, the moon actually rotates a bit throughout the night.
Yeah,
I
it
can actually
rotates.
see it.
The face rotates like a wheel.
Not like a wheel, no. So it's
Like
going to
a-
be
okay,
it's
like
gonna
a
be-
sandwich.
It's going to be rotated, oriented opposite when you look at it rising and when you look at it setting, right? If you take a book, for example, and you hold it in front of you, you can read the title, and then you lift it over your head, and then if you turn around, right, you keep the book oriented the same with regard to the ceiling, but you turn around and you now lower the book in front of you, facing away from where you were, you're going to see that book upside down, right? That's how the moon behaves.
And we can move and change that position with that thing being 225 million miles away, and we can change it just like that. It's pretty cool.
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that.
So in that picture, you have of the Earth that's a 4,000 mile radius, so 8,000 mile diameter. That moon should be near my shed in my backyard.
So this one here is not to scale. This one is more to scale. This is to show the rotation with regard to the orbit of the moon. right?
Can
see
you
the-
show us
this is
why
the
we
big-
get an upside down shadow? Could you show that part?
Yes. So again, imagine if
You're
you're here
looking
in Africa.
down. You're okay. Yeah, you're on top, looking down through the Earth at the moon. Okay, I get it.
You and I are looking at a computer screen. Some
If we're
actual
not-
person.
how about reference
standing in
to the
Africa.
pictures that we saw?
Yes,
The little
that's what
pictures
I'm
that we
trying
saw.
to explain. Right? So if you're standing in Africa, right? You see this is Africa, this thing? You see that? Yes?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. So you're here in Africa. You're right at the not twilight.
Central Africa.
Yeah. You're right here where it's turning day, right? You're right at dawn. Fuck. Stop. So you're in Africa, and you would be oriented the same as we are looking at the screen, right? Your up would be the same as our up as we look down in this image on the Earth and Moon. So you turn right and you see, start here. You look up and you see the moon in the sky. And as you keep watching, the moon is lowering in the sky, right? Because we're rotating faster away from the moon than the moon is keeping up with us. Now we enter into day and we see that shadow creeping down along the moon. Now it's out of view because the sun has well risen, the moon is now completely set, but that's the phenomenon you're seeing, right? That's why the shadow of the Earth is creeping down along the moon, right? So you add this to this proportion, the actual distance, and that explains how we can see both so close at dawn, right? So close to the same time frame. Because of the distance of one to the other, the fact that they refract up is not a huge amount of refraction.
Yeah, how much is it? And how come you got those things in the shadow of Earth on that?
That's what a lunar eclipse is. That's what's happening
Yeah,
here.
that's not what's
shadow.
happening in the images I showed and you showed. There was a moon above the horizon, not down, and there was a sun behind him.
There is no sun in the image you showed. There's only a moon. Right? So this is maybe a better vantage point. You see how it's entering into the shadow there?
It was a lot brighter in the little video thing that was shown, and so obviously the sun was up higher than what it is in the video that you showed, where the sun's right down on the horizon and barely showing, and the moon also on the horizon. And this is different. They're both
That
up.
sounds like a lot of assumptions to me. Like, I don't know what
So-
exactly is brighter, just fix the camera settings.
Would you look at the chat, please, and explain the picture I posted?
Who's Sasha's picture?
Ripcord.
Ripcord. Okay.
So explain to me how this is possible. That the moon is fully illuminated, but the sun is still in front of it.
That's a great picture.
This is not what you would see in real life. If
This is an actual photo of real life. So
yeah.
Listen to
explain this to me.
the automatic rationalization.
Hold on, my God. Okay, if you cut me off
no, I'm
before I
not
get to a
God,
full
sir.
stop, you're not
It's
going to understand what I was about
sorry,
to
I'm
say.
not God.
Okay, what was I about to say? What was I about to say?
Your
Since you're in my head
insta-ration.
already. What was I about
Time
to
out.
say?
What you were about to say, it's what you already said. You said, this isn't something we would see in reality.
With the naked eye.
Get a grip,
Fuck
dude.
my life.
Wake up.
If this is a photo,
dude, you are
Probably saw it in the sky and thought, I want to take a picture of it, and took a picture of what he saw.
You're looking at the live text, not your screen.
Wow. Well, how the hell did you know to how the hell did you know to pick up a camera and capture it then?
you can do this in the settings. If you have the right settings, you can see this through viewfinder.
Stop.
Oh yeah, bro.
Stop. You two are talking about two
God.
different things. Ripcord posted a picture, and you're going to explain how that happens in the text chat.
Yeah, I was about to, but everyone seemed to be in my head and know what I was about to say. So if this is a real photo, and I don't yet have any reason to suspect otherwise, the illumination of the moon would be due to Earth shine. Are we familiar with that?
Oh my god.
Like I said, this is not something you would see with the naked eye because the
This
sun being
dude is
even up
fucking
that
making
far.
shit up like a fucking Hollywood writer.
What do you mean making shit
Amen.
up?
He's shuffling through his notes.
Yeah, I mean,
The load of bullshit. Listen, dude. I know. I know you.
drink this
Listen.
for
I know you feel like this works, but I hope you know other people are listening to you.
Absolutely.
I.e., Scott Mackey.
I stand by everything I just said.
I
You know what
know.
Earthshine is? Do you
You're
know?
coping, sir.
Sorry, do you
Yeah,
think I'm
it's-
making up Earthshine? Is that what we're saying?
I know you're telling the story. You listen. You saying that that's not something you would see with the
What are
naked
you
eye.
talking about? I've seen a professor give the exact same
bullshittery.
website. Yo, I've seen a professor. I've been to a lecture
Yeah,
where
I know. I know you want to.
nigga, I do want to intervene. What the fuck are you
go
talking
ahead.
about? That's why that's the reason I'm
Get it out.
speaking.
Share your
what's your
pain.
language?
Share your pain. The fact that this guy. Go ahead.
Nigga, what pain are you talking about? Pain? What the fuck are the pain in your head? You retard? The fuck are you talking about? Pain?
Get it out. Get it out.
He's very emotional.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
the
am very
fact that
emotional.
this-
You fucking
yeah,
retard.
okay.
What about it?
The- keep on keeping on. The fact that this guy said you.
Keep on keeping on. What the fuck is that English?
That's what I said. Yeah. Is there an echo in
I
here?
like this guy already. He's cool. What's up, man? That's
Yeah,
so
he's
good.
insta coping. So listen.
Instacoping. Wow. New
Yeah,
fucking word of the
repeat.
year, guys. Instacoping.
Yeah, it's hyphenated.
Fully
So,
automated projector.
yeah, the guy said that this is not something. Get out more, touch grass, look upward. The insta rationalization is.
You're cutting out.
Cutting out.
Frequency.
Right, sounds like you're on the other side of the fucking planet, doesn't it seem, huh?
What?
Nigga, you retarded.
Oh, are you okay?
Why are you here?
Thank you for the unmute. It's the
What brings you by?
Yeah,
Seem quite
Colin
emotional,
posted
dude.
it. Earthlight. Did I get the word wrong? Earthlight.
He's one of these people who drop. He's one of these people who drops in when the guy realizes.
He's one of these people. You're one of these.
Yeah, you.
Got the soap in prison and got fucked her.
Oh, does that make you feel good?
This photo isn't Earthshine at all, it's just a Photoshop.
Dumb
If you
ending.
compare,
Bad combo.
if you compare the angular sizes of the moon and the sun here, the sun is like 2 or 3 times smaller than the moon, even though the sun is still overexposed, so its actual angular size would be even smaller. While in reality, we know these two have pretty similar angular sizes, approximately half of the degree.
Okay, now I have a reason to doubt the photo.
Get out more. Make your own observations. Look at the moon. Look at the sun.
Sorry, say that again.
Well,
Wake
good that
up.
We know how perspective works.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
That's right. Echo, echo, echo.
But I was willing to take your word for it.
Oh, what?
Hey, I just showed up here. I don't know what's going on. Why is everyone muted?
Someone's just listen. Someone's doing an insta rationalization that telling that things that are clearly present, if you go outside and look around, they're not possible in reality. So we
I
have
was
someone who's in
explaining.
an insta. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I stopped when I realized I interrupted you. Continue.
No, it must be important. Go ahead.
He didn't
It
even
wasn't,
hear you
that's why I
talking
stopped.
when he started talking. He didn't hear you talking
No,
the whole time, and then he just said, and it just went into like a new sentence.
Yeah, these hyper intellects, they don't listen. They wait to talk.
I jumped in when I thought I heard a pause.
All right.
I realized I was mistaken, and I shut up to let him finish.
Well, it must have been something good. Go on.
All right. So what I was doing was explaining based on what I know of the relationship of the Earth, Sun, and Moon, based on what I know of light and how it behaves, how this photo could be possible. That's what I was explaining because my
Yeah,
challenge
what you
at the
said was
time-
this is something to get outside more and look around.
You cut out there.
You said that you could not see this with the naked eye and look around.
You cut out again, but
Yeah, if he said you can't see that picture, you said you can't see that picture with the naked eye.
yes.
Then how did he know to take the picture?
My suspicion was at the time that if the settings are right on the camera, my camera, I have a DSLR, which you can turn on the viewfinder, digital viewfinder. You can see what the sensor is seeing. You can adjust the settings. I know that this kind of photo could be possible.
What does
with-
that have to do with anything?
I know this photo could be possible with HDR, right? If you do that while, I don't know if there's cameras that allow you to do HDR while it's in use, like before you actually snap the shot.
Basically, you're just basically listen. You said what you're assuming. Don't know.
Well, yeah, I didn't take
Because
this photo, I don't know.
these pontifications and the pseudoscience played out.
The challenge at the time was
Did that
how do I
break up?
explain this impossible thing?
Yeah, you coped. It's not impossible. It's a damn picture.
I know. That's my point. It's not impossible. If it's a real picture, then obviously someone saw this, right?
So enough's enough. Make your own observations. Don't tell me they're not.
He said the moon is lit up and lighting up the Earth like it does normally from the Earth lighting it up.
Half credit.
Yeah, I heard him. He shuffled through the notes.
So
we get it. We've heard the same story that you pontificating about.
Moon's lit up, so I can see my shadow on the ground. That's because I'm lighting up the moon.
No. You don't usually get a shadow from Earthshine. Other questions? Thanks for coming.
Well, I
to my
mean,
TED
are you? Did you want to concede that you're just working off? That is what you said. I'm assuming that blah 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 blah. So just basically, the last 3 minutes was just you insta-coping, which is what I said in the first place. You're rationalizing it away.
I was asked how this could be possible from my model, from the point of view of a heliocentric model. That's what I was explaining. How
Okay,
this
and you
could
had
be
to go. You had to go to the ridiculousness of you can't see this. Got it. Thank you.
Nothing I said was remotely controversial.
A wee bit otherwise. This model that you've put up, does it make predictions? So if I was to tell you a time and place, say for example, Northern Hemisphere, Great Britain, when it's summertime, so the angle of tilt is towards the sun, how I would observe a Saturnian eclipse in the evening. Would you be able to do that for me?
I suppose so, yeah.
Okay. Up to you whether you want to or not. I'd just be interested to see what would happen.
Yeah, we can model how like when eclipses occur and where they would be visible from. That shouldn't be too difficult.
I'm talking about how the Saturnian eclipse would present itself to an observer with the model that you posted earlier, the image of the sun and the moon revolving around the Earth and the shadow of the Earth. Would you be able to predict what I should see in the summertime from Great Britain with regards to the sun eclipse?
I would be very surprised if that were not the case.
Okay, cool. So, do you think you could tell me what I should see? Where would the shadow be? What type of eclipse should I see?
Oh, I don't have the math know how to do that, but I know that those numbers should be able to be gleaned from the model.
Okay, maybe I have a misunderstanding. I'm just going from the reference that you posted. Say the spin of the Earth with regards to the motion of the moon, and observing from the Earth that is spinning how the eclipse is going to present itself.
Yeah, if you model the Earth's position when the moon first enters the shadow, and you just compile that with where you are on Earth at the time, you should be able to model exactly what you would see in the sky.
Cool. It'd be interesting. I've seen a selenium eclipse. I was in the summertime in Great Britain. Sun and moon are above the horizon. But I want to see if you can predict what type of shadow I should see, because it's a partial selenium. So not all of the moon is going to be covered by the shadow of the Earth. It should be able to give me a prediction of the type of moon I should see and how that shadow would interact with that surface.
It should, yeah.
Yeah, I'd just be interested to see if that model fit my observation. I'm kind of holding back where the shadow is because I want to see what the prediction is.
Sure. Do you remember the year?
We're going to be going back to around 2019, maybe 2020.
Ah, damn. All right. So the videos that I showed were based on, where is it? Yeah, so here it says they are only 2 times. Oh, okay. Sorry, I lied. They are 2 times their true scale. So the distance is correct, but the scale was off. The view is exactly perpendicular to the Earth's sun line. The angle of the moon's orbital tilt and the quote tapering of the shadows are both accurate. The orbit happens to be calculated for the months preceding April 15th, the April 15th, 2014 total lunar eclipse. I don't know if someone's done this same thing for that particular
Okay,
one.
yeah, I mean, for me, it explains everything. So, therefore, other months are not calculated in. So, we wouldn't even see the difference, which I have posted in the chat with my point of view.
I followed some of that.
Well, I'm referring to the viewpoint from the sun and basically seeing the moon at full brightness at the same time. So basically, the months that were calculated in your model were not representative of the explanation you showed previously, actually, to the model I showed you.
Okay. I'll take that as sure.
What if we observe eclipses from Bolivia?
Say again, Sasha?
What if we observe eclipses from Salt Lake, Bolivia? What then?
I assume it'd be very hot.
Yeah, that means whatever will happen with the moon, what will happen with the surface of the flat lake?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Let's say let's go to the winter solstice or spring, whatever date you want. But we go to Salt Lake in Bolivia. Let's observe the moon, and let's see what happened with the surface.
Are you just saying that the moon doesn't change with the surface is?
Are you saying that what will happen if the sky will change the surface?
No, I don't think anybody's saying that.
Okay, what is the surface?
Describe something about the surface.
Okay, why the surface in Bolivia is flat and doesn't change whatever moon is doing?
Yeah, so check it out. Your Earth spinning pick. So we're gonna draw a flat plane on top of that Earth because that's the plane that your eyesight is at, looking at the horizon. You guys all say that. You guys all make the pictures like that. We're not looking down, so you need to move the moon above that plane and the sun above that plane, and then do that with the shadow trick.
I don't know what you need to add to that demonstration, but I don't think it's incomplete.
It's not a slam dunk. The tangential plane is just slightly on the night side, which makes it slightly slanted, which means, the moon is in scope and above horizon while the sun is not visible. And yet, some of the light reflects, illuminating one side of the horizon as if the sun was rising, because it is.
Yo, what's the topic?
How bright people are. And 2 weeks after we opened this room, they said it's not going to even last 2 months, and we can't keep this room lower than 30 people, maybe 25 at the lowest, unless it's just dead and nobody's here. But it goes without saying how popular this is.
What? That moon is showing how Earth is curving, and Earth is never showing how Earth is curving.
Yes, please keep coping. Soon someone will care about flat Earth.
there really nobody talking?
Yes.
You got it.
My microphone's not my sound's not broken. That's amazing. You guys are so quiet. I think it's because we're so used to being only speaking when spoken to. So you guys have done a really good job at getting Globers to be obedient, silent Globers that or only speak when spoken to. So when you hear that silence, that's your guys's good. That's your guys's perfect.
Yeah,
training.
you should have heard
Very
him about
obedient.
10 minutes. Talon, you should have
Right.
heard him 10 minutes ago talking over every 2 seconds anytime their bullshit story had been exposed. It was great.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, certainly not.
Water is perfect.
I mean, it's like a
And
ebb and a
listen,
flow, right?
some people have so much pride that they, even when they themselves out of both sides of their mouth, they still tap dance. So yeah, you should have heard him interrupting then. It was great.
Ba-da-ba-ba-down-bow.
You know what the problem is, Talon?
What's the problem?
It's these people, these they just wait to talk. They don't actually. They just have to get back to their story. Their rationalizations.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, they're rock solid. Because Glovers don't have to say anything because the facts and evidence speak for themselves.
Well, that was the point. What I was saying is 10 minutes ago when their bullshit artistry got exposed, they were talking over. They just had to keep inserting themselves into the conversation. And then other people skydive in, Instacope spiraling. So yeah, there was a lot of ruckus here 10 minutes ago.
It's good.
Yeah, your ideas of why the silence.
Sounds like good content. Well, no, I just wanted to make sure my thing wasn't broken because you guys took a break. You're taking a little break.
Or you could ask.
I'm surprised I didn't get like.
Yeah, you could ask. You didn't have. You didn't have to get back to the Instacoping. Not a great look. You guys aren't off to a great. Yikes!
Seems like today is a pretty good day. It's Friday.
Oh, it's a great day, but I'm talking about the globe. The globe rhetoric is off the rails.
We're starting a new. We're what do you mean? It's January. We're in a brand new rotation around the sun. It's going to be another 365 days exactly.
Yeah.
Ahead of us.
This year.
Wow.
I like how it's 2024. I kind of like 2024. It's like 24 hours, 24. Such a great number.
You'll really love 24/24.
20. Yeah.
Actually, it's a leap year, so there's going to be 365. It's 366.
This is a leap year this year?
Yep. Every 4 years.
Yeah. That's even better. We got 366 days this year.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one extra year to. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to derail. That was a political joke.
Yeah, the Earth will rotate slower this year.
No,
it's the addition of. It's because like the rotation around the Earth is like 364.8 days, and so.
I love how it always happens. The guy who just finds out always wants to punch. It's.
Well,
cutting up, bro.
This is actually. I actually never thought about this. Do you doubt the leap year and the fact that, in 180 years it would be completely like the opposite seasons in the northern hemisphere if we didn't use it?
No, what will happen in 4.5 billion years?
No. My point is, like, if we didn't count the leap year, if we didn't count for that extra day, in just 180 years, the seasons would be reversed.
My point is this. If the speeds are constant, My point is this:
my mistake.
If the speeds are constant, that means constant every speed. That means you cannot add 24 hours like that, because something it's to fill out the math, because the rotation is working every time. Now you have somehow.
No, you can.
You cannot.
You can.
Yeah, you can do it in the math. You cannot do it in physical world because
So,
that
for
means
example, basically how it would
For-
work is 4 rotations is would be 100, 1400, 60,
Doesn't matter.
80.
it would be changing the speed.
14 would be 1,481 days is 4 rotations. Because the day is not exactly perfect with the year. Like, that's the problem. But we care more about the day than the year, which is why we make it more accurate for the day than the year.
You cannot still add 24 hours. You cannot add 10 minutes, man.
It's not that we're adding like 24 hours. It's not,
we are
it's not
adding
like
1 day more this year.
it's the fact that the rotation around the sun is not perfectly 365 days.
Doesn't
But since
matter.
we
You
care more
cannot-
about the day, our calendar year, we have to add that day. Now,
you cannot
if
do
we
that
didn't,
because you have still physically sun is doing what it's doing. You
All right,
cannot
all
change that.
forget all that other nonsense. Would you at least agree that we have been using the leap year for quite some time now, right?
Yeah.
The leap year
Yeah,
is
of
a
course. I mean, the
Gregorian
Gregorian calendar determines it.
calendar. Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
The
you.
calendar system that we're using that determines that, yes.
Just bear with me. Like we've been. How long have we been using it? Like, can we at least get like some type of agreement on that? Like, I mean, a couple thousand years. The leap year has been accounted
Not
for.
even.
No, because
How
we
long?
No.
I'm
we
honestly
have-
not that sure.
we have 10
As
months.
long as we're using the Gregorian calendar, it's just a compensation. The seasons and the days are determined by the equinoxes. This is just a technicality of the days and the calendar. It's
No
nothing.
doubt. Okay, but my point is,
You guys ever had Country Archer Provisions beef jerky before? Or you never had that, Brad?
what?
Have you ever had Country Archer Provisions beef jerky before?
Who cares?
Bro.
Yeah, I
These
can.
ones-
I love that shit.
Get that
Oh,
dick
fuck.
out of your mouth before you try to talk.
It's so good.
I got a
I'm
fun
having
fact.
some right now.
So, fun fact, guys, leap year was invented in 45 BC, so about 2,000 years for leap year.
So 2,000 years. So if we didn't account for the leap year, every 2,000 for like the past 2,000 years, that'd be approximately what, like 500 days. So like twice the seasons would have been reversed on Earth.
You need to go get your brain checked.
Do you not understand how that works?
Dude, it's a
Yeah, I mean,
calendar issue.
technically
It has
speaking,
nothing
when
to
winter
do
would
with
be,
reality.
there would be summer if you continuously follow one type of calendar line without changing it or having.
Yeah. And yet there's no record of that. So like obviously the leap year works because for some reason it's not just the days, it's the total amount of year, and for every 4 years we need to add an extra day just so our seasons stay within the same months. So there's something special to that 365 days to make sure that there's some type of repeating pattern that happens every 365 days, but to be more exact, like that, whatever it is, 1,481 days every 4 cycles.
No, not necessarily. I mean,
And
I
what
kind
that
of agree.
is the Earth going around the sun, which
No, you got it
determines the
backwards.
seasons.
It's the sun going around the Earth.
Dude, you're
either
thinking
way,
subjective. It's just a technicality. If the 365 was accurate, they wouldn't every 4 years add a day. That's the point. It's actually not accurate. They had to compensate. I don't know how you're not getting this.
I do understand it. We care more about the day than the year, which is why it's not accurate.
You can make a calendar any way you wanted to. You could use lunar cycles, 13 of those, 364 days. Okay. There's a lot of ways to make a calendar. But the point is that ultimately the year doesn't actually last any longer or shorter. They start it with the equinoxes and end it with the equinoxes. Okay. That's the seasons. That's it. It's arbitrary. Numbers of days.
A
Silly.
year is technically 365 and a quarter days.
Yeah, I get it, bro.
But we
You're not hearing. Don't worry about it. Just keep railing. Just say it over and over again. Maybe that'll make it true.
do you not agree that a year is 365 quarter days?
Depends
Also,
on which fucking system we're using.
Yeah. So,
So
it
there
ends
has
on the quarter of a day. So 365 days and then a quarter, and all of a sudden it's a new year. No, these are compensations.
Yeah, for
We're
a
just
fixed
trying
system.
to divide stuff up.
If you would actually look into Torah and what Jews or Israel has done by calculations, the calculation of the year is actually read by the moon cycles, and they have to be confirmed by 2 or 3 witnesses in order to actually go into the next month, which is not done by Gregory discernment, the Gregorian calendar.
No, because it's
So
a
it's
sun
much more.
calendar, not a moon calendar.
So yeah, technically speaking, it's much more flexible because you have to actually observe what is happening up there and not create a fixed system in order to make your years or your months happen. This is why this what was it called? Schaltjahr. I speak in German right now.
Genau, Schaltjahre, ja. Verstehen die eh nicht.
Ja, diese dummen Flach hilft nichts. Mit dem Kabel aber auch nicht.
Oh, wer hat das gesagt?
Ja, Mann. Exonaut.
Well, Exonaut has a lot to learn, I guess. But for now, maybe he is happy with a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying for an FX spinning void of darkness.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard much from him yet, but the few sentences he said.
Oh, look at it. He's playing Kerbal Space Program. Hi.
Oh, yeah.
So I was playing Kerbal Space Program in the flood of Wish Channel. That's funny.
At least, that's going to be the future of space, right? When they have the major traumatizing event where a lot of students are going to die in a rocket that explodes, and then they tell you we can only digitally go into space. And people will say, yeah, it's okay, since digitally we have been going so far, now putting some VR glasses on my head is equal to going to space. So,
I
the
don't
whole
think
digital. Yeah, I think
I
so.
don't think
That's
so.
gonna.
I
No,
don't
I
think so.
think
That's
so.
stupid. You're right. For those who
You
will
will
not be able to
you will
afford
see
to go
it.
to low Earth orbit, that's right. They would have
You
to
will see
rely
it.
upon a digital version. But for those who will be able to, mate, there's going to be tourism up there. Going to be restaurants. People can get
No.
married. People are going to be fucking doggy style whilst looking down on Earth. It's going to happen.
Yeah,
No.
people will fucking love the metaverse,
Yeah, exactly. That's what's gonna happen in the metaverse.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can do that.
Mate, no one
They-
likes to have a massive fucking screen in front of their two eyes
Dude,
unless
why-
they can't afford.
Ask
they
yourself
can't
this:
afford
Why,
to go to low Earth orbit.
why hasn't Elon Musk himself been to space yet? Why?
Well, because at the moment they're only taking up astronauts that are under the NASA contract, aren't they? They're just resupplying the ISS. There's nothing else to go out there for.
As far as I know, they have taken up private rich people to the ISS,
No,
supposedly. So why is,
those
why
are
is,
those
why
are
isn't
rare
Elon Musk going
exceptions.
to?
Dude.
Why is
Not
Elon
He
Musk
just
not going to
ISS.
space?
because he doesn't have time to
talking for
learn and
each other.
train.
What the fuck? Gentlemen,
It takes
please.
years to prepare. It's an
Yeah,
international
bro,
space
hang on.
station.
Bro.
You need to meet the
Talking through
standards.
me. Why are you talking through me? Just don't talk through each other.
Well, he's asking me a question, and I'm trying to respond to it. By the time I can even respond to it, he's already asking a third, fourth question, right?
Are you that defensive?
Sorry.
Are you that defensive? You think that I'm only talking to you? Calm down. Just talk to each other. Just don't talk through each other because we
Okay,
can't.
yeah, no worries. You're right. Thank you. It should be a constructive discussion. Okay, are you trying to say that the reason why Elon Musk hasn't been to space yet is because it's so dangerous?
Oh no, I guess it's probably because that just like the moon landing, they have lost the technology.
They have what? Lost the technology?
Yeah, to actually go to the moon again.
Or to the moon? I thought we were talking
Excuse
about.
me?
I thought we were talking
Where
about
we
the
were,
ISS.
not where we were with the question. Somebody else has jumped in with a new point. Clay. Clay. Your point was.
Yeah, my point was this, right? You're a very, very influential rich person, right? And you're so hyped with what you have as influence, you're gonna create your private owned space industry sector and call it SpaceX. Wouldn't be the first thing to do yourself actually at least do something that is equal to the Blue Origin thing, where at least you go to the edge of supposed space? Why hasn't Elon Musk yet been anywhere near so-called space, but has literally made his own private company that makes rockets and so forth? Like, it doesn't
He
make
does.
sense at all to me.
Because he doesn't have the security clearance.
What do you
Amish went over that earlier. He
What do
smoked
you-
weed.
right.
He doesn't have the security clearance anymore.
Oh, that might be the case. That's an interesting. No, but it may well be the. You got to understand, the International Space Station is not owned by SpaceX. They decide it goes into the IS, and no matter how much money you have, you can't just fucking bribe NASA for it, can you? He's got to meet
he can
standards.
do you know
Wait
what
a
Blue
second.
Origin
Stop.
is?
Stop. Yeah, stop, dude. Why would he have to bribe NASA? Just put the keys in the fucking rocket and turn it on and go up in the sky.
And how
Oh,
you
right.
prevent
That's
people
very
from
clever.
shooting you down while it's being launched?
Holy crap. Now we got missiles that go faster than rockets?
Well,
Holy crap! Why would Elon Musk sacrifice his entire career and everything else just to be out in space temporarily?
I'm not talking about ISS, man.
Hold
Why
on.
is he
I'm not
doing
done
the
with.
Blue
I'm not
Origin
done with
thing?
him. I'm not done with him yet. So how would he be jeopardizing anything? He just comes back, lands on the landing pad, gets in his car, goes home, and then does it again the next day. How he owns it? Remember, you guys said he's the owner.
He does not own the International Space Station.
SpaceX.
He owns SpaceX.
So he can
He
take
does-
rockets.
He
and
is the
fly-
frontier above NASA right now.
So he can take rockets and fly whenever he wants to, anywhere he wants to.
No, he doesn't. What? No, it doesn't work like that. Every launch that occurs, as you know, costs millions of dollars, and they are funded by
Already
NASA
paid for
contract
it all.
or by
He
Starlink or by Starlink
comes out
satellite.
of his bank account. Remember?
I don't think you understand the reality of launching a rocket.
All right.
He
Yeah,
doesn't-
let's get you on
in a
track.
private-
here. Ready? I own a shipping company with a bunch of boats. I manufacture boats, and people take boats and they sail them. And I've never been on a boat before. Does that sound like it makes sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
a fucking retard.
Okay, are you aware that Elon Musk doesn't actually own SpaceX? He has a minority share in SpaceX.
Are you aware of that? So stop saying he's a fucking SpaceX owner.
I never said that. You guys did.
I think
That's
it's
to
kind
everybody listening on YouTube.
although it's kind of fun trying to figure out the motives whether someone who has the ability to go to space would or wouldn't. That
Exactly.
that will be a fun conversation, which is kind of why we let it go. But
And the thing is, notice this. Oh, sorry, I thought you finished.
no, I was trying to get to the point that.
Oh, yeah, we can talk
are
about the
just
motive.
talking
That's
about-
very interesting. Yeah, sure.
Say what?
Sorry, I didn't mean to overspeak you. Yeah, we can talk about the motivation as to whether or not, if he could travel, if he could enter space, which I don't think he can at the moment. We can discuss about his motivations for doing so or not.
This would be this would be begging the question that space in the way that we're told exists, that he's going to this vacuum of space. Do you
That's
think?
why I'm
do you-
saying. Oh, sorry.
Well, he's got a rocket company. He can go to space on rockets.
Well,
He
yeah.
doesn't own the company. You guys don't. It doesn't work like that.
It says he
Now
has.
we've got order of chaos again.
Because
It's like, now we're not getting anywhere.
It says here owner Elon Musk on Wikipedia. Owner Elon Musk.
I don't think you understand
And he has
business models.
79% voting control, and he's even also the founder of it.
Oh, is he a majority still? I know he was a founder, but I didn't realize he was still majority.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
he can
79%
just take a
control.
rocket and go up whenever he wants. Just put the keys in the
I don't
ignition
think
and
so.
go, right?
No, because there are limited launch pads. As you know, there's a tight schedule. They fucking planned these launches many months in advance.
Doesn't he own all that?
And then
Where does he go?
He still needs permissions for local authorities, and I don't think he does own
How
the
does he
launch
need permission to fire a fucking rocket in the air? I don't have to call the fucking sheriff when I'm going to launch a rocket. in my
He doesn't own.
He doesn't own the fucking
space
landing
stations.
spaces and the fucking launch pads.
Yeah. It also, as I said, he needs authorization for local authorities.
Why? They're not in the air.
Oh, hold on.
It's not his jurisdiction. You can't just launch rockets.
Sorry, no. There's aviation authorities. When people start sending things up into the sky, there's a circle of evacuation, right?
Yeah,
That's what,
it's not. He doesn't own the air jurisdiction.
Yeah,
he has to.
That's not
It's
to
not
say-
that easy. It's not like going into your car and driving off. Like he
I
he kept on
agree with
saying.
all this, but
That's
the
not
point.
to say that he can't get. I do apologise, Clive, but that's not to say that he could or couldn't gain permission from an authority, right? Being as he's a rich man and he's got a rocket agency, you'd think he'd be up there to one of the people that could get that.
Okay, fair enough. So then we have to go back to his motive. Why is it that he's? I think he's just too much of a hassle. He didn't build the SpaceX for his love of being out in space. He did it in the name of sustainability and making love multiplanetary.
I get it, but I will put it to you, which is kind of maybe the point that Clay's trying to get to, is he's not going to space that's a vacuum in his rockets that he can make that can go to space that's a vacuum, because he knows that space isn't a vacuum. He knows he's not going there because that place that we're told exists above the Earth's atmosphere doesn't exist in the way that we're told.
I mean, he could at least one second. At least he could. What would be way cheaper? Get a ticket for the Blue Origin rockets, and he could go to a very high altitude and have this free fall experience like in a zero-G plane, just a little bit longer, where people get the illusion as if they're actually in space.
I don't think that would be good.
Yeah, we don't need to be going all over the goddamn planet right now with that story, though. Going to Blue Origin and everybody.
Yeah, exactly. It won't do good branding for SpaceX. I think
it doesn't do good branding for your theory that the owners don't go up when the other guy goes up like it's a fucking yacht. He just takes people up there, they drink champagne, and they float around and throw yo-yos.
It's not like a yacht. No. Jeff Bezos was planning that years in advance. You're making it sound again like you just walk into it or walk on it like on a yacht and just fucking see away. That's not the case, is it?
I think you have a lot of what is it called? Oh golly. I don't know why you defend this. I mean, it's very illogical that someone who would sell ships, or make ships for other people, and he himself have never entered the ship or used it.
Yeah, it's not logical at all. Elon Musk, even in numerous podcasts, said himself that he has no interest in being in space. He doesn't find it of interest.
I don't trust him. Then there's some other motive for what he's doing.
Okay.
Well, clearly you know his motive better than he knows it himself. But okay.
David, do you think it's a funny coincidence that the guy who want to colonize Mars and everything he talks about, even if he makes streams on Twitter, is always going to be about space? I cannot listen to this guy once that he's not going to mention something about Mars or being beyond the stars or whatever cringe stuff he's talking about. Why is it that we also coincidentally the guy listen, this is very important. The guy who wants to occupy Mars, and his name is Elon, is the same guy described in a book made by Werner von Braun, the father of rocket technology, right? In this book that he wrote in Germany, where we have Elon, the head of a group that wants to colonize Mars. And the rocket depicted on the front cover of the book looks very familiar to the rocket Mr. Elon wants to use to colonize
You need
Mars.
to tell him what year it was first.
What is your point? What is your proposition here? You're just giving me random.
It's not
Yeah.
random, man. It's
Listen,
a book
It is.
written-
It's, at the moment, it's not
tends to
related.
take people. Clay tends to take people down roads about all the information. Clay should give you the year that was done and all that stuff.
I don't need to any. What's your point, though?
Okay,
Like, what are you
the
saying?
book was
What is your
written.
point?
The book was written in 1949. It's called Project Mars: A Technical Tale, written by Werner von Braun, and the main character is Elon, who wants to colonize Mars.
Very cool. And
Yeah. So what a coincidence, huh?
should we just say Illuminati?
And don't
What
forget
is it
his
you want to
famous
say?
quote.
Isn't that
Don't forget his famous
isn't
quote.
that weird how coincidences happen?
The reason is the frontier man who died off, which was Werner von Braun. They need a new frontman. So the best way to introduce someone new to their actual project or their vision is this very man, Elon. Plain and simple.
Elon, who won't go to Mars.
Pretty funny how this Mars rocket they want to use is very similar to this old school space shape you would see in old school movies and stuff. It comes very close to the book cover.
What are you trying
Like a
to
very
allude to?
thick,
Again, I don't
small
understand.
rocket.
I'm gonna boot the
Yeah, you don't
streamers.
understand
We'll be
because
back.
you don't want to, man. It's called what is it called? Stockholm syndrome. You want to defend your.
I'm not defending anyone. I just don't know what you're
positions.
saying. What are you implying?
Okay,
I don't
okay.
want. I'm not defending it. I just don't understand you.
Okay, so it's a coincidence, right? It's just a pure coincidence that there's the guy.
Elon
who's the
is
father of-
pop. Elon is
listen.
a Hebrew name.
You want to
It's been around
listen?
for thousands
You
of
want to
years.
listen?
It's not-
You want to
Yep.
listen? The father of rocket technology, right? The first one to bring supposedly human beings to the planet called the moon, right? Which is
It's a
Werner
great
von
planet.
Braun,
Amazing planet.
It's not a planet, but okay.
Can you listen? An ex-Nazi scientist who has come to the US to give us the rocket technology to do that stuff, right? He makes a book in 1949 where
You're
the
just
main
repeating
character
yourself.
is. Okay, you're like.
I'm
can you
sorry,
just
FUGJ.
admit-
I don't mean
wanna-
to be
no,
disrespectful.
no,
He's
listen,
just
listen.
he's
The point
you're
is,
saying
can
the
you
same
say?
stuff?
Can you say to me it's a coincidence, and then we can move on?
Yes, it's a coincidence.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
No one's
You have
going
to You have to also bear in mind that Elon is not. It's a Hebrew name. It's been around for a long, long time. We all know the history behind Elon and his dad, and Dad's love for aviation, and also to a degree space exploration. I don't see why it's too ludicrous to think that his dad just named him Elon because perhaps he's read the book himself. Or
Wow, what a
perhaps-
coincidence.
Why
I know,
would
it's-
he read the book himself when he actually written it? What?
What? Are you saying that Von Braun is Elon Musk's father?
No, I'm saying that he wrote the book about him.
Why is it about him? It's about a person called Elon.
Dude,
I'm so confused.
I'm just gonna make it a word to you, okay? Elon Musk is nothing more than a puppet on the stage that this theater is of certain influential people. He is an actor.
Who's
He has
puppet?
been in many movies.
puppet?
He has been featured in many movies. He has been featured in many series, and he's nothing more just like an icon for you to worship. Nothing
Who's
more.
puppet?
Less. He's not.
I'm not
he's
worshipping.
not the-
I'm not worshipping. I just don't
He's
understand your chain of
the
thinking.
way you defend.
Who's
The way you
puppet?
defend.
Who's?
the way-
I'm not. When have I defended him? What are you on about? I'm just querying your whatever conclusion you're trying to get to,
it's a
and I'm still trying to help you.
coincidence because
Let me,
his father
Clay. Let me
was
try and help you
probably
get
very
you there.
much into
Is
space,
anybody
and
else's brain
That's
hurting?
why his
Who's
father
puppet?
was.
Clay.
His father maybe also read the book, so maybe because
Stop
his
wasting my
father read
time.
the book, he called him Ellen. Okay, this is not
Sorry,
defending
what does
him,
this
right?
have to
at
do
all.
with the Earth being flat?
I
No idea. I have no idea where Clay is going with this, and it's boring me too.
We get it.
It's making my brain hurt. It's what it
Yeah, it's
does.
supposed to. Yeah, exactly. It's
No,
what it's
no one,
supposed
no,
to.
no one's going to space though.
And just
Yeah,
remember
so
that Elon said, you know it's real because it looks so fake.
yeah, so that's the end of the Mars talk because we know we're not. That's never happening, and SpaceX is full of shit too.
Where does SpaceX get their funding?
From NASA. Where else?
And Starlink. Starlink made like $2 billion last quarter.
What's Starlink?
Starlink is their it's like an internet satellite system.
Never heard of it.
Really, they're in the greatest number of satellites in low Earth orbit. They have about 4,000 satellites, which is
Holy
like 3
crap,
times that all of
4,000
the other
now?
satellites come.
That fly in a big long line?
Yeah, dude. They're launching
All right.
like.
What time tonight can I look up and see this long line of lights flying?
Oh, it's
There's an
really,
app.
really tiny.
There's an app.
I have a P900, guys. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourselves.
Sounds pretty much like Skynet.
No, it's nothing like Skynet. It has nothing to do with artificial intelligence. Just because it's just because it's a satellite, you're like Skynet. No, come on, man.
It's a wordplay.
It's not.
I mean, it would work semantically.
And also, no one's talking about some form of AGI taking hold of having control of the nuclear arsenal. Like, it's so far away from Skynet.
No, I'm just saying it is a wordplay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it is a prerequisite for Skynet, I suppose. You're right. Yeah,
yeah.
It's a prerequisite for sure.
Before we get off into the
could exist without an internet satellite.
Still trying to figure out what's so special about a satellite. It makes the Earthable.
So how does satellites work on a flat Earth?
Space could be.
How do satellites work on a flat Earth? Do they just like go in a circle? I don't understand.
How does what work on a flat Earth?
They go in a circle. How does that work?
Well, I'm asking the flat earthers.
What satellites and what and are they in this vacuous region called space?
No, I'm still trying.
Let me ask you this. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. If you're asking us what are satellites, or are you telling us what satellites are? What is it?
Well, my understanding is a satellite is a man-made object which orbits the Earth.
Orbits the Earth. Okay. Can you be a little bit more specific? When you say orbits the Earth, you mean the Earth is a ball that it circles around, and the
I
object
believe it is a sphere. Yes, correct.
Yeah. So if there are things in the air,
out of the atmosphere.
Yeah, well, not. See, this is the point I'm getting at. The difference between technology that's said to be in low Earth orbit or the vacuum of space, or stuff that's said to be in the atmosphere. There's technology up in the sky that we can talk about all day long with regards to things that are in the atmosphere. That would be balloons, for example, and technology being placed on balloons, for example. So you have to be very specific with what you mean by a satellite, where it is the air.
Okay, you're right. So it's in orbit by Earth's gravitational force, in that it doesn't require any energy in order to maintain its
Let's
orbit.
just talk about
it's already moving at such high velocity.
I think the simplest way to define what you're saying is high Earth orbit exoatmospheric satellite.
All right, whatever. So again, how do satellites work on a flat Earth? These satellites.
Well, the same.
Okay, you want to know how? I can give you some PDFs that you can read that actually go into detail about how satellites are actually obsolete when it comes to precise navigation because they purely rely on pseudolights, which is a ground-based system.
What has that got to do with flat Earth?
No.
Clay.
He does this all the time.
Clay, you're going to run down some crazy road.
Yeah, because this guy literally is not capable of grasping this information.
I am.
Why don't we just post him what an actual satellite looks like instead of telling him?
No, you're right. Maybe we need to go very far back to the basics.
I already said, look, okay, we're all aware what a Starlink satellite is. How does that orbit a flat Earth? How does that work?
Okay.
How does that in relation to flat Earth?
I'll tell you. Okay, no problem. So we would suggest possibly that the reason why we have things in the atmosphere is because they're on balloons. If we're talking about Starlink, that would be tethered balloons. In the text chat, I've posted high altitude wind patterns and the balloons that are able to traverse along those known wind patterns. That's cyclical. Yeah. So because of these things that happen high up in the stratosphere, because of their directions, then they can place objects in that wind pattern and then it will go somewhere and then you'll be able to figure out where it's going to be or go and collect it. These things can stay up in the atmosphere for years.
That's true. So I have a follow-up. We could stay on satellites if David really wants to, but I think a more interesting point is you just admitted that there are winds, right? Everyone knows there's winds, but also that there's a stratosphere, right? So what holds the atmosphere down in a flat Earth? What creates the force of gravity in a flat Earth?
Okay, so we have to understand two slightly different things. To create gas pressure, all we've got to do is solve along the equation of PV equals nRT, right? Pressure multiplied by volume. Volume being the thing that's going to be able to give the force to the gas. So we can then define it as being under pressure and receive what pressure that is. Within the heliocentric model, we don't have that. We have to solve with a different equation.
There's no fucking way you're actually arguing that the Earth is flat right now.
Yeah, well, at the moment, we're talking about gas pressure and how that's achieved and not dispersing into a vacuum. We understand that gas pressure is achieved when gas exerts a force upon the walls of its container, the volume. Increase or decrease the size of the volume is going to have an impact on the pressure within that system. If you have an open system, then you don't use this equation. You have no volume, which is basically like me saying you can't have gas pressure without a container. If the Earth is an open system, we wouldn't have gas pressure, and the gas then would follow the second law of thermodynamics. Energy would disperse into the lower pressure, into the lower energy environment. This energy would be defined as the gas pressure, so the high pressure would disperse into the vacuum of space. So how do we achieve gas pressure? There's a container.
So the flat Earth is in a container of some sort?
We have gas pressure, yes.
Right, we have pressure, so
yes.
We're in a container.
And we live within a finite system, yes.
Which is a physical container.
It's not going to be. It's what's supernatural now, is it, or is it? Or is it going to be physical?
So
this is your explanation.
The problem is when we're talking about things in the vacuum of space, satellites on missions to Mars, for example. This place called the vacuum of space can't exist. If
so you said there 100% has to be a physical container containing the air.
If up there is a vacuum, yes. If up there's
according to what you just said, there is no up there.
Oh, well, no, there is an up there. I'm just disputing what up there is. A vacuum, absence.
According to you, there has to be a physical container.
Duncan,
it's called the Van Allen belt.
It's not called the Van Allen belt. That's the radio. Not according to me. I'm just telling you what Boyle's law is, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law. Kinetic molecular theory is second law of thermodynamics, as simple as I can. To have gas pressure, you require a container. PV equals nRT.
Yeah, so that'd be
gas pressure.
That would be true without gravity. So this is something that I've experienced personally. So I can talk about this scientifically and from personal experience. I have gone flying in Cessnas at too high altitude before, and I have physically experienced a bout of hypoxia. So as you go up in the atmosphere, there's less oxygen because the pressure gets lower. You can also measure that with a number of science experiments, including tethered balloons, like you noted existed earlier, with a barometer. So the way it works is atoms have weight. Oxygen makes up our atmosphere along with other molecules, and it is pulled by gravity down to us. So if you just assume a circular system, it's pulled uniformly towards the center of the Earth, which creates varying layers.
Okay, you made a claim. You made a claim.
Okay, yeah. So how would you like to carry on this conversation? Would you like to carry on this conversation scientifically, or I'll ask you for a hypothesis that I can test in an experiment? Or are you going to point to something that's happening in the physical and natural world? You're saying that gravity is exerting a force upon the gas and pulling it down. So can you point to an object of mass, and we'll get to mass in a minute, can you point to me with an object of mass attracting gas to it?
Yes. The Earth.
Can you describe the motion of gas particles?
What about smoke plumes? Like
That's lovely. Can you tell me the motion of gas particles that are around you at the moment? Which directions is gas capable of traveling?
Any direction. It's the same as it's similar to a solid in the manner that it can have a force applied.
Depends on the gas. You needed to say.
Okay. So yes, gas travels freely and randomly in all directions.
No.
Yes.
No. Motion is not random. There has to be a force applied.
I haven't finished.
Apologies.
Right, so gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. The force that can be attributed to the system will be the interactions between the gas molecules, how they press together, how they have elastic collisions with themselves and other physical objects within a contained system. You can vary and manipulate the heat if you want to, right?
Sure.
Cool. So, with regards to gravity, can you show me gravity attracting a gas to it? All gas going downwards attracted to a physical body.
Yes.
In a vacuum chamber, if you release gas, it'll fall down to the bottom.
No, in a vacuum chamber, when you open the door of the vacuum chamber and the gas rushes in, it fills and disperses into that available space. It doesn't favour up or down, left or right. It has
but like there's only a very small amount when they don't interact with each other.
You're talking about the direction of gas whilst it hasn't had any energy imparted onto it. It's just under the force of entropy, which means that the gas disperses into that space. In this instance, we don't have the observation of gravity acted upon gases in the way that the gentleman described, like you would a bowling ball. When you drop a bowling ball in a vacuum, it goes downwards. When you uncontain gas into a vacuous space, it disperses freely and randomly in all directions.
How about heavier gas?
No, it doesn't.
Heavier gases, which would be in relation to a lighter gas. Obviously, if I was just to put a quote-unquote heavy gas into a vacuum by itself, that would disperse randomly and freely in all directions. If it was subsequent to a lighter gas, then there will be a relationship with those two where one will ascend and one will descend.
Yes, because one is heavier. There has to be a force applied. I just have a question. Have you taken, I mean, you knew about the thermodynamic laws. Have you taken ever like a physics class before to?
Yes.
Okay, so you should know that there has to be a force on an object for it to have a reaction, right?
Yes.
So why would those gases separate if there was not a force pulling down on them? There's an equal force pulling down on both of them. The heavier gas is heavier, so it sinks below the lighter gas because they're both being pulled down by gravity.
Holy crap. Okay, no,
Jackie Swag, I just posted a picture in the chat with bromine and also linked a video.
That's sweet, dude.
You're gonna have to repeat your question again, dude.
I'll mute him so he doesn't just barge in and say shit.
It's relevant to the discussion.
At the moment, we're just talking about gas behavior, right? We're trying to invoke that there's another force that is acting upon the gas. At the moment, we're saying a body of mass, an object, is attracting, forcing an object to accelerate towards it, right? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about that with gases. Can anyone point out to me in any of the known laws associated with gas? Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, Brownian motion, within the second law of thermodynamics, or kinetic molecular theory that suggests that you do not need a container or a fixed volume. For the well-known gas equation PV equals nRT, volume is defined as the area that the gas is in, and that area exerts a force upon that gas because it's a contained environment. Has to be. You need to show this.
I'm trying to find an image right now. I know there's one on the internet of a great photo of the standard distribution of hydrogen in a closed container, but I can't find it, so I'm looking for it now.
So you need a container to do that then?
Yes, which in
so
our
there's
purposes is the Earth.
That's all right. That's what we're talking about in general. It's the fact that you need a container to do every single thing that you want to demonstrate.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter if there's well,
Yeah, it does.
first of all, gravity pulls things down still, which serves as a container. But also for the purposes of gas, a container only serves to keep the sample size separated from exterior forces.
Okay. So what is the mechanism where the force is applied from one object to another at distance? What's the mechanism? In the moment you're the same, mass attracts mass. Things fall down. Okay. So how does that work? What's the mechanism between the two objects at distance?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
What's the mechanism between the two masses that attract, using your words, to each other? What's the mechanism?
Just how like mass has inertia, mass also affects mass surrounded by attraction.
Well, mass is defined in some circles as resistance to acceleration.
Yeah, which it's just a fundamental law of it. If it didn't have that, things would just.
That's fine. So how does one thing over here that has a resistance to acceleration, it needs a force to move it, and something over there that has a resistance to acceleration needs a force to move it? How's those two things that are at distance attracted to each other?
Because objects that have mass attract other mass.
Yeah, how?
If you really want to get into it, it's because they warp space-time, but that's much more in-depth and way too complicated for a conversation like this. It's
Not
just
really.
No,
well,
it's
it
not.
just takes
Go
a while.
ahead. Go ahead and explain how space-time pulls things to the ground to Jedi for us.
Space-time.
Explain to us.
Space-time's a four-dimensional coordinate system that includes three-dimensional space and the fourth dimension as time. Mass is set to bend and warp this space and time, depending on the displacement of mass and the distance of that space-time fabric.
So I don't know anything about that, but I can tell you that it's just a property of mass. The same way mass has inertia, resistance to change, it attracts other mass.
We
And
know
we
you
can
don't know
see
anything
this-
about it. That's why you shouldn't really continue telling us about it.
No, I don't know anything about how space-time interacts. I know a lot about Newtonian gravitation. The formula
You
F.
said you did, and you said that it was too in depth for us here.
No,
We're all
that was
ears.
not me.
That was me. That was me. That wasn't him.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, we're all ears. We want to know finally how space time works, what the mechanism is behind it. We're all ears. I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
Well, I'm not an expert, so I'll have a hard time explaining it. But basically, okay. So Imagine space and time as a graph, where it's just a 2D graph. Space is left to right, and time is up and down, or flip the other way. I think the other way.
Posted it for you.
No, don't
Yeah, I
continue.
posted
This
it.
is
I posted it in
ridiculous.
chat. I posted it in chat for you. I posted a trampoline with some balls rolling around on it. That somehow is space time.
That's a really not. That's an overly simplified version of what it
So
actually
we should
If
lie to
that
kids.
is overly
We should lie to
simplified, how
kids.
ridiculous is your example?
No,
we
my
should
graph
lie
just
to kids
compresses all
about
vectors
things.
into
Are
singular
you
ones where it's
saying
just space
we
and
should
time.
lie to children when we're teaching them about space time?
You should explain it to them as simply as possible so that they can grasp it, and then expand upon it later down the line so that they can get a deeper understanding.
Do you have a real life
How
So we're
I'm
supposed
not talking about it at all.
Do you have a real life example
like they're
that you could
actually
show us where we could actually see space time being warped and we could go, wow, there it is?
Einstein's equations.
No, I said this earlier. Space-time is a 4-dimensional coordinate system, like you've pointed out with your graph, right? You just put it on a 3D graph where you got space along one axis and you got time along another. And you plot this out along 3-dimensional space, height, width, length, over time. So this coordinate system is bent because you've now got a object which you've given the ability to warp these straight horizontal lines. The 3D space, you turn those lines into curved lines because you've given the mass the ability to do that. And you then do this over time. So your coordinate system along this graph, you will be able to figure out how much time is distorted and how much space is distorted, whether it expands or whether it contracts. Coordinate system.
And it only exists in the math.
It's like if you want to go to a 2D picture, right? And you've got, say, a multiple squared graph like a chessboard, right? You've got all these boxes, these squares. Now, if I was to say that you can bend and warp these lines, I give you a force that can do that, and you can mathematically bend and warp those lines. And when you've bent and warped those lines, you can add other things into that system. And because those lines are bent and warped, the thing of mass that you've enabled to interact with the system will follow those curved lines. It's like me giving you a map and bending it.
And then in reality, did time actually change? Was there a dilation in time?
There's time dilation. It's based on perspective.
Time's a concept.
Yeah, it depends on whether or not you actually believe that time is actually a real thing, because it could not be. Like, it's possible that it's not.
Well, we understand, first of all, that we can't bend 3-dimensional space. And in the second hand, we can't bend time. We understand that time is conceptual, right?
Well,
It's not a physical.
imagine it conceptually real quick, where it's just events happening in order. It's just like in the figment of the mind, right? Here's a realistic version of it. So, photons.
Now we're getting the final truth. Go ahead.
Photons move at a constant speed at all times.
What speed?
So, I can give you that number, but
yeah, please have this information available as you're going to give us a presentation.
Well,
It is crucial, yes.
Light speed moves at 299 millimeters per second. 200, more like 300 meters per second. 300.
All the time? Is it constant all the time? Doesn't
Yes,
change?
it's constant. And this is gonna get into what I'm gonna say. So if we were to watch it from a slower point of view, right, and just imagine the speed of light was slower, like maybe 1 meter per second, and you trap a photon in a tube that's 1 meter long. It travels up and down that tube at 1 meter per second. It clicks at the top and clicks at the bottom. Every second it moves to the top and moves to the bottom, right? Like a clock.
Why is it going back and forth?
Well,
how are you doing this trick?
we can just we can make it infinitely long tube, and every single time it
Oh
passes
my
the
God!
meter, it collects.
All right, come on. You
Why
said
do
you
we
were
have to
getting down to
imagine
reality,
anything?
and now you're talking about infinity. Please keep it in scale for the audience.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. Then
Do you
he
not
asked
have a
why it has
real
to
life?
go
Do you
back.
not have a real life scenario that you could show us? Why
Just a
don't
thought
go? You have
experiment
to
to make you
imagine this
understand.
or imagine that. Imagine an infinitely long. Imagine this. Imagine that. Forget that. Just give us reality. Show us where time dilated somewhere and somebody missed their appointment.
This is part of the explanation. Again, this is why I said we shouldn't get into it, just because it takes a long ass
Wait. No, you said now let's be real, and then you started with this. Let's go into infinity.
It's a thought.
So which is it?
Okay, back to the tube. It's 1 meter, right? And the
And
photon
how
moves
are you
back and
doing
forth
this? So I got to go get a 1 meter of tube of what?
No, it's a thought experiment. It's just a thought.
Oh fuck! All right, so something we can't do.
Not reality.
But it's a good way of conceptualizing reality.
So,
reality.
hey, let me ask you a question.
If
Let
we
me
can
ask you
test
a
it,
question.
then yes.
Yeah, do you think that you're talking on Discord right now?
Yes.
How sure are you of it?
Pretty darn sure. I'm just like here talking to you.
Okay, so that answers the question for everybody. He's only 99% sure that he's actually talking on Discord right now. 1% chance he's a brain in the jar. If anybody needs to finish the conversation, it's where to go from here.
I don't know where
It's
this comes
all
from.
imagination
Are
for
you-
him. It's all imagination for him.
Where did this come from? Did anybody know where this came from? This came right out of left field. I said I'm pretty damn sure.
It's called talking points, dude. They're fucking stupid.
Humongous, I'm just asking you, just to clarify, are you 100% sure that you're on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Do you want to listen to the thought experiment? This.
No, we want a real life experiment, not something that we can imagine. We would like an actual, conceptual, factual thing that we could go and reproduce and dilate time ourselves.
Well, okay.
You're too small. You can't do it.
You could also devote all of your brain power to this conversation and stop playing Escape from Tarkov.
It's in the back room. It's in the background. I'm not playing it right now. It's just sitting in the background. I'm not playing the game right now. Okay. So a real thing you can do is you can look up to Mars in the sky and use Newtonian physics to try and find where it is, but where it will be in a certain amount of time. Why are you laughing?
So you
the other day you said
I'm prediction of the path to Mars. The path to Mars has been, people have known that for a long time. How is that? How does that prove anything? I mean, that has nothing to do with time dilation.
I'm saying that whatever you calculate is going to be off by a couple degrees. It won't be exact, but you take Einstein's equations.
Well, hold on. To be correct, you're going to be off by 120 zeros.
He's swapping between Newtonian and now he's back onto Einstein.
If you use Einstein's math to account for time dilation, then you will be exact every single time on where it's going to be.
So you made a prediction of where Mars will be in the sky. That's just ridiculous. That's not time dilation. You just made a prediction. It came true.
Every 19 years, everything is in the exact same place.
No, but the math, there's no errors in the math. If you go through the math and follow it through, it will be exactly.
So what? That doesn't matter. Okay. So the math works. Somebody did the math to make the predictions of the path that Mars makes. Big
I
deal.
can just spew random numbers and it'll be correct. You can only use specific methods to get stuff. 1 + 1 does not equal 3. It equals 2 every single time. That is exact. That is fact.
Of course.
If you do an equation,
okay, how is that time dilation? How is that time dilation? How did time dilate to make the prediction of where Mars will be?
It's an equation that accounts for time dilation.
How much time dilated for Mars?
I'm not sure, but enough for it to be missing the mark where you would expect it to be by probably a solid day.
Okay.
Over
Maybe
the
you
course
did
of
the math
a certain
wrong.
amount of time.
How do you
Like-
think he? How do you think these two gentlemen, Newton and Einstein, solved for the problem? How do you think they did this? It's not a complicated thing, dude.
Well, Newton would have the speed at which it travels by looking at it in the sky, how far it travels per instance, and then calculate how long it would take to move around the full circle. So just a classic
So that's the point. I'm glad you're pretty smart with that. That's absolutely right. He will observe this thing in the sky over time, and over time he'll realise there's a pattern. And knowing that there's a pattern, he can develop an equation, and that equation, being that there's already a pattern, can make a prediction based on a post-diction of these things happening in this way. He can then attribute a mathematical formula which can quote-unquote describe what's going on mathematically. So you can make a prediction with the equation.
And it'll be right every time.
Yep, every single time, because it happens all the time.
Yep, that's what it is.
But he can apply it to any time, any distance.
No, only to the object observed.
Yeah, listen, he can apply it to the sun if you want.
This is why I brought this up, because this is interesting, and this is what I want you and everybody else to know. There's two people, Newton and Einstein, with two different equations that can make this type of prediction. One will be slightly more accurate than another. What would he fucking do? You can
One
have
will
two
be exactly accurate, and the one will be off by the amount that Darwin says.
Doesn't matter, but with the varying of accuracy, you can use different mathematical equations to come up with pretty much the same fucking thing. Right? All based
Let
based on
Jedi speak. Keep your mouth shut while he's talking, please.
Here,
all based on backwards engineering of cycles. Yay!
Okay, I want you to come up with an equation that tells me what?
Why do you want me to come up with an equation?
Yeah, why?
Well, clearly it's quite easy. It's not. It's whoop-de-doo. Like it's not that bad to do. It's quite easy, right?
No, it's actually quite fucking hard. The trick is with math is when you've solved for these things, you can make a nice little equation, right? You can make an equation based on arbitrary things that you've decided to give them. The speed of the object, a supposed radius of an object, where you can give it a mass or energy, which will make it do something. Based on this assumption, you can calculate where it's going to be along a three-dimensional reference system. In Einstein's idea, it's not three-dimensional, it's four-dimensional because he's included time because he bends and warps the lights. So you got two different ideas that explain the same thing. Yay! In actual fact, you've probably got about 7 or 8 different mathematical equations that can be attributed to things in the sky.
What about that Archimedes? What about that Archimedes clock that shows every position of all the luminaries, the planets, the sun, and the moon? And you just tile the crank to where you see the sun right now. It'll tell you what year and everything you're in.
That's based on how long it takes for
cycles. Yeah, it is based on cycles, right?
Yeah, he didn't need Einstein, and he didn't need no bent space-time.
You can't plug any numbers into it and just like randomly have.
Hey, guess what? Yes, you can, and it's based on a center Earth.
Oh damn! What now?
Okay, so first off, it's from perspective. And they always take the same amount of time to do each rotation. And like I was saying, you can't just put a random time. Okay, I make it so that Mars rotates every minute. That's not true. You can't just plug in random numbers. They have to be the exact right numbers to plug in.
Humongous, I'm just sorry, I forget how to say your name. I'm curious. The orientation of Mars in this scenario in our perspective, would that be an angular relationship?
The angle of Mars in reference to what?
Well, from our perspective, like here on Earth, is that an angular relationship?
I don't quite understand what you're saying.
I'm just asking, how are they determining where the light is going to be in the sky according to what reference? How are they getting this location? Is it angular? It would have to be
Ask
angular,
you
wouldn't
how
it?
you know Mars is a sphere and how it rotates and how you know all this. And he's basically getting to the point where telescopes use angular calculations to determine when and where Mars is.
Yep, and you're going to need a flat plane for that.
Anyways,
How are you going to need a flat plane for that?
How else would you
Try
get
and
the
get an
angular
angle off of the
relationship?
curved surface.
What curves are made up of infinite angles, basically.
How do you get an
Do you know-
angle off of the curved surface?
I don't quite like in trigonometry. You see the sine circle or whatever. It's made up of infinite.
How do you get an angle off of a curved surface?
That's what I was saying. It's
So what's the angle?
Where
do you measure it
quite
from?
any angle. Also, the other guy's messaging in chat.
No, how do
Can
you
you
get
mute
an
him?
angle off of the curved surface? Let's go back to this. How do you get an angle off of the curved surface?
I don't understand quite what you're saying. You have to like define it better. I don't know.
The Earth is curved in your model.
Yes.
And you look up to a star and you take an angle. How do you get an angle from a curved surface? Can you do the math for that, please?
Okay. Well, you take a sphere and then you just draw a line from it, and there's a certain angle off like the tangent.
Okay, what is that angle?
Wait, why are
Depends on
you
which
putting
way
a
you're pointing. If you
tangent there?
point it,
Why are you putting a tangent there?
well, level is
Sorry,
tangent.
tangent. Sorry.
Ah, level is tangent. So you do need a flat plane. Okay, question
Yeah.
answered. Thank you. Move along.
But
Sorry,
every
you-
single circle in math, you can see it's self-evident that you place a
Yeah, it's
tangent.
self-evident that you can't get an angle from a curved surface. It's very self-evident.
Are you talking about
Have
drawing a
you ever
tangent?
taken trigonometry?
Yes.
I have. You can't take an angle from a curve. It's impossible. It's undefined.
But you can, and you have in math.
Are you talking about drawing a tangent line from an altitude above this curved surface to where that tangent line intersects with that curved surface? You talking about that?
I think he was asking me to make an angle off of a sphere.
How'd you do that then? Is it not as I've just described?
And measure it. We want the measurement.
The other guy's
gotta-
asking for you to mute him. I think he knows this better than me.
Who wants on mute?
There's somebody in here.
Just chilling.
He's just chilling. Yeah.
I don't know. He might not be in here anymore because he was spamming the room.
Okay. So you know what a circle is, right?
Yes.
Obviously. So imagine a circle, and imagine you can draw a little man on the top of that circle, right?
Yes.
So you can draw a line from the top of that little man, we call that your eye line, and you can draw that line to where it intersects with that curved surface that you're standing on, right?
Yes.
Cool. Is that what you're talking about?
I think that's what he wanted. Sure.
Oh, okay. Is that something that we can do, do you think? If we're on a ball, do you think that we can imagine to draw a tangent line from our eyes to where it intersects with the curved surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. Where would we be able to do this? At the beach or something like that?
I imagine it's pretty dang difficult though. It's a very large radius, so
There's a lot of imagination in your world, isn't there?
the problem is like the Earth is very bumpy from mountains and stuff like that, so it's hard to get a precise measurement. But the beach is a good option if you like account for like the stretch to Earth from centripetal force. Then yeah, you can probably get some good measurements.
Okay, cool. So if I was,
relevance.
Like oh yeah, a laser rangefinder, that would probably be good. Although it wouldn't be quite precise because the horizon is based on your vision. It's the tangent line, so it's not like it's an exact point. It would be hard to get that exact distance, but you can get damn well close.
would we know where that exact distance be if we knew the size of the circle or ball that we're standing on? and our altitude above that curved surface, we'll be able to figure out that distance between you or me and the physical geometric horizon.
Yeah, you would, but it's also really difficult to find the altitude as well, because you can very realistically be standing on like the beach. You might be standing high, and it might be low tide or high tide, and that would really mess with the calculation. But you would be able to get a rough estimate.
Why?
How about a foot off the water?
A foot off the water, again, depending on what you're standing on and your surroundings, you should be able to get a good number.
Standing in the water? I've got a tripod, and it's on the beach, and the legs of the tripod are being lapped by the water, and the camera is, say, 3 foot above the surface of the water. Do you think
Actually,
we
just
could?
a second, I have a guy messaging me. He's in this chat, I think.
I called that one. I typed it in chat. He's probably getting DMs by now. Team Globe should be all over him if we're streaming. These guys think we're new at this.
He's telling me to tell him an argument. I'm trying to look. I don't think maybe he put it into the chat of the
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about
He's
it.
saying never mind.
It's not your argument. You won't understand it anyway.
Well, anyway, moving on. You said put it about 3 feet off the water.
Yeah. Do you think we could use any type of mathematical equation to predict where the physical horizon should be?
I'm
The
not sure
curvature
what
of the
the equation would exactly be.
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So
We know
1.2. Yeah. So 1.225, and you multiply that by the observer's height in feet. And that's why I said 3 foot. And keep the math simple, right? 1 foot. Square root of 1 is 1. Using that calculation of 1.225 times that 1, then we have a physical geometric horizon for this observation at 1 foot of 1.225 miles away.
Hey,
For
Jedi, look in the text. I
Wait,
put
how
in there
far would it be?
what's printed on a globe. It tells you how much the curve is, and this is printed on a globe from McToon.
That's stunning. I might keep that actually. It's kind of funny.
I needed to interrupt. That was a news break in for you.
That's pretty cool, man. But yeah, 1 foot observation, 1.225. 3 foot observation, just about 2 miles. Going to keep the numbers simple. Yeah.
Let
Just
me
by
here.
using
Let me look at this calculation. I have a calculator with me.
All we're doing this is like you was talking about trigonometry. Okay, cool. We can do that to figure out things about circles, can't we? Circle, a ball, right? Pretty much the same thing. So
you get a piece of paper as well.
Yeah. So one straight line from you to something at distance, that line should curve. Because of you observing over that curved line, eventually things beyond that curved line are going to obstruct your view because of physical curvature, right? Now we're looking for that physical curvature, trying to make a prediction of where the apex or the top of that curved arch is, the sagittar. That's what we're trying to do. That calculation is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's one of the main claims of a globe Earth. Right? If you try and solve for this, then it makes a prediction. When we go to the beach and we look at the horizon, we understand that it's not 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's the distances that supersede that mathematical equation. So, for example, when we say that you're a 6 foot observer and the horizon should be 3 miles away, I can definitely show you images where the horizon is 10, 20 miles away. It's not the curvature of the Earth.
But you said you can show me images that don't give you the same amount as the calculation?
Yeah. So,
I kind of doubt that.
Well, okay.
It would probably just be fake.
Probably just be fake. So if I could show you a video and a still shot taken from that video, you'd kind of understand that at least you could go and replicate this. You can go down to the beach, put a camera, and see what you can see off in the distance, right?
Or are you afraid to find out what you might see?
Not quite.
All
I'm
right.
still trying to figure out this equation. I'm thinking about it. I'm not very good at trig, but I know that.
Go ahead. I posted a globe for you with a drawing on it that shows 8 inches drops when you draw a straight line off the ball after a mile. It shows right on the globe, and it's printed on there 8 inches. So you should be able to just figure that out. He gave you the equation already, but you don't like it. But it actually, that's the equation, but you don't like it. So you can figure it out yourself then.
I just want to make sure. Being thorough.
Okay, cool. You see the image and the video that I posted at 9 minutes past the hour. The image, the still shot taken from this video, shows the 6 wind turbines. The reason why this observation is interesting is because we know the observer's height above the sea level. We know the distance to the wind turbines from left to right, they're from 8 miles to 11 miles. And we can safely estimate the distance to the horizon in how it appears in relation to those distance markers. We can clearly see in the image that the horizon is beyond the wind turbines, so beyond the distance of 11.2 miles, where according to the mathematics, the horizon should be at 2-point-something miles.
Plain and simple, we see way too far for an Earth of a radius of 3959 miles. So you got a choice. It's either a flat plane or the globe is huge, way bigger than you think it is.
So big that it should be touching the moon.
Oh, maybe even bigger than that. Almost to the sun, I think.
I can't wait for World War III. Whoa, wasting your emotions. Whoa, what I want on me.
Hit him, please.
The problem I'm having with this equation is that, I mean, the tangent comes from usually the point of cosine and sine meeting on like the triangle, you know, on the circle, the point on the circle, and I'm trying to find how to go backwards from the height.
Yeah, that's really cool. And your tangent's not where it's supposed to be. So now what?
What? No. I'm just trying to find out the equation. I haven't done anything.
Yeah, why? We just gave it to you.
Yeah,
Well,
and I
just
showed you a
because you
picture of
gave
it on
me
a globe.
Hey, don't get angry at me.
On a
I'm
ball. I showed you a picture of it already. Do you want to see it again so you can write that one down?
I'm just saying, if it's an equation like this, it probably won't be too simple.
Well, that's fine. I would rather you go ahead and scrutinize the information because this is not our class. This is the globe mathematics. So you go ahead and scrutinize all you want.
Yeah, maybe do it in AutoCAD and everything. Write an Excel sheet on it. That would probably be helpful to you. You like to do college stuff. That sounds like something you would want. If you were really interested, you should figure out exactly how far away things drop.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Must have a ton of DMs.
There's the math. I just put it in the text chat there from just a Google search, and showing that it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Poof, you got a geometric horizon.
I asked AI bot to also give me it, and he gave me the same answer.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll just use that equation. So you said you're 3 feet, and then put in the radius.
1.225 times the square root of 3.
The radius from miles into feet, real quick.
Why are we talking radius here? It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. There's no radius in there.
The equation says it's radical radius plus height squared minus radius squared, or not squared. Yeah, it's squared. That's squared.
So this is just like a stalling tactic, right?
What? I'm
Yeah.
Sorry.
plugging
Yeah,
this
Small
in.
numbers. Like, just go to an Earth curve calculator, dude. Walter Bislins or whatever you got. Take you about 2 seconds to realize, yeah, that's the formula.
Okay, I'll go to the Earth curve.
fine.
Okay, let me calculate it.
Doesn't matter
Okay, it
what
says the
equation.
distance to horizon would be 2.1 miles from a 3-foot observation.
Sweet.
There we go.
Well, there goes Jedi's pictures. We must live on a ball Earth that touches the moon.
It's pretty big.
How would it touch the moon?
Using the estimated distance.
We see way too far.
Well, if the moon is thousands of how far is away?
For it to be a ball and for it to have the tangent at 10 miles out for a 1-foot observer, you need a radius that's about 250,000 miles. So that's about the claimed distance of here to the moon.
I'm pretty sure the radius would come down to like 4,000 miles.
Well, that's what they said. Now you just did the math and you were wrong. Now what happened?
What do you mean? How was that possibly that?
The horizon is not at 2.9 miles, was it?
It was at 2.1 miles, and they calculated using the radius of the Earth to be 4,000
What
miles.
picture were you looking at?
What? I
Yeah,
used
what
the
picture
online
were you
calculator.
What picture did you see that horizon at when he showed you one that was at what? How many miles is that other one? 12? Something? I don't know. 10? Call it 10.
What are you talking about?
Apparently, he's not using the photograph in the chat. Are you not looking at the photograph in the chat and comparing it with the mathematics that you went ahead and did online?
Why I lost that original one. Where is it?
Are we using the Black Swan or the windmills?
9 minutes after the hour was the Jedi, the video with the still picture taken from the video of the wind turbines.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
And just remember, 2.2 miles is supposed to be the horizon. And you can see well past it. The last turbine there is 11.2 miles, but the horizon is beyond that. We don't know the distance, but it's beyond 11.2.
And in the animated video of it, you can actually see the boat that's beyond those with the horizon beyond the boat. So we can easily say that's probably a 20 mile horizon on that picture.
Well, I have a couple questions and an assumption. So I'm assuming that his height isn't proper and sea level
It's
drop or
3
something
feet.
like that.
It was 3 feet on a tripod in the water. He told you that.
And the sea level probably dropped or something like that. And also, how would you explain the stuff dropping behind the horizon? I mean, it wouldn't really matter the distance, right? If it's
Why is the horizon not at 2.2 miles like you said it would be in your math? That's where it would be if this is at 3 feet. Maybe he's wrong. Maybe it's 4 feet. So maybe it's 5 miles. There's still a problem. We see too far.
Well, the phenomenon's still there, so it doesn't really quite make sense.
The phenomena.
Not where it should be.
Well, maybe something was calculated wrong. The phenomenon's still there.
No,
How do you explain that?
nobody calculated anything. Somebody took a camera out and took a video. Somebody took a video, took a still picture from it. There's no calculations going on there. Oh my God, I calculated my camera wrong. I saw too much.
But how do you explain the stuff behind the horizon?
Okay, so in this instance, and what's the horizon? Because now we understand that it's not at 1.225 and it's not the physical curvature of the Earth. So now you're asking us what's beyond what? What's the horizon now? The limitation of your view? You'll perceive the limitation of view across a surface. Things beyond the horizon, depending on that angular size, you may or may not be able to see or not.
Why wouldn't I be able to see it?
Because it's beyond your ability to resolve them because the angular size is too small. You understand that things with distance appear to reduce in angular size.
But they just get smaller. I mean, you can see that with the wind turbines. They don't start disappearing from the bottom up until an exact distance.
That would depend on your altitude above the surface. I can
Did you just
demonstrate
make
to you.
another claim?
I
Did you
can
just make another claim that they disappear bottom up at an exact distance? Did you not say that?
I'm looking at the video right now. The wind turbines should be disappearing from the bottom up at any distance if it were based on the view you're talking about. This phenomenon should be able to affect you 24/7. It shouldn't just start at this distance here.
But we see the turbines. They're not being obstructed.
Yeah, exactly. Based on your logic, they would be getting obstructed from the moment the light leaves your eye and then comes back.
Not our logic. Not our logic. We just see them because they're there. You have a problem seeing them because you shouldn't see them because you're on a globe. We just see them because they're there.
Yeah, but the ship is being obstructed. Why aren't these things being obstructed?
What ship?
The ship behind it. I'm looking at the video. And then there's a wind turbine here.
Yeah, okay, I'll tell you what's going on. The Earth is flat, and that's what you're seeing. That's why you're seeing ship behind the ship. That's what's going on.
The wind turbines
yeah. That's what's actually happening.
Bottom up, but the ship is.
The boat's in the water. Where do you think the bottom's going to be?
No, but you can only see the top of the what's that part of the boat called? The captain's bay or whatever. Except for that.
Bro, can you define horizon for me, please?
I don't think this is important to the conversation at hand.
It's very important.
Very important. We would like a definition of the horizon. It's very important.
We're having a conversation here. We're just going off in our direction right now.
No, we are having a conversation, and you're going to give us the definition of horizon, or we cannot continue because it seems like we've got two different things going on here. Please give us the definition of horizon.
Why is the bottom of the ship gone?
Give us the definition of horizon before we move on.
But this is deflecting the question. You're trying to get me off balance, and then you're going to just go
We're
off.
still talking about the same thing. We're still talking about the photograph and the video. Give us a definition of horizon. What your definition is?
The line I see where stuff seems to start disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah, so that's not the definition of a horizon. The definition of a horizon is where the sky or sea, and sea. Right, the actual definition is where the sky and sea and the ground appear to meet.
Okay.
It's an apparent position. It's where the sky and the sea appear to meet, not where stuff is just being blocked in your imagination.
Okay. And can we go back to the conversation?
So where do the sky and the sea actually meet? Or appear to meet in these photographs and images and videos?
Behind the boat.
They
like
seem
you said before, remember? You said behind the boat, remember?
I meant to say behind the turbines, if I said that.
You did say behind the boat. You did say that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I messed up. I meant to say behind the turbines.
No, you said the proper thing. You didn't mess up at all. You're just, in your brain, you're thinking, I got to try to fix something here. We're seeing too far. I got to try to fix something.
Okay,
That's what's
this is
going
what I'm
on.
talking about. You derailed the conversation. We're no longer talking about what we were talking about before. Where did that go?
No, it's fine. You haven't derailed at all. We're talking about the horizon. Even in this case, it being apparently behind the windmills. No more globe.
Well, anyway, why does the ship disappear from the bottom up and the windmills don't? The wind turbines don't.
Are you saying that a small section of the boat seeming to be occulted by water is going to be the horizon all of a sudden?
You see the top of the boat. It's like the top of a shipping boat or like a cruise ship.
Doesn't matter. Where is your globe edge?
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter because the curvature, according to your logic, your mathematics, the globe claim is not there. Now, we can start asking questions as to why things appear to disappear in the distance, bottom up, But at the end of the day, in reality, the edge of the Earth, the sagitta, is not there. There's no curvature, bro. It's gone. It's missing.
Well, I haven't had anybody answer my question yet.
Why do things disappear?
You think that's going to help you get your balls back?
Why do only certain objects disappear from the bottom up?
They don't. So I've
Certain
posted
objects.
a side by so
Where are you
I
getting
posted
this idea from?
I posted 2 images side by side of an observation taken by a camera at different altitudes above a corridor floor. Now, you'll notice in the first image, you can't see all the way down to the bottom of to the end of the corridor. You can't see what's down there until you raise the elevation of the camera and you can see the light that's on the floor. That's just beyond your limitation of view. That can be described as your angle of resolution. Now, the objects at the distance of the along the known surface, the flat surface, create an angle. With distance, that angle decreases. With distance, it will eventually be too small for your eye to resolve. So that's why you can't see the light at the end of the corridor when you're low to the surface until you raise up. So the light on the corridor, so the light of the corridor might as well be determined as the bottom of your boat, because if I was to stack light upon light upon light, in the image on the first one on the right hand side when the camera is low down, you would start to see the new lights appear above your visible horizon, just having a different angle to the one that's on the floor.
Well, here, if you were to upgrade the resolution, you would be able to see the light still. Any object
can't
just
breathe!
smaller in the
I
distance.
can't breathe! I can't breathe!
Are you okay?
You good, bro?
I can't breathe!
You chill out?
He's done. He's done.
Okay. So, I'm saying if you were to increase the resolution, you would be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Or,
Okay,
school.
great. That's beautiful. That's not what he asked you.
Yeah, because you're just going to change the optic, and the optic, depending on it's capable to resolve at distance. The thing is either going to be resolvable or not, depending on that optic. But with this optic, in these conditions, you can demonstrate at this distance, this object is beyond the angle of resolution of the device along that surface. Awesome.
Well, what you're saying here is that the optic isn't capable of seeing it at this distance, so my claim is true. But if the optic was better, you would be able to see it at this distance. It would just be small.
When you give me an image of not being able to see the bottom of something, that's because of the limitation of the device that's being used, obviously. If you were to use a different optical system, a different camera, a different zoom capability, you may or may not get a different result, depending on the ability of that technology. But using that piece of technology, you demonstrated that it's still reached that angle where it can't resolve along that surface. The angle begins at that surface, elevation up from that surface 1 degree. You can understand, right? It increases with altitude above that surface.
But the problem is you can use a better optic to see it, and
yes, you can. Which is
if
another
you were
reason.
to use that on the horizon, it wouldn't be able to see no matter how good the optic was.
So,
pardon me?
Hold on. I don't think... I don't see what the thing is, because that doesn't... I agree with you, actually. I agree with Jedi. Like, yes, that's exactly how cameras work. If you put an object in front of it, in this case the floor, you won't be able to see something. Like, I don't see how this is relevant to a horizon.
Well, no, things disappearing from the bottom up. That's why it's relevant.
All right.
Well,
so
he showed the light was gone.
No, but it didn't
That
disappear
was on the
from
bottom.
the bottom up.
That was on the bottom.
It was on the floor, but it didn't disappear from the bottom up. If you were to zoom in, you would see it come into picture.
So do you need to see a quarter that is not there until you zoom in on the table, and then they zoom in over
what I'm saying is if you zoom in on it, it will come in 100%. So it would just be its normal shape, and it would just be getting larger as you get close to it.
Everything around.
What?
Why are you changing everything around?
No, I'm just saying if you were to use a better lens, you would see the object come into view in total instead of coming from the
That's
bottom.
not the point of it. To use better lenses is not the point of that. Why he's doing that.
we also have to understand there's a difference between looking at things with your eyes and then getting something that's capable of resolving things at distance.
But what
Binoculars.
I'm saying is the horizon, it disappears from the bottom up. Here, it disappears because you lose resolution of it.
So then we're going to get back. So then we're going to have to remember what we demonstrated earlier, because you're saying things disappear from the bottom up because of the curvature of the Earth, which, if it is physical to obstruct, must be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Again, maybe his calculations are wrong, but the phenomenon needs to be able to be explained, and the explanation wasn't fit.
Explained it. I've also demonstrated that along a flat surface, an optic will have a limitation of how much it can resolve along that surface. Have you ever observed?
I'd like to note.
It's not bottom up.
Yeah, I like to note that you just claimed that he lied again, and that's deceiving you.
I'm saying that it will disappear from the bottom up only if it's at the horizon. In every other case, it gets unresolved, I guess, in full.
So
It
that's
slowly
because
becomes less and less visible.
at the horizon is the edge of the ball that you're looking over.
I'm saying that your explanation doesn't.
Is it because that's the edge of the ball that you're looking over?
This isn't about my claims; it's about yours.
We don't make this claim. You just
the
edge of the ball.
You're
I'm
not
going to ask you just a very simple question. If things are disappearing bottom up, is that because... No, I'm asking you a simple question. You can make the statement. Are you saying that when things disappear bottom up, it is because of the geometric, physical, earth curve blocking things like boats and buildings in the distance?
If I answer you, you're just gonna move on to me now instead of answering my question, right? Is that what's gonna happen?
What question does it? I'll go to your question after this, but I need to know this. This is the entire argument. Is the thing that is blocking the boats and the buildings in the distance the geometric earth curve edge?
Yes.
It is. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth, because it's
Damn,
not where it's
thanks for
supposed
getting
to
him
be
to answer
geometrically.
that. Yeah, he wouldn't
Thank you.
answer it for me.
You
Now, do you have a question you would like to ask? Go ahead.
Now that you know that you are seeing too far and you're on a flat Earth, now you can start asking questions.
You think you live on a bigger globe now?
No, I think the calculations were wrong. I think he took it from a height that was higher.
See, now we're lying. You're telling us that everybody lies. It's somebody else that's lying, right?
All right. So,
well, in this scenario, it would be the globe plane that would be the lie, because this is not our geometry. This is your geometry. This is globe math.
I'm saying that he's not lying. I'm just saying he measured it incorrectly. He didn't account for everything. His altitude to begin with. Like if you start.
We have another one from 1 foot height elevation. We have another one from 1 foot height elevation. Do you want to look at that?
Where is he taking it from? If you take it from a mountain, your elevation is
No. Water
level.
again. At sea level, he's 1 foot above the water. 1 foot above the water. We have another one. So that's a couple. And again, we'll see too far if you want to look at that.
But I have I can show you it being precise when they actually.
Take a look in chat. Take a look in chat right now. There's a picture in there and there's a video that goes with.
Yeah, it's even easier math for you. That's just 1 foot, so you're just multiplying by 1. So it's 1.225 is the horizon on that one.
This dude's getting confused with elevation and height above ground. He's mixing up the two.
Trying to use other people's arguments that he doesn't understand. I've heard it before.
I don't understand. I'm saying I understand completely. I'm saying that his math
What
is
does it mean when the camera is placed 1 foot above the water?
It means that the equation is the
What does it mean when I go and put a camera 1 foot above the water?
It's 1 foot off the ground.
Thank you. Now you can finish.
And then, as I was saying, the equation is the height plus the radius of the Earth, and the radius of the Earth changes based on your altitude. Like if you're on top of Mount Everest.
Are you serious? The radius changes?
Excuse me?
Did you just say that? Did you just say that
No,
the radius
He just said that, yes.
No. Okay. That don't.
No, he's
that's
okay.
on my-
So that sounded really weird.
So we just added 2 feet to the whole diameter by me standing up 1 foot off the water. Is that what you're saying? Now
No,
it's a
I'm saying
2
the
foot diameter larger ball.
Consider 2 spears. Yes. If you have let's just make it 2-dimensional. If you have 2 spears, or circles, since it's 2-dimensional, right next to each other, and you have a small like stick man on the top of one, and he stands up, his view is 1 foot above the top of that spear or circle, then it's going to be an extra 2 feet to the radius of that, or to the diameter of that circle.
That's what I said. So how does 1 foot affect you seeing 10 miles?
Well, I'm saying that if you were on Mount Everest, the height would
We're
be a lot
not-
more.
What are your thoughts on the extraterrestrial beings that's coming to our planet in
listen.
2086?
Yeah. Listen. I think you might be mentally retarded.
Okay.
He sounded fun.
Can we
Yeah,
talk
that was
about the
meant towards
picture
you,
that was posted? Can we talk about the picture that was posted that's done at 1 foot elevation? And don't take me to the top of a mountain. We're talking about a very specific photo that came from a very specific video, and the video is there if you want to look at it to see where the still shot was taken from.
And you can go there and repeat it if you want.
But I'm
It's
betting
not
if I
on
go
top
there
of
and
a mountain.
repeat it,
If you
I'll get the
mention a
correct
mountain again-
calculations.
Yeah, listen, if you mention a mountain again, I don't know what I'm going to do with you at this point. I'm asking you about 1 foot off the water, looking out. How do you, don't even mention it. You're on 1 foot on the water, looking out. Go.
So you're telling me to respond to you without being able to respond to you because you'll do something if I respond to you.
Yeah, we're not talking about fucking tops of mountains. We're talking about a camera 1 foot off the water. Do you understand that at all?
Okay. How
And a
about
picture that was posted
the
to
sea
you.
level drops and the horizon therefore drops as well.
What?
I
say that again for me.
So if sea level like drops, I'd imagine the radius of the Earth there would be not the radius.
So
but
is all the water evaporating off the earth then and the sea levels dropping? What are you talking about?
Let's put it like this. Do you think that the change in sea level from mean level, right, when we have a radius of 3,959 miles, do you think that deviation from that level by a few tens of feet, 20 feet,
I'm
is
saying
going to
that's
have...
one of the mistakes he could have made. I
No,
mean,
no.
there are plenty
Hold
of calculations where.
No, when we're talking about a couple of feet with regards to thousands of miles of measurement of radius or calculate whatever, then
Jedi.
that's not going to make a difference.
I have a direct answer to your question, and the answer is quite significantly, because I'm actually like staring at a website right now. According to it, 1 foot above AGL, above ground level, you can see 1.31 miles, and just 10 feet, 9 feet more, you can see 4 times the distance, 4.18 miles. So it does make a significant difference.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we're all talking about. If we're to use that globe geometry, then there should be this rate of curvature. 8 inches per mile squared, or for an observer standing at altitude, the calculation to the physical geometric horizon to derive that 1, 2, 3 mile value is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. 1 foot observer, like you said, 1.2 miles, whatever. 6 foot observer, 2.9 miles, 3 miles, whatever. 35,000 feet, 220 miles to the geometric physical Earth curvature that should cause physical obstruction. Things beyond that distance should start descending, so it should start disappearing from the bottom up because they are physically obstructed by that curvature.
Yes, which is what happens.
No, it isn't.
And that's the
Would you like
problem.
me to demonstrate
not.
that again? Would you like me to point you to the images that I posted earlier with regards to the known distances from the observer to the wind turbines at 8 to 11 miles, where the observer's no more than 3 foot So the horizon is a calculable distance, but the horizon is beyond those distance markers, 11.2 miles. It's not the physical geometric curvature of the Earth.
Well, you have to consider the height of the object you're looking at as well.
We're looking at the horizon.
So you can see the horizon farther away than what you're supposed to, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, what was the formula for that?
Yeah.
1.2
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Camera would be 1 foot times 1.22. If you need to get a calculator, I can do it for you.
They come in here all hot and heavy, but they don't even know their own math.
Or even how to multiply 1 times 1.22.
But we can demonstrate with the oil rigs in the Black Swan that from the observation height of 1 foot, where the horizon should be at 1.225 miles, it isn't. It's beyond the oil rigs, the known distance markers that are like 9 point whatever miles away. So 10 miles further. But it's beyond that limitation, right?
Sorry, what?
Right, have you seen the picture of the 2 oil rigs? Can somebody post it back?
Yes, I have.
He's very distracted in DMs, I think.
No, that's fine. So when we take the 1 foot observer height, we understand using the equation, the horizon should be the apex of that sphere where the tangent line of the optic intersects the curvature of the thing that you're standing on, should be at 1.2 miles. When we observe the oil rigs at a known distance, we see the horizon beyond those.
Okay. So, well, that was loud. So yes, that's true, but that's assuming that there is no variability in refraction. Of light.
He was in his DMs.
That's fine, but I'm demonstrating to you that the horizon, no matter what you're going to do from this point onwards, isn't a physical geometric curve. If you're going to say because of refraction, so it's an optical phenomenon, not the physical geometric curve. Okay.
It works. It could work in tandem.
Wow.
It's
are
both.
you just denying
You won't
that?
give up, will you? You won't give up.
There's photos that are, pretty much indisputable of ships disappearing behind horizons. So I have no doubt that.
What was the temperature that day?
The temperature?
Yeah.
And how far away was that?
Yep. And yeah, a lot of factors. Go ahead. We have the results for the Black Swan you're looking at, the last picture posted. So that's not an issue.
I'm watching a guy doing a video where
Don't do that. Pay attention to us.
Where he basically does the same exact experiment where he looks at the horizon, right, and sees stuff behind him, and finds a map of the distance of the wind turbines and the ship he's looking at, judging by how close they're allowed to move to the wind turbines and to the shore because it's a cargo ship. And he finds that the distance is correct.
Whatever that means.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
No, that's
right.
fine.
So yeah,
because
welcome to Flat
That's
Earth.
actually kind of proving my point. Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Hey, can you post that wreckage for us? Because we were going to just put that in our hostile witness category.
I can't.
I actually had a question about that. How do you post images? Because I can't seem to.
Who's this?
This is Jack.
Are you new or something?
Yes.
That's why. You got to be here for a while. It's not us. It's
You
this
don't have
server.
privilege yet.
It's this server. It'll come. It'll show up. Like if you show up tomorrow, all of a sudden you'll be able to type.
Gotcha.
Just stay and participate, and they'll upgrade you.
Yeah, you just stay in voice at hours in voice. However, I don't even know. I think it's short. Like I think it's 8 hours, if that, or it's shorter. And then all of a sudden you can text. I forget what the actual rule is on it, but we went through it like a few months ago.
You could also ask the staff to upgrade you. They have done that for me.
You can, but I'm not at a computer.
And I'm not them.
So I do have one more question. What is the for that formula you guys were talking about earlier, 1.225 miles by the square root of the observer's height, I believe it was?
No, 1.225 times the square
1.225.
root times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
And that should give you the geometric horizon, the distance to the edge of your globe.
So if I'm not mistaken, 1.225 would be the distance in miles, right?
It's not a distance in miles, it's just a number, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It'll give you the answer that you will get will be in feet, that'll give you the distance in miles to the to where the edge of your globe should be.
That's what he was asking.
Globe is one big edge. As a matter of fact.
So I found where that came from, and that is the original post that was discussing evidence behind that. I just dropped it in the little chat.
Yeah, it comes from the radius. It's built. The radius is built into that, so that's
Right.
where it comes from, and that's why it's the edge of the globe. Except it doesn't appear to be there. That's the problem.
We're scrutinizing the claim of the radius of the Earth. We're directly measuring the Earth. All the Earth calculators are telling us that the edge of the ball should be at these distances. When it's not, we have what you call a black swan, and you only need one of them. As soon as it's not there, all of a sudden those, proof of nothing calculators are bunk. It's destroyed. The whole thing falls apart because the horizon's not the edge of the Earth.
And we're here pointing that out, and you guys are here fighting it. I don't know why you're fighting it. We're pointing out that there's discrepancies. You'd think that you would be, yeah, these are discrepancies. I wonder why that's happening. And maybe you'd want to look into it. That's all we're doing. We're just questioning it, going, where is this geometric horizon? Why is it not there? Why do we not see curvature? Why do we see too far? That's it. That's
if you
all.
were in school studying
Exactly.
like physics or studying anything Earth related or space, wouldn't you wonder why? And wouldn't you go out and try to figure that out exactly how big the Earth is? Because you want to make sure when you send a rocket up that they're doing it right. Because you said you wanted to do the math on this photograph and we had to give you 10 different formulas, which are all the same. Would you do that if you had a job like that? Would you go ahead and go and be discriminate and go and try to figure this stuff out on your own? Or would you just, fuck it? I don't need a formula.
No, so I'm going through and trying to discover discrepancies because that's what the focus of our argument is. And I agree with you guys on this point. There is a discrepancy. The horizon should have ended there. I just think that doesn't prove there is no geometrical curve to the Earth. This is technically a correct formula for the height of the Earth.
Yeah,
or
well,
for how far you can
this is
see, whatever it is.
this is of course supposed to be you're looking straight at something, right? You're looking straight at the horizon. So, but previously mentioned, where is the slope on the sides of your field of view, right? So there should be actually some degree of change according to the same side you are viewing at in a straight line.
Which you can see if you go up high enough. I've seen that.
No, you
before.
don't. No, you
Fine.
don't. No, you don't. And you're telling a lie. Don't make me put you in a lie hold.
I mean, I'm not. I'm a pilot, actually.
Stop the cap. Oh, listen, flying
Oh,
on
CB,
simulators is
welcome.
not a pilot.
You've never seen curvature from a plane. That's impossible.
I don't have to tell you other than that I have.
You're lying, and you're not a pilot.
Okay. I could like literally send you a photo of
What's the maximum altitude that you've obtained? Maximum
I
What
fly-
height did you see
that's-
the curvature? What height does the curvature start to be seen?
Well, let him. Just go ahead and let him take as much rope as you'd like, my friend. What's the highest altitude?
Go ahead and answer these guys' questions on this flight stuff, so we can.
I'm gonna make
write this
popcorn.
down.
I'd love to. So the highest I've roughly flown was in a Cessna 172. Nice sound effects. And that was roughly 14,000 feet. We had to fly with oxygen at that height.
Okay, all right. Well, with that being said, just curiosity, what is the minimum altitude to see curvature?
I have no idea.
Wait, whoa.
High enough that you're not being obstructed.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? You don't know, but you saw it at 14,000 feet.
Something's wrong. So he's either lying.
That's way off,
or
dude.
he's
That's
just,
way off.
or he's got like there's something wrong with his vision.
Can we get an honest globe earther? Because he's not going to want to hear it from the flat earthers, but can we get an honest globe earther to tell him that, yo, that's not high enough to see curvature, man? I know you don't want to hear it from me, but
Scott Mackey's here.
He might have suffered from lack of oxygen.
Scott Mackey's here. He'll tell him that you're telling him that he'll say, "Dude, shut the fuck up," and just agree with them at this point.
haven't you heard
Scott,
the
come on,
Earth is
Scott,
too
get
big
in
to
here.
see
Tell him
curvature?
this guy saw a curvature at 14,000 feet from an airplane. Get in here. Tell him it's not
All right.
so.
Yeah, he's in the chat. He says
Thanks,
can't talk. He says
further.
honest fear you will never see curvature. Yeah, so Jackie, just if I would have fixed that, bro.
Significantly further across the horizon than you can when you are at lower altitudes. That's I've seen the curvature of the Earth.
No, you haven't. Because listen, this is
The Earth is 40,000
being
feet. No
able to
one's
see
seen
further
it
is
from
the
40,000
curvature.
feet.
That's
So-
the most ridiculous claim I've ever heard. They're saying that the reason why you can't see further is because of the curvature. Now it's both.
No,
Yo, y'all wildin'.
There's
Listen,
a limit
before we just
based on
jump
your
off to
height.
that.
Oh, now it's how tall you are.
There's a great photo. I couldn't directly post the photo,
Well, I
but
mean-
I posted the link to it. That very clearly shows the curvature of the
I'm
Earth.
not clicking on that. I'm not clicking on that. Listen,
It
Neil
ends in a
deGrasse Tyson.
.jpeg. I can't do any better. We already discussed that I can't post
Hey, do
photos
you know
yet.
how big the globe would be if that picture was real? If that's the real curve, do you know how small the Earth would be? You would have gone around it 6 times before you flew an hour.
I mean, maybe you've heard of the Red Bull jump, Jackie. This guy claimed to be at not 14,000, not even, well, closer to 140,000 here, right? So this is what the so-called experts had to say about this seeing curvature from this high up.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that."
Turn it up.
No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
I mean, how much more clear can you get it? You don't see curvature of the Earth. The Earth is too big to see the curvature. But then you goofballs roll in here. You goofballs roll in here, and you're like, "No, but I saw it." Hell nah. Wait a minute, that's his picture?
Top of a tall building, man. Yeah, that was my picture. That was from a
that's-
U2 plane.
You said you took a picture from 14,000 feet, dude.
No, that is not my photo. That is a photo from a U2 plane that is significantly higher than
What's
I've
the
ever flown.
altitude on this? What's the altitude here? You're just posting shit with no data, nothing.
Yes, because it's
blindly.
a photo that shows
what's
the curvature
what's
of
the
Earth.
altitude? What's the altitude? Well, you think you saw it at 14,000 feet, my guy?
No, he's
Yes, I do. I can see
Hold on
stuff
here, Moses.
beyond the horizon that I cannot
I'm
see at
asking,
lower
what's the
altitudes.
altitude for this photo? We need some data.
I mean, my guess would be 10 kilometers, 6
Should we just
kilometers,
go?
maybe.
I have to Google his evidence for him.
I'm
Golly.
going through the article right now to try and find, man.
Okay, what's
We'll
the
just-
horizon?
He saw beyond the horizon?
Why? Yeah, no. The
Still
horizon.
looks like a really, really small globe.
We've spent about an hour, 45 minutes, I don't know, gone through several observations from where the horizon isn't at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Why did then we get pictures from altitude when we've come to the understanding that the horizon is the optical phenomena, your ability with an optic to see through the atmosphere? Why did we then arbitrarily say that when we get to this height, that is the physical curvature of the Earth that appears to be curving? When does that start happening? When does the apparent horizon turn into the physical horizon with altitude?
Apparently, as soon as it starts to curve.
Oh, then. Okay. It's interesting.
It's roughly 73,000 feet, according to this article.
Yeah, we already posted that, and that's way too low, bro. It's not even close to being high enough.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's already gone through this with you.
And all you got is a nice fisheye lens picture.
Manufactotum maybe we need to take his texting privileges away because he just said at 45,000 feet you can see it.
I did not say that.
Well, good thing your name's not Manufactotum. Anyway, 45,000 is not high enough. 73,000 is not high enough. 130,000 is not high enough.
No, I certainly doubt that last number. Who said 73,000?
Well, that was Homeboy's U2 spy plane, but this is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Again, I'm not saying he's a flat earther, he's saying the earth was flat, but he's telling you that you ain't seeing no curvature, not from 70, not from 45, not from 130.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Can you repeat what he said?
Yeah, I heard what he said. We all heard what he said 1,000 times before today.
What did he say? Just tell us what he said, because
He said you don't see. That shit is flat.
Okay, so does he mean that you see the curvature of the Earth?
What does that question mean?
Does he mean you actually see the curvature of the Earth?
When he said you don't see?
Yes.
No,
fucking
that's
funny.
not what he means.
Okay, so we don't see the curvature of the Earth, right?
So he means you can see it at lower altitude. That's what he really meant. He meant you can see it, just lower.
What's even
That's what he
happening
meant
right now?
Well, you're in the chat saying you can see it at 45. What altitude do you think he was referring to?
I wasn't talking about him.
It doesn't matter. It's not about him. It's about the geometry, or the altitude, and the claimed size of the Earth. The geometry. It's not about
You
any man's
said
testimony.
45,000 feet. Now we start seeing it.
The pilots I talked to.
Oh
You
my
didn't
God!
talk
But you're
to
going off
anybody.
testimony. Wait, we just told you it's not about any man's testimony. It's about the claimed geometry and the math that you can do to test that. It's not because some dude said so. That's true. No,
Okay, what
can we
does that
just
math look like?
can we just do basic math, right? 45,000 is less than 73,000. 73,000 is less than 130,000. If the claim is that
math
the
means
globe is a radius of bro, relax. Because you're saying you can see curvature at 45,000 feet. That's mathematically wrong,
Why?
impossible. Well, I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Calm down. Like, again, the Earth is claimed to be a certain size, right? Like a regulation NBA basketball that ain't change in size. And it doesn't matter what goggles, goofy goggles you put on, drunk goggles, that's not going to change the size of that ball. So we're dealing with a ball of a certain size. So you're going to have to be away from that ball at a certain distance to start to see the curvature. So from what I've understood, you have to be like thousands of miles away, not hundreds of thousands of feet, or tens of thousands of feet for that matter.
And that is based on what?
The claimed geometry of the Earth.
Okay,
Because
how
you're
did
saying in the chat it's based on visibility conditions or weather conditions, or like your ability to see. Well, what we're basing it off of is the size of the Earth.
No,
The
what I'm
first guy
saying
said
is-
he saw curvature at 14,000 feet, and he's claiming he's a pilot. But you're saying, well, I have pilot testimony that they saw it too. We can't really go off of testimony of this guy saying he saw it at 14,000.
Well, my
I think we
understanding
need to
is that
double
there's
check
not a
that
lot
math.
of math to go off of either. You're just saying one guy claimed this, and the
No,
math
I'm
says
not
this
going
number
off
is
of
less.
the. Remember, I'm not going off of some dude said, therefore.
Okay,
That's
so the
not
geometry.
that's not my presentation.
Right,
It's
the
the Earth is
geometry.
claimed to be this big, therefore
Right.
you're going to need to be this high to see curvature. And so you
That's
guys
what I'm
roll in
asking.
and say, okay. yeah.
Okay, so you need to be this high. What's that calculation look like?
Well, it's not 14,000 feet. It's
Okay, now
not
that we've established what it's not.
73,000 feet. It's not 130,000 feet. It's
Right.
not
I'm not
250
asking
feet. So it's
what the
like all
result.
y'all are wrong. Okay, so let's just get that off the table. You guys
Okay,
were
we'll
wrong.
say
That's
that.
for
I'm
starters.
asking you to show your work.
All right, let me see. Well, I mean, here we go with the double standards, right? But I'll see what I can pull up.
No. You made me try and show my sources.
I'll get
earlier.
it. I'll get it. Go get it. But show your work, man. We've been asking y'all to show your work for curvature measurements and half of this other stuff, and it's like, well, we don't need to. We just calculate it, and it's all good. It works. Ain't nobody showing no work. But let me just get this here for you guys. But
Well, while you do that, just to clarify, when I said on clear conditions, what I mean is that that curve will be there, but you won't see it if there's like haze or fog, right? It's going to be just a wonky fuzz.
a wonky what?
It's going to be fuzzy, hazy, right?
Fuzzy,
You're not going to see
hazy.
like, yeah, you won't be able to make out a curve between. Also, you're more likely to see it if you have a wider angle of view. So you won't see it from like a little passenger window.
I mean, are you gonna say your final answer is 45,000 feet? And then what
Yeah,
are you
I talked to
basing
the
that
guy
off
for a
of?
while.
What are
Because I
you
talked to
basing that off of?
Well,
I talked to this guy and his friend for a while.
So you're basing it off of testimony. I see it, believe me. And I trust this guy. You're not even gonna double check
How come the
math or
pilots I
anything?
talk to don't see the curve?
Don't know.
They do.
Maybe they weren't looking for it.
What do you mean they do? What do you mean? Like, how are you gonna speak for other people? Y'all are so comfortable.
So
All the
the reason
experts
I
think what
spoke to
I
this-
say. Way too comfortable with that.
Yeah.
But
So the reason
But
I
did you
even
double
spoke-
check what he said? Or are you just like, he said it, check, I'm going to lock it in my brain. I'm not even going to double check what he said. What he said
the
is
reason
true.
I was
It
the
seems out of
reason I was
pocket.
even talking. So the reason I was even talking to this guy is because I overheard. I have this monthly English thing that I hold. It's like a group where people can come and practice their English. It's pretty chill. Everyone brings like a bottle of wine or something. And out of the corner of my ear, I hear someone mention flat Earth. So I go over and I start talking to the guy. Turns out he's a pilot. So I was asking him, and he, after having a discussion with some flat earthers, because he got that claim that you can't see it from a commercial flight, decided to take the plane higher. And that's when he was looking for it and happened to find it. He says it's becomes noticeable around 45,000 feet.
And he took a picture. He took a picture, right?
Left to right, yeah.
Left to
He
right.
took a
curvature?
picture, right?
Really?
That's interesting because I just dropped
honestly didn't
a.
ask him for a picture.
Oh well, listen.
I just dropped a
if he
link.
saw it, did
I
he
mean,
see
I
it
see him
in? Did he
again.
see it
I'm
in
gonna
front
see
of
him
him?
again. If you want, I
Did
can
he
ask
see
him.
it in front?
So
Yeah.
you're
Did
telling
he?
me that a commercial pilot just randomly, whenever he wants, just increases in altitude by 10,000 feet? Is that right?
No. He said he on another
Yeah.
flight went higher. That's all he told me.
Well,
That's all
it's
I asked.
very interesting that I just.
sounds like bullshit
I
to me.
didn't foresee me having this specific conversation, so I couldn't anticipate what I would be asked about his testimony. If you have
Well, I
questions,
just dropped a link for
I'll
a
see if I can ask
pilot
them.
into the chat, guys. I just
Yeah,
dropped a link
maybe.
for a pilot on Facebook into the chat who is a flat earther and shows videos, photos, everything from his cockpit daily with the sun, the moon, the flat earth. So it's not all pilots. There are pilots that 100% believe the earth's flat. So I don't
There's
think
also-
pilot
Yeah,
proves
my
anything.
best guess is your friend lied to you.
I
100%.
I can 100% agree with that. I personally I'm in contact with someone who I share a Google Drive with, and he has a 6,000 euro camera. Unfortunately, it doesn't let me make any of his video public, but I can bet you, man, there's a lot of pilots who are very, very fully aware. But you know, if I would make these videos public, it's just a matter of time how people would find out who it is. You know,
Who are we supposed to go off? If we're going off of testimony, who should we listen to? Someone who's been given a microphone to teach, all of society what third is, or this guy's friend that no one knows, he might just be some gullible. Just
That's
believer.
not a
But
decision I can make for you.
Hey, manufactotum.
well, I'm saying neither. I'm saying neither. That's kind of my point. Is like, well, we shouldn't, because if it's he said, she said, what do we do? Because I could go up in a plane and say, well, I don't see it. What do we do then? Well, we'd have to go out and actually double check some of this math
tentatively
here.
trust this guy until I find
No, I know you do. I know you do. So you don't trust Neil deGrasse Tyson
on this particular claim. I think
why is he? But this is funny. Why did he go under the bus?
Because of his no, it's not under the
Creation bear. Can I talk to manufactotum for a second?
We're having a conversation.
I have a doubt. Real quick, I have a doubt as to this particular claim because of what he says about fucking what's his name?
Felix Baumgartner.
That's the guy.
What is it? What is not true about what he said? And why would he say it? Or why would he lie? 130,000
No, he
feet.
didn't lie. I think he's just mistaken.
He's just wrong. I mean, based off what? Why? How?
130. What was it? 130,000 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit under, like 128,000 roughly, but rounding up about 120 to 130,000 feet.
I know
So
he's beneath
several times higher.
Can I help my fellow Globo?
Hey, manufactotum, I think Paul Mackey wants to correct your claim.
Oh shit.
So manufactotum, the horizon line will always form a circle, which forms a plane perpendicular to your vertical. No matter how high you above that circle, it's still a circle perpendicular to your vertical. So there's never going to be left to right curve, right?
Well, depends how you're describing left to right. So if you're high enough and you're looking
Left to right, left and then right. That's how you describe
what are you
left to right
contributing
is
right now
left
to this conversation?
and then right.
Well, I would maybe ask you the same manufacturer when you say it depends what is. I think we know what is, and we know what left to right means. Well, we know what left to right means as well, right? I think Scott knows as well. We don't need you to interpret it for us. We all understand quite well. He's telling you don't see it just like we are. So we're not in the position where we need to be educated here. I think Scott's trying to help you out.
But I think we both agree, right, manufactotum, that the circle of the horizon is perpendicular to your vertical, right?
Yes.
And so you have to point your field of vision down in order for it to appear to be on left to right. Yeah. So okay, we're on the same point. But I don't think we should be talking about that being left to right curvature.
If you
but you know what I'm saying. But all right, I'm done. We understand each other.
Going back on what he was saying.
Concession, ladies and gentlemen, we will no longer have to talk about seeing the curve from left to right.
Not going to make it that easy for you. Sorry. So say you have a hula hoop, right? And you hold it around your head at eye level, right? That's a circle, right? It looks flat, left to right.
It's a circle, not a spear. We are
a circle. That's
we're
right.
above the spear of the globe.
We're talking about the horizon line.
Here we go.
Circle, right?
Now, Jackie, tell him how it's a sphere, dude.
With me so far?
So if you hold a small ball and you look down at it, right? You can see that it has a curve. If you hold it right at your nose level, you can see a left to right curve when you align it with the bottom of your eyes. Hell, you can even do that with your hand right now. If you slightly curve your hand and hold it up to your eyes, you will be able to see a left to right curve.
Yeah. So
what distance?
If we're above that hula hoop and we're looking down at it, to the vertical, it's still perpendicular, but we're going to perceive a curve. That's what I'm saying.
Does that hula hoop drop off over distance?
Drop off? How do you mean?
Well, like the Earth, the sphere that you're trying to relate it to. Does that hula hoop drop off over distance?
The hula hoop, no. But the hula hoop describes the line around that sphere.
Okay, so do we see left to right curvature, guys?
If you look down at it, yes.
Oh, we do. Okay, Scott, you're wrong.
How high?
Scott, tell him.
That's still right.
No, you're wrong. Scott,
If he's
tell him why
talking
you're
about perpendicular to the vertical.
Manufactotum and I have exactly the same image in our mind. We're just using the term slightly differently. I would prefer that if the plane is perpendicular to my vertical, that I don't call left to right. He thinks it's reasonable to call left to right if you're looking down.
What plane?
It's the same idea though. We agree completely on what's happening.
What plane?
The plane formed by the circle of the horizon.
The plane's
Oh,
just
you mean
serving as a
You mean
camera.
the
It
flat
doesn't
one?
matter.
You mean that flat plane?
Like the hula hoop.
Like the hula hoop.
Circle of
plane-
equal elevation?
Yeah, the
Oh,
plane
that
described
one.
by the entire circle is a plane. Right. Every point on that circle
Yeah.
is on one
Is
plane.
that the same elevation? Yeah.
Nothing to do with elevation.
Well, it's not a plane then, is it?
This is semantics. Once again, hold an
Hey,
orange.
dude, shut your mouth.
Not really, Jackie. You're confused because manufacturing was giving you the correct example. It's more like a hula hoop. Even on a globe, when you go up, you're seeing a circle of the horizon. I posted an image in the chat. You're telling us that it's more like holding a basketball away from you, which I don't think is quite analogous because we're not actually visibly seeing curvature like that. So we actually see it more
Yeah,
like a circle.
Bro, do you know how far
too,
away from the Earth
you-
you would have to be
Like
to
thousands
analogize
of miles.
you holding an orange in your hand compared to your observation point?
Sure.
Do you not
Which we
realize
still
the
have
problem
because
here?
of satellites. We do still have photos of the Earth thousands of
That's
miles
not what he
away.
asked you.
What
That
did he
wasn't the
ask?
question.
Did I cut out?
No, I'm sorry. He just answered the question with some random bullshit. I don't know.
I don't think he even heard. He probably heard it, but he wasn't listening to the question.
What he was trying to tell factotum how he was wrong about the hula hoop analogy. AI was trying to tell him like, "Yo, do you realize how far away you'd have to be to see it in the way you're analogizing it?"
Yeah,
And he's
now
like, "Yeah, but we have satellites." It's like, what?
And there's three globers in the room, and you're all saying
Yeah.
different things about the horizon.
Correct. Just like the cameras come back with different curvature rates at different altitudes, right? So which one's correct? But anyway, the point we were trying to make is homeboy claimed he saw it at 40,000 feet. And the other homeboy saying, well, if you hold an orange in your hand, right? If you held an orange in your hand and tried to get the range from the radius of that orange to your eye and then compare that to the Earth, you'd quickly realize that that's nowhere near 40,000 feet. Same goes for the hula hoop example.
Well, the reason I didn't like the hula hoop example is because the Earth is not a hula hoop; it's a
That's
sphere.
not. You
It's
don't.
the only reason.
Oh, Jackie.
How do you know
Do you
You're
think
not understanding the point.
he doesn't
dude.
get it? Yeah, he doesn't get it.
The
The
point is
hula
the
hoop was
initial
an
claim.
example. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
The point is that the initial claim is that I'm 40,000 feet off the ground and I'm seeing the curve. The other person that says, well, if you had a hula hoop and you were holding it, oh yeah, we'll do the radius of the hula hoop, get the eye differential off of that radius, and then see how high you'd have to be off the ground to get the same thing. I mean, good grief.
Dude,
well, that would be
read-
that would be the math, right?
Yeah, I posted
Yeah,
some of
okay.
it in the chat. It's probably not extremely detailed, but I want Jackie to take a look too because it says here, right? Let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They are about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point, looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Now, this is not him saying the Earth is flat. There's a picture right below it where he's holding a blue ball with like a white, like what looks like a disc there, showing you your point of view, the field of view. So that's when Manufactotum gave you the example of a hula hoop. He's a glober. He actually had it right because your field of view and your horizon would be a circle around you. So you're not seeing a hill down below you. You're seeing the horizon in a circle like this image that I showed you there. So I understand your analogy, but it doesn't fit.
Yeah, where's this from? Is this like a website or something?
The video, I've been trying to find the gentleman's name is Paul Larson. He's a planetarium director. But this is often just
think you
people
posted it
say.
earlier.
I posted it like a month ago, and you looked at it.
It's actually from a larger lecture. The context of this lecture is on the coattails of the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing about the Red Bull jump, because a lot of people were saying in the Red Bull jump, I'm seeing the curve of the Earth. And Neil was like, dude, the math doesn't work. We are clearly seeing the curve of a lens, not to mention there's two different lenses with two different curves. And so thereafter, Paul Larson went on that coattails of that idea. Well, how high do you have to be to see the curve? And he did a lecture in his planetarium, which, by the way, he is a planetarium director, a complete glober. And he said, look, even from the ISS, you wouldn't see this. And based on the same principle that you already outlined, which is the same angles of declination and the same equidistance to the horizon. So there's no differential in your field of view to make any direction you're looking any different than another. So however it's going to show in one direction is how it's going to show in another direction.
But that's
so in other words, it just show up as a straight line.
Yeah, but that's not really how perspective works.
No. See the curvature
But
of the Earth.
what I'm
It's
asking
not about
is,
perspective.
Creation
It's
Bear
about the
posted
geometry.
something.
Dude, let's be clear. If something's equidistant and the angles are all the same, then how do you get a difference in view?
Because they're also equidistant if you're way, way above it. Like if you're high enough where we can clearly agree that we can see a curve of any sphere, far enough from the sphere, whatever the example may be, we're still equidistant from it, but we see that in its entirety, so we see a curve.
Dude, holy crap, dude. You're saying that if you go far enough away to see the entire Earth in one shot, in one angle, right, that you would see the whole Earth as a circle? Well, no frickin' duh, dude.
Right. So somewhere between the entire Earth and no curve at all, must be some point where it starts to curve perceptibly.
Not at 14,000 feet, though.
That's fine.
Absolutely. So let's say that
Not
that's
at
the case.
45,000 feet either.
Well, let's think about it. Let's say that that's the case, and you're correct. Then it shouldn't be hard for a glober to answer this question, which it hasn't been answered to date yet, since I've asked it. Where's the math for that height that you need to be to start seeing the curve of the Earth geometrically?
To that end, Creation Bear posted something on the hour. Can you tell me what that is? Because I would love to actually do this math. This looks like a program.
Oh, you're talking about the GeoGebra screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that's from Larson just showing you the field of view that you would have from the ISS. And I think I think he said 3% of the territory.
All right. Well, I'll
Thanks.
give it a crack on Blender.
Cool. Hey, well, this is getting somewhere. This is good.
Blender? Isn't that a gay website or something?
What? No. Program.
That's Grinder, Tim. That's
So
Grinder.
Manufactotum, I have a question for you about the definitions you're going to use for this then. Because I think you would agree that if I was sitting on a dinghy out in the middle of the ocean, I would look out the horizon and I'd see a circle all the way around me, right?
Yeah.
Yep, because your view's limited.
Okay, and then if I went up 20 feet, I'd still see a circle all the way around me, right?
Yeah.
And at 20 feet, I'm going to assume that circle's flat and perpendicular to my vertical, right?
Got no reason.
I see what you're
to
getting at.
assume Not.
At what height
Let him cook,
does
Timbo. Let
that
him
circle
cook.
change from flat to curved? I mean, at some point you have to define.
You sound like a flat earther.
Right?
So what I'm going to look at,
was about to say.
Yeah, the way I'm thinking about this is, so forget about vertical, right? And think just about distance. So at some point, the circle is actually no. Let's bring back vertical for a second.
Yeah.
So
This is funny. This is hilarious.
no. It's a good question. So at
Let me help you out. Before you go on, let me help you out.
Yeah.
So all images are two-dimensional, correct? That means that you have 3 axes in reality and 2 axes on an image. So that means that 2 of the axes of reality are necessarily compounded into 1 of the axes of the image, right? And that's the key to the whole scenario.
Sure. So what I'm looking at is, as you rise up over the circle, you're going to be looking further and further down at it. So what I'm looking at is where that angle is sufficient to resolve that curvature. And it's probably not going to be an exact answer. It's going to have to do with perceptibility. So where you can perceive that line is going to be something of an estimate, but it should give me some kind of range, I think.
Estimate, yeah, because you need
even if
you need
it
a
were
radius.
true, even if it were true, you should see an angle to both of your sides, left and right, if you go in height.
Right, but it's not about turning your head
If
left and
memory
right.
serves, bro, if memory serves, I think it's 1/8 the radius, because I think it's 7 to 1,200 miles.
I thought it was a quarter of the radius, but
But I already see the circle at 6 feet.
it was. I remember the number around about 1,000 miles.
What's 6 feet?
So I already see the circle of the horizon at 6 feet. I see it at 10 feet. I see it at 20 feet. I see it at 100 feet.
You're talking about the
circle
vision of your,
horizon.
the limits of your vision in a circle, though.
You're just talking about turning around 360 degrees and your limitation of view as you turn in the circle.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly.
Correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, obviously. So when does that turn into Earth curve?
I would say you can't have the circle without Earth curved.
At the moment, we can have a flat surface and have a limitation of your view. You can now draw a radius when you turn in a circle.
You might want to try to demonstrate that.
Okay, Scott. So if you can see, let's say you can see 5. Let's say you can see 5
You might want to try and
kilometers.
demonstrate that.
Yeah, Scott. Let's just see if you say you can see 5 kilometers. Yeah, you turn around.
What do you mean see
you
5
turn
kilometers?
Just for example, all right. You can see 5 kilometers. You turn around 360 degrees, and at all angles you can see 5 kilometers. Does that create a circle?
Yes.
Gotcha, bitch.
Well, it depends. No, it creates a circle if there's a line you're looking at.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, when you're standing at 6 feet, bro, and you look out of the horizon, dude, you don't see a circle, bro.
I do.
That's ridiculous. No, you don't. No, you don't. How? Describe what you actually see. Hold on, friend. Describe what you actually see. Go ahead.
You just spin around the circle, and the line goes all the way around you. That's a circle.
So a circle like a
That's
hula
just
hoop.
seeing a line. That's just seeing a line cut across your field of view from all directions. How could you possibly infer a circle from that?
Because I can think.
Stop the cap. Oh,
Well,
man.
no, I'm serious. Look, this isn't being facetious. Take us through the inference of how you've done that, and then you say, okay, this must be a circle or a circular limit.
Okay, so if you see a line, and you can follow that line as you spin 360 degrees, how can you not infer that line's a circle? It's beyond obvious.
I can think of a lot of reasons.
Explained.
Okay, now take that same logic. Now, if you have the law of perspective, which definitely applies to reality, that your angles of propagation decrease as you increase the distance, and you have a visual acuity problem, which means you can't resolve anything below a certain angle, then that means at a necessary distance, everything in your field of view will converge to that point. So if all your field of view is converging, let's say 5 miles, like Homeboy said earlier, and you turn around in a circle and the limit of your vision is 5 miles, that will also be a circle, will it not?
I have no idea what you just said.
Of course you don't. That's the problem.
Of course I don't.
How can you not understand what he just said?
Stupid. Because I talked about seeing a line 360 degrees. Can you address the line that I saw?
He did in that same sentence.
I'm really confused.
No, but why do you have to throw in so much other stuff? There's a line. It's very clear. It's a very clear day. I see a line.
That doesn't make it a circle.
If it goes all the way around me, unbroken, it's a circle.
No, you're just spinning
That's not a
around
circle.
in a circle. You yourself are spinning in a circle.
Can you imagine a line of some sort that you can spin 360 degrees around you and you can see it all the way? That's not a circle.
Well, that's not spinning around you. You're the one spinning, aren't you?
Can you imagine a line that you can see as you spin 360 degrees all the way around you? That's not a circle.
What if it could be like it could be a lot of things?
Okay, name a few. I'm open to it. Name a few.
What's the center?
This is really confusing because it sounds like he's flip-flopping between two different ideas. And it's on one page, yes,
idea.
yes. on one stage, yes, we fucking agree with you. Yes, the horizon is a circular vision around you, 360. Yeah. But now we are going to have to ask what the horizon is and when that horizon turns into curvature.
But before we move on, Jetta, can we get the room's agreement? I know you just agreed.
Bless you,
And you
whoever
said
that
we all
was.
agree. I'm kind of curious if the room agrees that it's a circle.
Wait, can we get an agreement from Jackie? Do you agree that you see curvature not at
I don't think
14,000?
we got an agreement, Jetta. I don't think we have an agreement.
Yeah, well, we didn't get an agreement on how high we need to see curvature because we got 3 guys with 3 different claims. So, let's not have double standards, right?
You have a distance to the limit to your vision, right? And no matter which way you turn, you have the same distance limit, right? And you turn 360 degrees around and you arc that limit as a distance, let's say 5 miles, and you call that 5 miles a radius, and you turn 360 degrees around, then everything you're going to see is going to be within 5 miles. So it's going to be a circle. I mean, I don't know why it's hard.
Say it was hard. All I said is I see a circle.
Right. So here's the problem now. Now you have to agree that this would occur regardless of the overall shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
If you have a limit to your distance of your vision, what?
Why would it?
Wow, dude,
Because it's the same thing that happens.
How would you get a crisp horizon line, which I've seen on many occasions? I've seen very crisp horizon lines. It's clear, it's water, and then it's air. How would you get that on a flat circle?
So let's just say the Earth is flat, and that's what you're seeing.
Yes. How do we do? How do you do that on the flat?
Like, okay, welcome to flat Earth. What do you mean? Like, we're saying the Earth. Let's just say it is flat, right? For a moment, right?
Okay.
That's what you're seeing. That's what you see.
There'd be no horizon.
Yeah, bro.
Can you give a demonstration of anything ever where you've seen a clear delineation on something that's not ending?
Ending.
Yeah.
If we were not even on a flat Earth, but just a 100% perfectly flat plane, right, with no hills, mountains, anything, there should be no variation in the distance you can see things. You should always be able to see things.
Dude, you are dumber than a box of rocks, bro.
That's retarded.
If you have a building that is,
He's gonna double down.
say, 10
He's gonna
units
double
away
down.
from you, it would simply get larger as you approached it in a perfectly flat sphere. Or, oh my god, that was stupid. In a perfectly flat plane.
Let me ask you this one question, friend who just claimed that. I'm going to ask you this one question. Do you have an infinite amount of resolvable angles in your field of view? Yes or no?
I don't even know what that means, so I can't
No.
answer.
I know you don't. That's the
No.
problem.
No is the answer.
All right.
The answer is no, bro.
Sorry, do apologise. Let me ask this question. Why did we invent binoculars and telescopes and high-powered zoom cameras? Why did we invent those?
To make objects
To see over the curvature.
larger.
Pardon me?
To make objects appear larger?
Yeah, so we can see beyond the limitation of our own optic, our eyes. These devices. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we use these things, we understand that the horizon is just a limitation of the optic that we're using, right?
No.
No.
You cannot see past the horizon with a pair of binoculars.
What's the horizon?
It's the limitation of how far you can see
Wait
based off of.
a minute, brother.
Based off
ahead.
of.
Can you ever see past the horizon under any circumstances?
The horizon's the limit of what you can see. By its very nature, you can't.
Well, then you've just destroyed the entire globe model. Good for you. Good job.
No, I have not. Because the
Yes, you
horizon
have.
changes based on how high off the ground you are.
Bit of YouTube moments for us.
No. Would you say that the horizon is the limitation of view because of that's the curve of the Earth? That is. Is that what you're saying?
In perfect weather conditions, yes, absolutely.
Perfect weather conditions.
Yes.
So you're saying that in perfect weather conditions, we see the physical geometric curve of the Earth at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and that is the limitation of our ability to view things, not the optic that we're using. Not the optic that we're using.
Yes, and that holds true unless there are other atmospheric conditions or curvature of the
Other
light.
temperature of the light, other
Curvature
atmospheric
of the
conditions.
light.
So, are you saying
Curvature.
that to observe the physical geometric horizon, we would have to take the atmosphere out? What would you mean by perfect weather conditions?
I mean weather conditions that do not create other visual phenomena.
Because with perfect weather conditions, I can see further. It's a lovely day outside. Look how far I can see. What do you mean by perfect?
Dude, I just mean that there's no visual phenomena that would otherwise skew the results. Like, for example, if there's a storm away between the horizon and yourself, you obviously cannot see the horizon.
What if you see the storm 25 miles away?
Can you see through things? Do you have some kind of power I do not as a human?
No,
You sound really confused, man.
I live in Lake Erie. I can see when storms are rolling over Canada, basically. And then I can estimate, oh my God, we got like an hour and a half before that hits us.
Yes, and you can't see what's behind the storm. If the storm is in between you and the horizon, like I just said.
You can't see through a storm.
I got 32
Why are you
kilometers of
arguing against
visibility
me on
today.
that? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So what I've done is I've posted a video in the live stream, which is regards to a camera at a certain altitude above the seawater. The level, the altitude it's about 3 foot. The horizon appears to be beyond the distance of the geometric horizon. It should be about 2 miles away. Horizon appears beyond the distance markers at 11.2 miles. So we can safely say it's beyond that then. I've posted the video because it's interesting, because depending on the ability of the optic or how the optic is changed, you'll be able to resolve things or distance or not. When we understand that with our eyes, we probably wouldn't be able to see this, we probably just see a horizon and not be able to resolve the things at distance beyond the limitation of our view. But when we use the optic and zoom in, we understand even before we started zooming, we couldn't resolve, and then we could, because the horizon keeps moving further backwards or forwards, whichever way, further beyond our limit. Sorry, keeps increasing our limitation of view, depending on the optic. The horizon just keeps expanding outwards.
The horizon has not moved in that photo. If you look at around 14-second frame, you can actually see a ship halfway behind the horizon, which kind of proves that it has not changed. All you did in that video was zoom in, which is what binoculars are for, seeing things that are further away by increasing their size. You have not moved the horizon in that video, nor in that photo.
Okay, good. So you see the image that I posted above, where where we resolved the bottom of those 6 wind turbines, knowing the distance to the wind turbines from the observer and the altitude. The horizon is in relation to those distance markers, before them, in between them, or beyond them. What do you think it is?
I think the ship is behind it, but I can't say that for certain since it's camera,
I'm talking.
three-dimensional view.
I'm talking about the horizon that I posted in relation to the wind turbines at known distances from the observer. Where in relation to those wind turbines is the horizon? Is it in front of them or is it behind them?
It's behind them, or we wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay, so this is beyond 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would tell us that altitude on the known radius of 3,959 miles, the geometric horizon should be about 2 miles away. But it's not, it's beyond 11 miles away.
And silence again.
Would be an example of light refraction.
Yeah,
Why do I have to keep
10 miles. At 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. So what's that? What's the furthest wind turbine in that picture?
You asking me?
Yeah. I'm driving, so I'm just asking you to be my eyes.
According
Actually,
to the
no,
image, it
I know the
says
answer.
11.2.
Okay, so past 10 miles, yeah? So 10 miles should be 66 feet of curvature. Drop over distance. Where is that missing curvature?
Like I said, light refraction. Do you guys know what light refraction is?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Do you see in the image that I just posted the boat that we can observe, which is behind the wind turbine and in front of the horizon, where the horizon, if it was physical to obstruct our ability to see the boat that is on the surface, should be at 2 miles away, but it's not. It's beyond 11.2 miles away, and there's a boat there. I shouldn't be able to see the boat if the Earth was curving and physically obstructing my view of the boat.
Okay, so like I said, that's an example of light refraction. Can we actually? I have a good photo here, so I would like to use the photo of the
your
oil
example of
drills
light
instead that you have.
refraction, all right? So we see a flat surface, and then you're going to say we see a curved surface. So which one is refraction and which one is not?
Where you can see both, it's an example of light refraction.
So everything is light refraction.
No, light refraction occurs in certain atmospheric conditions. I would like to send.
Okay, so you said before you were talking about a perfectly clear day.
Yes,
and you
which
can
that
see
is
further
not
on.
an example of.
All right,
You can see further on a perfectly. Yeah, go man.
Yeah, you see further on a perfectly clear day. So define perfectly clear day. What do you mean that's happening in the atmosphere which makes it perfect?
Could you just could you briefly send the photo of the oil rigs where it's like the Black Swan case, I believe it's called?
Absolutely, we'll do that for you. But before we go on, I want to just point out earlier when you said I can see these things, he said, well, that means the horizon's behind them, otherwise you couldn't see them. So if the horizon has to be behind things in order for you to see them, then that means that the horizon isn't geometric, because if the horizon is in a fixed location to be in front of things to block them, then that defeats your whole point, because every single image you present from this point forward will disprove your claim that the horizon is a geometric location.
I disagree.
Well, dude, you already conceded the point. I'm sorry, it's too late. Feel free to disagree
with what I already
and
said.
get a bunch of friends together and drink a beer and disagree and have a disagreement party. It's too late, bro. You've already conceded the point.
Okay, so just. I apologize. My brother's being very loud in the background. You see the photos of the oil rigs, right? In the chat, the ones where it says "bye bye ball" and it's the two things next to each other.
Yeah, you're going to talk about bendy crane arms. Is that what you're going to talk about?
That's exactly what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about light refraction, because next
Hey,
to it
stop
you
for a
see an
second.
example
Stop.
of a photo from the
Hold it
same
for a
place.
second. I have a new picture. I got a new picture of those oil rigs, and I'll put it in there. And they're not wiggly.
He presented a picture that isn't even the Black Swan picture.
This picture was taken just within the last week by the same guy that took the first one from the same spot at the same location from the same height off the beach.
So that's pretty damning right there.
Oh boy.
Pretty damning to it is the link that I also just posted of a photo in the same spot.
No, it wasn't.
Yep, hold on. Let me post your photo for you, Holmes. I got it. Give me 1 second.
Awesome. Are we going
Okay.
to have this back and forth where we all show observations of the horizon appearing to move around depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, when the altitude is the same and the optic is the same? Way.
Now, keep in mind, this homeboy said that if the horizon isn't behind something, then you couldn't see it. Right? So whether he realizes it or not, you already abandoned the geometric horizon, dude. Every observation, like this one I just posted on your behalf, just proves the point that the horizon isn't in a location, dude. That's all you're proving from this point forward. All this you're proving is there's no geometric horizon. Because by your own claims, it's the thing that blocks things. But here it is blocking something. That's your interpretation. But in Jedi's earlier image, it's 10 times too far. So where's the horizon then? Is it magic?
You can. The horizon is. It's like the limit of vision. That's what the definition of the horizon is.
So not Earth curve then.
Guy sounds like a
No, it's
Craig
caused
McCune
by the
fan.
Earth curve.
Wait, that's not what you just said. You just said it's the limit of your vision.
Caused
Wait a
by
minute,
the Earth's
friend.
curve, which you can
Okay,
change
so
by
your
varying your height,
claim then,
by walking
let's just hold on,
forwards
friend.
towards an
Hold
object,
on.
etc.
Your claim then is that the horizon that's at greater than 10 miles is caused by the horizon that's at 1.22 miles. That's your claim?
No.
Really?
My
Go ahead,
claim is
explain
what
it.
I just said, that it is a definitive line, right, where you cannot see past it unless there are other visual phenomena. And since we live in a three-dimensional world, you can manipulate it by going up, going down, walking towards the object you're looking at, and it will slowly appear from the bottom.
You watch a lot of
So
McCune
it's
videos,
not
don't
a
you?
geometric. It's not a geometric position of where the edge of the Earth is.
There's no edge of the Earth
Your
on
own
the curved
definition,
world.
even your own definition that you just gave us yielded that
For the
fact.
flat Earth.
It sounds like he watches a lot of McToon and you know those goons videos because he's literally repeating like verbatim what they say. Be funny.
He's just double speaking. He's double speaking because AI
Well,
pointed out, as he said, it's caused by Earth curve, and if that was the case, it would be at 1.2 miles. So he is saying that the horizon
that
seen
would
at
be if the
11
horizon
miles
was actually a
is caused by a physical horizon at 1.2 miles. And then he said, "No, I'm not saying that." But that's exactly what he said. He's double speaking.
No, it's because horizon is not a perfect tangent. It is warped. The line to the horizon is warped
Oh,
by
you're just waffling,
air
bro.
refracting the light.
all I need to hear
No,
is
this is
them
the other
say
guy's
"crispy
argument.
horizon," and that's Craig and McToon and alike. That's all they're missing from this debate here, or argument. The
Your
crispy.
horizon's supposed to be at 1.2. It's seen beyond 10. So you say, oh, it's caused by the 1.2, but it's just some funny things going on with the light bending, which you have no basis to claim.
All right, how about this? Does 1 out of a million instances disprove everything that what those like couple
It
black
disproves
swans
your claim that the horizon is
don't
based on the physical
happen?
curve of the Earth. Yeah, it disproves
Are
that
you
claim.
kidding?
Yeah.
It's not, because that's where
That's the whole
those are
point.
where phenomenon exist.
Hold on,
Like,
friend. Hold on.
okay,
Hold on. You need
like,
to understand. You need to understand the black swan argument. Okay. The black swan argument is a defeater of a claim. So if a claim is this is caused by this, or this is an instance of this, and all instances of this are caused by this, right? If you can provide one counterexample, you don't need 3, you don't need 5, you just need 1. Okay, you have destroyed that proposition in its entirety. Period. It's that simple. There's no getting out of it. You can't say, well, I have 1 million white swans, and you show me 1 black swan, I'll show you 2 more million white swans. Therefore, all swans are white. No. It's still true that all swans are not white. So you have a claim that the horizon, right, in antiquity, is a geometric edge of a ball upon which you can't see behind and occludes the bottoms of objects. That's the claim on the table, dude. It's been demonstrated in the past 10 minutes that that's not true. Period. End of story. There's no getting out of it.
light curves. That is why we can see past it in that photo.
What
That
a
is
moron.
the explanation for the black swan event that you guys keep talking about. And it is also why a significant portion of photos do not show
It's a
those
baseless
results.
dismissal. It's a
Get that
baseless
mirage
dismissal.
with
If
the
I ask
laser,
you
please.
what percentage increase in distance can refraction make the geometric horizon? Is it 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%? What is it? Tell me.
He doesn't
Dude,
know.
I have no idea. Why are you asking
Well, then
me
why
this?
are you claiming it? Well, then why are you claiming it?
Because light refraction can be the
Right.
it's
So
the
it
explanation
can
for
be
that.
1,000,000%, even though you have no idea.
What?
Right. You don't know what percentage increase it can give you. So why are you claiming it can give you this increase
But
that we're seeing?
can. We don't have
What's your
exact
basis for saying that
numbers,
we
but it
can?
is far more
You don't
than
have the exact
necessary for
numbers. So
that.
what's your claim based on then? If you don't have the numbers,
The fact that it's a phenomena that exists, that we can see, that we see an
based
example
on
of
if
in
it was
that
a
photo.
phenomenon that exists, you would have an idea of what percentage increase it could move a geometric horizon. Would you not?
Yeah, I'm sure somebody out there that has done the science on it before does. I just
No,
don't
no
have
one
it
has
right
it.
now in
No
front
one
of me.
has it. No one.
Nobody has ever done experiments on light
No one can
refraction.
tell us what percentage increase it can. What's its maximum increase that's ever been recorded or can be done. You just make this broad assertion that it can increase any distance you want, and you can just say that's light refraction. It doesn't matter what the distance is or how many times beyond its geometric limit it is. You just say it's light refraction. Then we say, well, how far can it do that? You say, I don't know, any distance I want, as long as there's still a ball. It's childish.
Well, it's not. It's just random.
Oh,
It's
it's not any
based off of
distance.
the air
Okay, well,
distance.
what's the maximum percentage then if it's not any distance?
Hey,
Come on.
hey,
It's not any distance. You're trying to quantify it, so give us a quantification.
Perfect. I found one.
Tell me.
A simple approximation of this atmospheric blah 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 blah. George Cornstalk, R is equals to 21.5 B divided by 173 plus T, where R is the refraction in seconds of arc, B is the atmospheric pressure in millimeters of mercury, and T is the temperature in Celsius.
Right. So what
There's your
percentage
answer.
increase does that give us? So what percentage increase can it be beyond the geometric limit?
It's entirely dependent off of the temperature and the barometric pressure as said in that formula. So
Okay,
if you
so
know those two things, you can calculate
what's the
it.
maximum then? So what's the maximum then?
I don't think he gets the question.
He does get the question. That's why he's avoiding answering, because he can't answer it.
You're trying to tell him, but he's not picking up what you're putting down. Hey kid, he's asking you beyond the horizon that you think the light's bending over and refracting. What's the maximum distance or percentage of how far it can go over that bump of water, hill of water, curve of water, ball on the other side of the ball? That's what he's asking.
He knows what I'm
What's that
asking. He
percentage?
knows what I'm asking. This is why he's struggling, because he knows
No,
he
I
doesn't
understand the
know.
question. I just don't know the answer.
Yeah, he just
I
doesn't know
won't be the
exactly.
first.
This is what I'm
I
demonstrating. They
do
don't
not know.
They don't
But that
know
is
how far it could change it. They just claim any distance it could be changed,
no.
even though they don't know any distance
I gave
that
you
it's
a
supposed
formula.
to be able to.
I do not
Okay,
know the
so using that
circumstances in this
using
example.
that formula, if we've got a 1 foot observer height where the geometric horizon distance is supposed to be 1.2 miles, what's the maximum that formula could take that 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
So what you're
the
doing
refraction
here
is in
You're asking me
radians.
to do a math problem, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
so
you're making a
what you're
claim.
doing here is I tell you that people can be born a lot taller than you would expect, and you say, "Oh, so a person can be as tall as a skyscraper?" No, that's not
Yeah,
the
that's
case.
what you're saying.
But it's
That is
enough
what
for
the
it to
you
be a
globers
person
are
to be
saying.
6 feet
That's
tall.
what you
A
globers
person
are
to be
saying. You
born.
globers are saying, well, a person could be the size of a skyscraper if we see that.
No.
Yeah,
Yours,
because you're not
okay.
giving us an
So
increase
within limits,
in the percentage.
That's got to
the
be
limit.
one
You're
of the
not giving us
logical
any number.
fallacies that you guys love, right?
Yeah, no, the logical fallacy is that you are making a claim as to, well, this is light refraction, light bending. And then we say, okay, well, what's the distance that can go to? And you say, I don't know, any distance I want it to. So it's unfalsifiable.
No, that's not what he's saying.
It's pseudoscience. It's absolute pseudoscience. You're
That's
just making
exactly
shit
what?
up. It's not
He
based on any number,
not.
on any estimation, on any model. It's just whatever you
Yeah.
see, you'll say, that's a globe, it's light refraction, I guess it can do any distance.
It is based on an approximation. It's the formula I've read out to you, and I'm going to drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, that
Right,
formula
so use
you
that
read.
formula and tell us what the maximum distance it could increase a 1.2 mile geometric horizon. That's
Once
your
again,
claim.
if you want to do the math,
You
you
do the
can,
math
because
problem,
yeah,
Hey, bro, it's your
exactly. Why
claim.
don't you do
Why are
it?
you
It's
asking me?
barometric
Your
pressure
claim.
divided by
It's your claim.
273, which is the That's like to turn Celsius into Kelvin, I think, whatever
Yeah,
their
and it's your
SI
claim,
unit
bro.
is.
So
Plus
why are you
temperature.
asking us to do it?
Hey, so I think what he's not getting is that in that formula, maybe he's just not getting it. Maybe we could help him. In that formula, the reason why he's hitting you so hard with how far is the maximum distance with it then is because in that formula, nothing about that is a max distance. It's just telling you how you can take the temperature, you take this, take that, and based upon that, you're going to get a measurement. But that doesn't necessarily mean the distance that you're able to see. And I think that's what we're trying to point out.
It's because if we put any number to it, they know we're going to be able to show an example that exceeds that number. And if they put a number to it, they're putting the nail in their own coffin, which is why they don't want to put a number to it, because they want the get out of jail free card to be able to say any distance we see the horizon that works on a globe, it's just refracted.
So
Whereas
we
if
have
they say,
the
okay, the
method
maximum
right
is
here in front of you, and you
50%,
can test it yourself. And
okay,
instead of doing that, you're just like avoiding it.
You're avoiding putting any concreteness to your argument. You're saying the geometric horizon is optically extended by refraction. We ask, okay, how far can it be extended by refraction? You say, I don't know, but it's refraction.
No, that's not what he said. Here's how you
That's
find out.
exactly what he
He
just said.
he
He said, I
answered
don't know.
no. Right, but he said, hey, here's how you find it by punching these numbers into an equation.
Okay,
And you're saying,
So put the numbers through. So put the numbers
Do
through.
it.
Put the atmospheric conditions of the day. It's your claim. Put the atmospheric conditions in.
okay.
Put in the observer
I did
height, and tell me what the
the other guy
maximum
did,
is.
but okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
So why
And
didn't you do that?
here's what's interesting too. I think another thing that they're missing too. Hey, Jackie, why does your refraction that curve around balls? Why does it just so happen to loom everything into a flat plane? How does that the other side of the curved ball come up to eye level to where it's now flat like a checkerboard?
It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay.
It
let
makes
me
it seem that way. Just
So
because you
it's-
close
it's
your
an-
eyes
it's
doesn't
an
mean
angle. You still can't see things past the angle. It's an exception.
Okay.
Like, do you understand how that works? It's a
do you
curve.
understand? Hold on. Okay.
It only,
Do you
it only
understand this?
looks flat.
Let me say.
It only looks flat. It's not really flat. It just looks
Right,
that way.
right. It just
Unbelievable.
looks flat, but
Wait.
it's
So
not
let me
flat.
get this straight.
Right,
This
right.
horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles, that's seen 10 times beyond that limit. That's refraction, even though you can't tell us how far refraction can actually move it. So you don't even know if that's
Judging by the source, it's only
doable range.
3 for the first one, 3 times higher, and then
He
for the
just said-
second one.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm just talking about the Black Swan. That's a 1.2 mile horizon for a 1 foot observer height. It's seen beyond 10 miles.
Isn't it more than 1.2? It's
You're
like
claiming
2.1.
that
I
that's
put it
due
into the
to
calculation.
refraction,
It's more.
but you don't even know that refraction can extend a geometric horizon, let alone that far.
Yeah, I
you
sent the
do.
photo of an example of refraction extending the horizon in the 2D model that I think should be pretty easy to understand.
This
How
guy
do you
is
know? How do you know it's
brainwashed, bro.
refraction extending a geometric horizon?
He doesn't.
It's a pretty little
Yeah.
picture.
You just preach your religion. It's very
There's
clear
not much
what's
more I
going
can
on.
do. Like I've given examples.
You're attempting
of
to
this
make an
phenomenon.
unfalsifiable globe
I've
model. You're moving the
showed you a
goalposts
formula
because
to define this phenomenon,
claims,
and I cannot explain anything
globe
else.
claims the globe claims that we're going to have a horizon at a certain distance based on an observer height, and when it's not there, you'll come up with an excuse as to why it's not there. But when we ask for specificity, you can't provide any. You just say, "Well, that's just refraction."
Yeah, before anyone
None
else
of the
goes, so
flat
the
earthers provide
picture.
any specificity on any of the models.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I just want to point out that the picture you posted isn't demonstrating anything about the horizon
at all.
Yeah, keep in mind that in order to follow your train of logic, you have to show the horizon being transposed past an object it's supposed to be blocking. You have to show all those paths of light and how they would coincide back to the optic that's being taken. Now, interestingly enough, the guy who's famous for the advanced curvature calculator, Walter Bislin, you know, the guy who made it, the namesake of the website, he attempted to make a graph of the light paths to explain the black swan. And what he ended up doing is crossing the angles of the light before they reached the focal plane of the object. Now, check this out. If that occurred, right, since you know that you see things upside down and your brain flips the image, then what would actually happen is you'd be seeing those things upside down. The dude who created the Earth curve calculator couldn't even model it correctly without making a retard error, bro. And you think you're going to come in here and just say refraction is going to be cured?
What he was doing, and he didn't want to believe it in the first place.
And
We have a
furthermore,
picture of the same exact thing from the same exact spot on a normal weather condition day. Posted about
Normal.
38 minutes.
What's that? What day is that?
Normal.
What day is that?
Normal is without light
see, this is another
refraction.
easy expose. This is another easy expose. Okay, what were the
Oh
weather
my God,
conditions that day?
There is absolute minimum
Minimum
refraction in this image.
Yeah,
What
you
was
got
the
it backwards,
temperature?
buddy. You got it backwards. Hey, listen, you got it backwards because you got to think of it this way: when there's heavy fog, you can't see the car in front of you. That's not normal. But when you can see the car in front of you and there's no fog, because that's usually normal. You understand that concept, buddy? And you're brainwashed and you have it all twisted to turn upside down. You get that?
He's saying it's normal. I guarantee he doesn't know what both of the conditions were on either day. So tell us, what was the temperature on both occasions?
If you're looking
What, do you know the temperature on both days?
No, you're making the claim it was normal conditions. So what are normal conditions? Tell us.
No. We're not making the claim that we know
Yeah,
every
okay,
condition.
so you
We're
don't know.
making
So you
the
don't
claim
know.
that one of
What are
them
normal
has light
conditions?
refraction and one of
So you
them
don't
does
know.
not.
So you don't know. You're just
Do you?
pissing in the wind.
Do you know
Exactly. It's easy
the
to expose.
temperature,
You
the
say, oh, well,
pressure,
it's on the
whatever?
conditions of this day. What were the conditions? I don't know. So what are you
The
talking
condition
about?
that's relevant is light refraction and no light refraction, which
Right,
is
and the light refraction
in
is
photo.
is contingent apparently on
You
temperature
said
and
it was
pressure. So what are
always.
those? What were those?
I don't know. I just know that it's present
Oh,
in
then
that
what
photo,
the
and
fuck
it's
are you
not in
talking
a
about?
second
Well, then for
You've got
photo.
no
fuck's sake,
idea.
just make up some data then.
So you've got no idea. Yeah, just make it up and pretend the Earth's the ball, right?
Just
Then do
make
the
up the data.
calculation.
You say, oh, my argument's based on the conditions of the day. What were the conditions of the day? I don't know. Okay, what are you talking about? This is childish.
First it was normal, then it was perfect conditions.
Yeah, bro.
Arbitrary declaration of what the atmosphere.
Let's
your
parse,
argument
let's parse
literally
out one of
hinges.
these images, at least.
No,
Use it
cherry
as an
picking it.
example. So
Well,
he keeps posting an image, right? The quote unquote clear day image, which seems to show a distinct line in the water and the bottoms of the homeboys out there being not seen. So let's ask some questions about this image. Is that resolved water line the edge of the apex arc of the curve of the Earth in between point A and B? Yes or no?
Not a
It's
hill
the
of water.
horizon.
Not a hill of
Apex
water.
arc. Sure about that. What's the horizon?
The
Not a hill of
horizon
water.
is the part of the sky and the ground like meeting from your perspective.
Okay, let's say that's good enough definition. Now, what is the cause of this resolved water line? In the image presented, the particular image
It's down at the bottom.
should be.
All right. What is
person we
the
really
cause
want to answer is
of
the
the
person
water
posted
line
it
being there?
with his argument.
You're talking about the one at 7:55, the top image.
I'll show you. Hold on. I'll paste it. This is the one he's presenting.
Okay. So it's there because going out to the same location on nominal weather, basically perfectly average, you would see this on an average day. This is where the horizon line would be because there's no refraction making the horizon fall behind these things. These things are far enough away where you cannot see the bottom of the oil rigs because it's blocked by the curve
Not a
of
hill of
the
water.
Earth.
Not a hill of water.
So you already fail on that example because that horizon is at the first oil rig, which is like 5-6 miles. So that's already beyond 1.2. So it's still not agreeing with the globe model.
Not at the bottom of
So
the
if
oil
that's
rig.
your curve, you don't live on a 3959 radius globe ball. You live on a much bigger ball.
Anyway, as I was saying, that's not the bottom of the oil rig, and clearly a bunch of it's been cut off, as you can see from the
Well,
other image.
it's not the curve of the Earth, according to the globe model.
Then what did
Is
it if
the
it wasn't the
first oil
curve
rig?
of the Earth and the horizon?
Well, then you don't have a geometric horizon of a ball Earth.
Yeah, they have no answer because their answers are chicken scratch on a
What do you
fucking
mean, dude? Your answers is that's a hill of water blocking the bottom.
And the hill keeps on changing.
Perfect sense.
That's not perfect
So
sense. It's like
the hill
retard
isn't at 1.2 miles, though.
hill of water. That makes sense. No, it doesn't. Hill. I say that's a like 10. I say that to 10 people. 80% of them say that's the most ridiculous thing they've ever heard. Hills of water. You're over here saying that's perfect sense. It's not like this.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there? Not a hill of water.
They can't grasp.
Yeah,
You can't
actually,
see on
that's
the other
exactly
side of
what
a
it is.
hill. They cannot accept that.
What's
Well, what's
blocking the bottom of
blocking
the
the
oil rig there?
what's blocking
Not a
the
hill
oil?
of
Well,
water.
not
Yeah,
not
actually,
a
that's exactly what
geometric, not a geometric curve of Earth, or that would be at 1.2 miles.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig
Exactly.
there? Not a hill of water.
That's
Yeah,
what they
actually, that's
cannot
exactly
grasp.
what it is.
You're
Not a
seeing 10
geometric
miles
horizon.
away.
And that geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see on the other side of a 1 mile size distance hill. That if you could
Just
see on the
shows
other
you.
side up to 10 times more because it's 10 miles.
Anyway, that
It just shows you the
equation doesn't account for
emotional basis for the
atmosphere.
argument. The emotional basis for the argument is perfectly demonstrated by the fact that they'll look at one horizon and say, that's Earth curve. And they'll look at another horizon and say, that's not Earth curve, with no real ability to
Again, this
distinguish
is
between the
cherry
two
picking.
other than their
One out of a million images, and the one out of a
pressure.
million image also happens to have a lot of refraction in it. That's not a coincidence.
That's
that
not
everything.
your.
You
That
know
doesn't
nothing
make the
about
Earth curved.
refraction. We already
Yeah.
covered this. You don't know the
My
you don't know the
visibility
conditions of the
today,
day.
according to my weather
You don't
report,
know
is
any model.
32 kilometers. 32 kilometers I can see today. How is that possible on a globe?
Refraction.
That's not even your
32
argument, though.
kilometers. That's just not at all to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, but now there is refraction. Your argument is supposed to be curvature of the Earth or a hill of water involves. You sitting here arguing and telling us why there's other variables for why there isn't curvature. That's our entire point. You're only making our point for us.
Neither of these images,
You're absolutely
neither of these images support the globe model, and yet you're clinging to one as if it does, and it proves it when neither one of them comports with the globe model. That's the hilarious thing.
The thing is,
And
they're falling
today-
behind the
Today,
horizon.
my Earth curve
Which isn't
is
a
at
hill of
32
water.
kilometers. Isn't that interesting? Yesterday, I checked and it was at 40 kilometers. So it keeps changing the edge of the Earth. This is cool. The size of the globe changes from day to day.
The Earth is
Well,
breathing,
remember,
bro.
you just said
Yeah.
the horizon is
Earth
an optical.
Earth supports refraction.
It gained some weight. It gained some weight. You know what I'm saying? A little chubbier. But fair shake.
I had a hard, rough night. Tigged out.
You've already conceded it. When AI asked him, what's the horizon? He said, oh, it's the point where the sea and the sky appear to meet. Not
Appear to me, that is
physical
the key language
obstruction.
because
not
everything that
physical
enters your
You don't
eye
realize
is
it's humongous.
significant.
That's our
Yeah,
entire
so it's
argument.
it's an apparent phenomena then, not a
Yeah.
physical geometric one.
Take
Welcome
that.
to Flat Earth.
You sound like a 2017 flat earther when you say that. You said it confidently too. Shout out to you. Welcome to the club, bro. You're making our argument for us. If you're a
No,
globe
we're
earther in
not.
2023, yeah, you are. If you're a
Globe
globe
earther.
earther in 2023, you need to be arguing for
Well,
curvature.
the reason why you see
yeah,
that
then
way is
immediately you start rumpusing me. So your argument should be
24
curve of
CP.
the earth. What did I say? 2023? Yeah, I mean you
Yeah.
didn't do it in 2023, and you're not. Your argument should be curvature of the earth. Instead, you're telling us about all these variables. Oh, well, there's weather and this and that and the other thing. Well, we know that. That's our argument. You want to
But
insert a
this
variable
is-
back into the conversation, it's curvature. But you can't do that. Already know.
What this is a distraction tactic. So the
Not
reason
really.
we're talking about this is because you brought it up as a counterpoint to there being a horizon on the globe.
You
And
said
that-
there was curvature at 14,000 feet. So just take it.
Yeah, there was.
There's not.
Can I
Even
just-
your buddy
I can
Scott
see
Mackey.
further than the
Can I just
horizon.
clear?
Scott Mackey
Can I
told
just
you you
clear
were
something
wrong.
up? Can I just clear something up?
Go for it.
So before you were saying that light bends, yeah?
Light
always
can bend under certain conditions. The same metal can bend when it is heated
Yeah.
up and becomes malleable. Light can bend
Stop
under
it,
certain
man.
atmospheric conditions.
Stop with the bullshit. Just stop. We're not talking about metal, all right? So before Cyclone was asking you about that distance. Now, what that number comes up to when you do it with 1 foot and 1.22 mile horizon, 1.225 mile horizon, it actually takes it out to, I think it's close to 1.4 miles. So is that sufficient to explain the black swan?
You're acting as if the only thing that can affect what you see
Can you
is the
just answer
curvature.
my dude? I butted in just so I could get a simple answer. So can you just answer this question? The formula that you guys posted takes the horizon, which should be at 1.22 physical horizon, takes the optical horizon out to 1.4 miles. Now, is that
At
sufficient?
1 foot above sea level.
Yep. So
This is a
that
loaded
sufficient?
question, which is a logical
Dude.
fallacy. So let me.
Dude, he's always white knight. Chill out,
Thank you,
bro.
man. Yeah. So is that sufficient for us to see the 10-mile horizon from the 1 foot observer height?
Under certain conditions, absolutely.
How? I just did the
you've got
math.
the formulas there. If there's a
Yeah, I can tell you. I can tell you the answer.
That's what I said.
Yeah, bro. He's telling you that he applied your formula to the radius of the light that would be necessary, and he only got a radius of to the horizon, right, at about less than 2 miles. And since you need it to be greater than 10 miles, that would be insufficient. So the answer that you should give mathematically is no, it wouldn't be sufficient. So you're then going to appeal to even extraneous variables beyond the formula. So I will tell you, since I know the answer, what you would have to do, because you can demonstrate this on a small scale. So what you have to do is you have to use extreme temperature inversions and extreme optical density differentials with such things such as butane, superheated air, etc., and you can get an object that's over a curved surface to appear to raise above it, right? But let's be clear. If you have to use such extreme things, for example, imagine that you're out in the winter, right? And your feet are frozen, like you're getting hypothermia and they're turning to ice popsicles, but your kneecaps are literally on fire. That is the type of temperature inversion that would be necessary, because that's what they do on these small scales. So if it's true that in order to reproduce this effect, you need such extremes, yet you guys need it to happen all the time to save the globe, because it's such an extreme example, it proves it doesn't happen all the time.
No, I actually have one question that's very, very important. When you were applying my formula and solving for R, what was the answer? What did you solve for?
He's asking the person who claims to have done it.
Somebody said they did it. I don't remember who, but somebody
I
definitely
used
did.
the radius of Earth. What was it?
That's the formula doesn't even include the radius of the Earth, bro.
Okay, all right, I did it wrong. What does it include?
Would you like me to send it again?
Yeah, what's the R value?
Okay, so basically he didn't do it and then lied about it.
Yeah, okay, I just admitted,
No,
okay,
he
maybe I got it
did.
wrong. What's the R value?
Yeah, dude. He just told you
R
that.
isn't even part of the formula. That's what you're solving for.
There was an R in there.
Oh, man.
Oh, how about this? How about you, Mr. This is the formula. How about you go do the math and come back with the answer? How about that?
I'll actually go do that, and I'll be back in like a couple minutes. I gotta turn this off anyways. But I think the fact that he just like straight up lied about doing it.
He didn't lie, dude. He said he had a formula. Maybe somebody else posted something, dude. For goodness sakes.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, well, okay. Let me pull this up. and
Wait a
let me
minute,
find
I
out.
just admitted that I might have got it wrong. How am I being dishonest about it?
Hold on, friends. I just looked at the formula from the link he posted. The first letter in the formula on the left is an R. So
What's
what
the
the
R
heck, bro?
value?
You're accusing this homeboy of lying about this formula, and the formula you posted literally has an R as the first character. So what the heck's going on, dude? How about this, friend? You apologize to my homeboy when you return for accusing him of lying when clearly it says an R as the first letter, or you're banned from this chat room forever. Those are your options.
He already left before you managed to say that.
Oh, good. Then it'll be much easier to ban him when he doesn't comply.
See, that's the problem. I can go. Okay, maybe I did the formula wrong. How did I get it wrong? You know, like yeah, I might be wrong. Like these guys can't even admit that they might be wrong about something else or anything. That's where the difference lies.
And the real liar turned out to be the Glober.
I think he's lying that he actually looked at the formula.
The guy that posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it clearly has an R in it, bro. It's like the very first
Yeah,
thing,
I know.
dude.
The only other R I can think of is that one that Ruhith brings up, with the radius of light. I don't even know how you get that value.
retarded.
Yeah. And these guys claim, they go, okay, well, this is a normal day. What the hell is a normal day? A day with no refractive properties. How do you know it's got no refractive properties? Oh, because we can see the curve of the Earth. So you can see the curve of the Earth, therefore no refractive properties. It's fucking retarded. It looks flat. Oh, it must be high refraction. All right. How you come up with that?
Yeah, so what is the radius, or what does the R represent in this equation, is what homeboy asked. Right? He said, I did the equation, and the guy said, no, it's not the radius of the Earth. And he said, well, what is the radius of? And then he replied, there's no radius in the equation. It's like,
Yeah.
what? Then what is R? You asked him what is R, and he couldn't answer what R was, dude.
He said there was no R in there.
This is his equation to back his claim, and he doesn't even know, one, what R means, and two, that there's an R there.
And therefore, globe.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so at least somebody posted the subtext of this equation. It says R, the big R is refraction in seconds of arc. Okay.
Okay, what's that value?
What? So Comstock considered this the formula gave results within 1 arc second of Bessel's values for refraction from 15 degrees above the horizon to the zenith. What the heck, dude? 15 degrees above the horizon? All right, so kind of consider that this formula gave results, okay, within 1 arc second, so it's accurate. Within 1 arc second at 15 degrees above the horizon.
Oh, okay, so
I'd love
it's
to know
talking
where,
about the angle that you're shooting at. Yeah.
where'd this come from? What article did this come from? Because it sounds more like there's guys contesting about why you can't shoot celestial objects or something.
Probably got DM to him.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's the atmospheric refraction, which was pretty much invented to explain away the Selenelian eclipse, which is kind of different from terrestrial refraction equation, which is more for below 15 degrees for things on the horizon.
So it's not even the correct equation for what he's talking about. Is that,
Well, let's
is
see
that
what,
right?
see what answer he brings back.
So what did the nosebleed section say?
Okay, whenever possible, astronomers will schedule an observation around the time of culmination when celestial objects are highest in the sky. Likewise, sailors will not shoot a star below 20 degrees above the horizon. Right?
It's like 20 and
Because
70
That
degrees.
celestial navigation.
yeah, problems. Oh, here they're going to subhead terrestrial. Well, this is just Wikipedia. All right, so it deals with apparent angular position and measured distance of terrestrial bodies. A common approximation is considered a constant bending. Blah blah blah. One is the ratio, and then down here you got the K equals 503 PT. Blah blah yada yada. Yeah, which they ultimately bust down into 7/6R. A single approximation is to consider that a mountain's apparent altitude at your eye in degrees will exceed its true altitude by its distance in kilometers divided by 1500. This assumes a fairly horizontal line of sight, ordinary air density. Cool. I don't know. It sounds like these coefficients were reverse engineered from the expected angles to celestial bodies.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, after I read this one sentence. Unfortunately, there are two different definitions of this coefficient of refraction. One is the ratio of the radius of the Earth to the radius of the line of sight. Shabam. Begs the question of the radius of the Earth. Right, go ahead with your question.
So he was wrong, and he did include the radius of the Earth. He just didn't know it. My question is,